she's still will change 20%. I think we'll have a better sense of what this theory.
The percent spread 3 months look green. Be seeing about the night.
I mean, one of the things that the Harris campaign on Dana is that they're hoping that they're going to make it up with some moderate GOP voters that will be persuaded over to the Harris camp. What's the feel for that at this stage of the game?
I would be skeptical that there is a lot of that kind of vote out there. So Governor Kemp had some problems with President Trump for a while, but they patched those things up. And I believe that as Youngkin has been very good for President Trump in Virginia, that Kemp has an amazing operation there in Georgia, out there for him. And I also think that we thank Georgia for to help get us these results in possible to have integrity in the vote, people to have confidence, the system worked for them, that they could get, and that the rules are the rules, and that I think feel confident about the results.
The economy is the #1 issue in Georgia. And it's everywhere, but pretty much leads the way. In our elections voters, they break trust significantly on the issue.
That's important. Yeah. And we have to keep an eye on what, to use a piece of newly minted jargon we have, there's this propensity voter.
I hate that word.
I think it's awful jargon, but can't think of a quicker way to say it. But
People very
campaign
often
has really set a great deal of store by the fact that they believe that they have reached these people and will turn them out in significant numbers.
But explain who they are. There are people who didn't vote in 2020, or maybe even didn't vote in 2016 and
maybe never
2020.
voted. And they're the kind of people they think are largely for Trump, if you ask them. And that if they can turn them out, they think they could be the deciding factor in this election. We don't know enough now, I don't think.
Okay, 1 second.
To assess that's going, but to keep an eye.
We have an indication.
Go tweet.
I can't follow anybody.
No, it's weird.
180, 159 counties in Georgia.
Hey, Trump.
That a bigger number of votes in these counties and percentage.
My dad needs a hobby. Big talk is not it.
All right, we're going to
He
numbers.
sent me
We'll head back
24
to
messages
early election night.
on TikTok.
But this is why I said time.
Of North Carolina, so we're going to have some data there to show you coming up. This break is our special news.
You know what's funny? I got the block too, but it was only 20 minutes ago. It was for something that Fox News shared. So Fox News shared something, but for something totally different.
Lord,
Oh boy, that
we
oh,
give to you everything.
like
Our leaders,
the sleep. Sometimes you do a little small
we
sleep,
give it
cat
all to
napping,
you.
and it
Yeah.
takes you in.
Amen.
Oh, but oh boy.
This is our legacy. I won't let anyone take it.
But yeah,
Return of those
8 hours. I got almost 9 hours in the first
There is
video.
no morality. This is war.
I wonder what the size of that
Fight here,
here.
or we die here.
This doggy doing hip dance. You want to take this one? You want me to be
Okay.
You still following? Are you able to follow him? Heather, you able to follow him? Your dad.
Stop.
This is simply
Maybe Ricky knows.
No contact.
Ricky, you know anything about TikTok?
Yeah.
I said, you know anything about TikTok?
No, I stayed away from
and
TikTok.
veterans by
I
offering
mean,
their first year of Fox free.
It takes away from it.
I don't know. It's a thing that, like, I don't know how to put it. There's only so many things you really want to get into.
Highlighting those who put their lives on the line.
And that, I would think it's not so different from Facebook, but then like I know a lot of it's randomized a
Your
bit.
parents have given you some amazing gifts, but when parents celebrate with Ancestry DNA, the simple test that your deep family roots from your mom's side and your dad's side with some serious detail.
So
Trace
it's
the
still
journeys
processing
and history
the
that
other
shaped who you are today, and
like
see the
8
choices
hours
passed
and
down.
50 minutes.
Your connections to the past are all waiting. See just how gifted you are for only $39.
See. So Rick Scott in Florida will win the end.
Watching all the branches tonight, so control of the Senate could be decided as well in the state, particularly of Ohio. Democrat incumbent Sherrod Brown fighting to hold on to his long-held seat against GOP newcomer Moreno in one of the closely watched races and a very expensive race. Check in with Nate Ford, who's live in Strongsville, Ohio.
What will be interesting, I'll check it in a second here, is the Patrick Bet David one, or the how everyone's gonna go nuts.
Ohioans voted early. This morning at 5 a.m., there was a line stretching around this entire building with people ready to vote, and it really reflects what's at stake.
Am I live, Heather?
Former
Is
President
it working?
Trump is expected to carry the
Let me look on the
as you mentioned, the race that
thing.
everybody is watching is
I tagged you.
Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown.
It says I'm live on mine.
Yeah. Yeah, and I knew you were live. Making sure mine was good. They didn't like hit me.
Yeah. Yours says live.
Okay, cool.
You know what I think it was you got hit with the warning. So there it how to put it? You got hit with the warning, so it knocked your live status part. But then because I created a new link, a new broadcast, it resets.
Yeah, we'll see.
And we
That's cool. I like it.
that former President Donald Trump has down ballot. Keep in mind, no.
We gotta get more people to come join us.
Trump.
Oh, okay.
Changes tonight.
Under his I see. I 4 now. I see 2.
Yeah, it's quiet.
I think so. Battleground, Carolina.
Carolina is not a battleground. It'll go Republican.
Trump
Stuff in North Carolina and Georgia.
Yeah, good evening, Martha. Most of the polls throughout the state are going to close just minutes from now, with the exception of 2 precincts that had technical problems that delayed voting this morning. The issue in Wilson County involved a printer cable, and in Berks County, it was a laptop
Printer cable?
booted up. In both instances,
I know what that is.
equipment used for
It's not a printer cable. It's
the actual
like a network. Really.
Election things moving, including in the western part, which was heavily damaged in Hurricane Helene. 7 tents with electric generators and voting machines are in place to accommodate Election Day voting in areas where normal vote sites were destroyed or inaccessible. Election officials say the state's voter turnout would already vote early voting records is on track to meet or record set in 2020. Cast. Back to you.
All right, Jonathan, thank you.
Our panel, we just heard a little bit about the abortion issue, Laura, and it's interesting just looking at our Fox News voter analysis, because we saw in the midterms, this was obviously it was more of an impact than we thought it was going to have going in. In this situation, it appears that only a quarter of the voters who are Democrats say that it is the single most important factor in their decision.
Peyton's watching. She said she hears the kids.
Fox voter analysis on
Wow.
gas prices.
Uh,
prices.
Patrick, Patrick Bet David,
Very
and
concerned
that
about both.
they have
But
just
voter
100,000
other
people watch.
Edison
Was the
Reuters
app, and it said
democracy
something went,
economy at
but yeah,
in
had
I
them at like
buy that.
13,000.
Choice presented to him tonight.
Fun.
Status quo, which is pretty much high prices, high cost of living, liberal situation, a change. We know that, like in 2019, stark a choice since 19 we do tonight for the country. But they've done a brilliant job of making this not about her old record, not about Biden, who has a 38% approval rating tonight, but abortion and young women.
The audio,
fascist Nazis,
echo,
that's their close.
terrible
If it's
audio,
abortion,
echo,
fascism,
echo,
Hitler,
echo,
that's their
echo,
close.
echo,
think that's a
fix
pretty
the
good
audio,
overview of
fix
the
the
country.
audio. Oh, they're having a
Economy is still the number one
hell of
issue.
a problem. I'm looking at the chat.
Herald of economic
If
issues. This
you're
election overall, every
watching
race,
too
it's estimated to have 15.9 billion
bad echo, really.
almost $16 billion. That surpasses
See if I can see it
2.1
just,
billion in
oh,
2020. If you were to a checkbook and
Because-
write a check to every American, it's almost $50 a person, and we are tied tonight in the presidential race.
I guess Americans would love the 50. I think we've gone through here over the
But
last
the
few
vice
years.
president's campaign has spent more than former President Trump. And do you think right now, looking at the numbers, that they're getting the money worth?
It's early. One of the reasons we spend so much in campaigns today is that the campaign process is a business. They start 4 years out, they begin raising money and hiring sponsors and all.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we get some more of that going on.
Really?
But I have to tell you, just looking at the early numbers, you got to be a little concerned if you're Democrats.
It's wet.
The numbers are way early, so we're going to get a lot more things here to see the bill put up in Florida. Breakdown between
I'm just gonna try to switch it.
Carl about
Maybe.
Democrats be a little concerned about this as we head into
Ursula. That poor.
on the ballot there in Florida and how that's faring and if that's had really the
I'm talking about Ursula.
No, we're not. Relationship with Trump, it's
No, it's not fun.
as you look at some of the numbers earlier, we'll have to see
It's funny.
suburban voters. I polled with someone who said a little bit about the black voters in Georgia. It was not necessarily black voters in Georgia. It was suburban voters in Georgia that, and he even gave the seats to the Democratic senators there. So as we get more and more numbers here over the next few minutes, it'll be very telling because if Georgia and North Carolina stay with Trump, needs that in his math without those states. She was hoping, Kamala Harris was hoping for a flip, get us there, and then it takes on a little bit of a pace tone. Those are the numbers most
We've got about 30 seconds before we start our tick to the next call. Dana, what do you
That interesting because Governor Ron
Okay.
such an effective governor campaign.
Yeah, one Ukrainian friend go up, but I'll still come in.
And generational changes.
Two,
But I would also
like,
say this.
You know, it's so funny.
75% countries are on the
Paranoid of private
and they're
in some way.
economy.
They don't
Flip by Santos. He lost governor
like
and then
be
Miami.
public in
So
some
maybe
form.
a little bit of play out. Yep, we did right now.
I can adjust the mic volume.
I remember Al.
It made it a little bit louder.
closing? And it's a big one because North Carolina, we should start getting raw vote totals right away. North Carolina is one of the fastest states, even despite Hurricane Helene. They're doing a really great job. The Secretary of State's office there as we wait for the vote closing right now.
The end.
It is now 7:30 on the East Coast. Polls just closed in 3 more states. North Carolina is the next state to watch, just like Georgia. It came down to the wire in the last presidential election. It has
Not
16
an
electoral
issue.
college votes,
Republican
and
South.
it will
You're
be
not?
a decisive potentially. The Fox News suggests it's 2 early.
Also,
Lord, please forgive me for that.
I'm gonna show everybody your.
in our Fox News
Yeah,
voter
I'm not muted
analysis,
right
as
now.
we mentioned, we're also watching the Senate race there. Bernie Moreno is the GOP candidate running against Sherrod Brown and
West
we
West Virginia.
Fox News
West Virginia.
that
The
he
South,
win
in
in
other
West
words.
Virginia, not a very
I mean, only 3%
obviously,
in New Hampshire.
or the current governor for the Senate as well. So
We
we'll
expect that to be a
closely.
quick call as
Yeah.
well. If you look at the race for 270, the Electoral College votes needed to win the
Okey-dokey.
presidency now ticking up with that last call. The former president at 23 and Vice President Harris at 3 throughout the night.
Wow, we flipped to see West Virginia.
Story in West Virginia, as we said, it's the Senate race where law enforcement Joe Manchin is retiring. Democrat independent Fox News can project
Wow.
that Jim Justice will flip this seat to the Republicans. That win puts the GOP
I finally
one
finished.
seat
I finally
away
finished.
from an outright majority in the U.S. Senate, assuming they don't lose any seats along the way that they already hold.
Yes, exactly. So the Fox News
Sanders
says
wins.
It's too early to call another Republican
Very
target.
jealous.
Ohio, where the incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown, as I mentioned, fighting for his fourth term against Republican businessman Bernie Moreno, and very closely as could potentially their flip. It's a toss-up race at the moment. The balance of power looks like this in terms of what we have fed in so far into the data at this point. You've got 40 Republicans, one seat flipped. That's the West Virginia seat. Jim Justice will be the new senator. He was the former governor from the state of West Virginia, and Democrats have 29 right now. You can see a lot of spaces still to be filled in over on the Senate side.
We are following a number of gubernatorial races around the country. Turning to those races, Fox News can project that North Carolina's Democratic Attorney General Josh Stein will defeat Republican Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. A lot of controversy in that race. It's not close now. We're making that call.
And in West Virginia, Republican Attorney General Patrick Morrisey will succeed Jim Justice as the state's 37th governor. He has wanted that spot for a long time. He's run before, and now Patrick Morrisey will be the governor in West Virginia. Let's go over to Bill Hemmer and get a sense of how all of this stacks up
That
on the board.
Florida story is really interesting.
It
Yes.
is. Why don't we start there this time? Again, it's past 30 here on the east. I was looking at Miami right now. Miami-Dade, the last one was a county did for Republicans. It was 1980. George Bush, 41. Right now, you know, you got 71% of the statewide voting, but you got 80% of the county voting here. He's got a easy 10-point advantage right from Kamala Harris. So we'll see how that holds up here. Now, look at Georgia. You know, Georgia's one of these that's gone through a bit of a realignment, like North Carolina, like Arizona, and some others that we've looked at, and you know, and blew all of it right. Come deal with your 8 years ago, it's not even. Because just come here and count quickly. Here. Best root count in 20. And remember right now, again, I'll go back to 20 years ago and watch this. Percentage they were doing better. All vote here 15 years ago. All vote in county 900. So maybe that comes back to that conversation about, you know, turnout and things like that throughout the rest of the country. But when you look at Georgia, I mean, let's
I got to some part where I'm not even there and you're
we can show you a little of the realignment that we're talking about here. And if you look at this, right, all this over here, this is a dominant state for the Republican Party and has been for a long time. You think about George Bush's second term, right? In that state by 16.5 points. Wasn't on the map in terms of consideration, but slowly Georgia changed. A lot of for the 26. Here was Trump in 5.8 years ago. But things seem
can do lines,
2020 change in a
except
significant
they're
way
not
when Joe Biden
lines.
took the state by 0.2 percentage points, a vote of 11,779. All right. Now, so this is where we are now. Now just, you know, with a lot of that vote out there. We got a lead of 22 points. And it's changed throughout the night. I just want to know what's happening there. Let's look at the vote difference for North Carolina. Similar story, maybe less advantage for the Republicans, but this is all, this is all red. You look at what Bush and Kerry did in 2004. That was easy. That wasn't a battleground at all. This is where Barack Obama performed well, took the Tar Heel state just by so much there, okay? In North Carolina, was able to pull it off. Let's come back to 2020 right now, and I can show you.
Give them
Seeing there. Let's go there, all right? You can see.
Uh-oh. What's going on here? Fox, what's going on with you? You know what? I'm going to switch this. I'm going to switch this to YouTube. Because it's been on this too long. So let's see something. Let's do history. And let's see what what's their faces are doing. Oh, look, the Matt Walsh ad. Oh, figure.
To conduct an investigation to some.
I want to see if they were having.
Antifa, you're all gonna get mobilized. Trust me when I say that. If Kamala wins tonight, guess what? We'll take it. We'll take the loss. Go. We're not burning these.
We're not gonna burn down our cities. Then we're gonna blow up the government. Then we're gonna go to the. What a time. Like, yeah, like 148,000. Gee. Maybe like get a. Huh. Not even on the best speed. Yeah, let's go MSNBC. See what our good friends at MSNB Cronyism have. They're always so honest. Mom. Clicky clicky. Clicky clicky and loading. Clicky clicky and loading. Clicky clicky. Clicky clicky. Clicky clicky. Oh no, they're rushing towards an attack.
And so a lot of people voting here. The line is hundreds of people. It goes all the way around. And it's about 70, 80 minutes right now. So we'll see how long this line takes to actually get through. That's what the app is saying right now. But we've been eavesdropping a lot. People out here working on their fitness, eavesdropping a lot on these conversations, talking to a lot of these voters. But we've been talking a lot about the gender gap. You've seen a lot of the younger women. This is a very weird thing. We got robots around on campus, kind of a
Jesus, I
surreal
mentioned
sign of the times.
Skynet. So look, we got
What's
robots
driving
walking.
a lot of these young people out to the polls, other than the pizza, is a lot of the props. And when it comes to a lot of the young women that we've been talking to, reproductive rights is huge. It's a big, big driver. It's a lot of the conversation that we're hearing. When it comes to a lot of the younger men here, you're hearing feelings of attacks on masculine identity. We've actually been hearing a lot of talk about the Rogan
About no
podcast, Joe Rogan
condom,
podcast.
maybe.
A little while ago, we were talking to two guys. One of them said that he was on this until he said when Kamala did not go on Joe Rogan podcast, what influenced he ended up voting for Trump, but he said that he was open to listening to Kamala on the podcast, and when she didn't, again, not necessarily all the issues, but the fact that he said she didn't seem like a real person because she couldn't talk for an extended period of time. So that's some of the things that we're hearing from some of these college students. Wrapping around, I promise we're almost to the end of the line here, but another thing that is very, very apparent is the organizing. There's been some organizing, it seems, fraternities and these red hats, the MAGA hats, they stand out and they're being given out left and right here. And then this battle of these stickers, Harris Walls campaign, people going around to get stickers. And it seems like back in the day, you'd go to a poll site and you wouldn't necessarily see or know who somebody was voting for before they went into the polls. We were at another polling site in Mesa, Arizona. Those hats are so prevalent here in Arizona. So we've been seeing a lot more of this kind of tribalism at the polls, heading into the polls. Whether it's any indication as to how things could go in Arizona, it is too soon to tell. And Arizona, it could be a very, very tight race here. And if it is a tight race, it's decision.
That's all right. Days. We got weeks. We got as long as it takes. We are tireless, Scotty, just like you. This is Scotty Schwartz. Thank you so much, Scotty, with students there at ASU at Arizona State University in Tempe. Let me give you a little bit of an update. We were talking about some threats that were received at polling places in Georgia. We've got a little more detail on that out of DeKalb County, Georgia, which is east of Atlanta. It's a very democratic, very deep blue county. Officials there that NBC News has spoken to say they have received bomb threats at 7 locations in the last hour, including 5 things. Police evacuated the polling sites in Chamblee and Tucker and Decatur and Lithonia, Georgia. Some include heard about false threats being phoned in to Georgia voting locations. If you are in a place that has had its, whether it's Georgia or anywhere else, if you are in a place that has had its voting hours extended or indeed voting poll closings have not yet arrived in your state, if you are in line, you will be allowed to vote. These that were newly threatened in DeKalb County are being held open until 8/22, so they're being held open to account for the disruption here caused by these threats. Don't let anybody dissuade you from voting. They're trying to create the illusion of chaos as much as they're trying to create chaos itself. But your vote is your voice, it's your right as an American. Don't let anybody push you around. All right, it's getting very close to 8 p.m. on the East Coast. That is our biggest overall hour poll closing. That means an avalanche on the way. We're going to take a quick break. Stay right there.
When you ever next week off. Where's it like chiller?
Confident about what used car to buy? Nope. Why not ask the most confident person you know?
My old high school coach.
Just say, show me the Carfax value. You'll get the most accurate price based on the vehicle's accident history. Shop your car at Carfax.com.
If you struggle with CPAP, you should check out Inspire. No mask, no hose, just sleep. Inspire. Learn more and view important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
Have you also had trouble with your weight?
Discover the power of wheat. Wegovy, I was 35 pounds. Lost over 40 pounds.
And I'm?
My precious, actually.
Wegovy is the only medicine proven to reduce risk of major cardiovascular events such as death, heart attack, stroke in adults with heart disease and obesity.
Don't use Wegovy with semaglutide or GLP-1 medicines or in children under 12. Don't take if your family had MTC or if allergic to it. Tell your prescriber if you are breastfeeding, pregnant, or plan to be. Stop taking it. Get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or any of these allergic reactions. Serious side effects may include pancreas inflammation and gallbladder problems. Call your prescriber if you have any of these symptoms. Wegovy may cause low blood sugar in people with diabetes, especially if you take medicines to treat diabetes. Call your prescriber about vision changes, if you feel your heart racing while at rest, or if you have some changes. Depression or thoughts of suicide may occur. Include diarrhea, constipation, pain, flu or up, headache, feeling tired, hunger, gas, or dehydration, which may cause kidney problems.
With Wegovy,
I'm losing weight
I'm keeping it off.
and I'm lowering my CV risk. Check your coverage before talking to your prescriber about Wegovy.
Don't sit in courses you've already taken. At University of Phoenix, you can save time by transferring prior eligible college credits. Plus, there's a transfer scholarship that can help you save money. Earn your degree at University of Phoenix.
Incredible.
It's Blue Chew.
Blue Chew?
Blue Chew.
Yeah. Do they talk about the election over in Ukraine?
I don't know.
Of comfort and softness.
Not sure.
This is why we make the best socks.
I don't think they're doing it live. That would be interesting.
Visit bombas.com and get 20% off.
Let me try to look.
This Centrum Silver is clinically proven to support healthy and older adults, so you can keep saying, "You mastered it, you fixed it."
Let me pause it for her. Let me mute it for a second. Look. Where's my live tab? But yeah, that would be interesting, but I don't think they do it because there's something different or strange about the Blaze is live. But there's in Ukraine, yeah, they kind of do things after the fact. They always have this commentary like they know everything. And it's like a culture thing. They want to look like they have a grasp on things. And that. Blah, 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 blah. I'm not seeing it. Because I usually see a bunch of lives. I do see lives, but it's Steven Crowder. It's it's not really funny. Are you getting a sponsored ad on YouTube that says LGBTQ test? How gay are you? Oh, I'm not hearing you. Wait, did I mute you or? Oh, unmute mic. Can't unmute mic. 1 second. For some reason your mic is muted.
I said I said I haven't been on YouTube a lot lately.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen what you're talking about.
Well, no. Basically, to take a picture of it, I keep getting every time it reloads my feed. It's really strange. It's and it's I'm sure there's a lot of money being poured into it, but for the ad to be consistent. But I just keep getting this how gay are you ad over weeks.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit funky in that, like, or here, let me go to photos.
And you want me to help you? So, the class. You and Dan always but you're never gonna listen.
Okay, so let's see here. Come
Close.
on.
Because you deserve it. You deserve it.
I stopped.
Like, to give you an example. Like, it's like always right there in the center. And it's like, how gay are you? With the flag and everything. But strange little funky reality. Let me unmute their fun, beautiful, gallant talking.
Plan for this evening's activities at Howard.
Well, it's, you know, America has seen an African American get this far in the process, but this is going to be different, and not just because it's a woman. It's going to be different because you're going to see a combination of history and pageantry and ancestry. I mean, I'm standing to the right of Founders Library. Earlier tonight, I called it Founders Hall mistakenly, and folks from Howard said, get that straight. It's actually Founders Library. And so let's get that straight now.
Never knew that
it's a place where the ancestors are always watching over you. So tonight you're going to hear the Negro National Anthem. You're going to see several members of the Divine Nine that are step dancing. It's, you know, it's interesting because this is a moment in plays for people who are part of the constellation of students who at one point attended the HBCUs, but also that huge group of people who are part of the constellation of fraternities, sororities around the country. That number, 2.5 million around the world, with most of those here in the U.S. And the high turnout that you've seen in places like Georgia, like North Carolina, like Florida, in some ways can be attributed to the Get Out the Vote effort that the Divine Nine worked on in particular. Kamala Harris is an AKA, so you can imagine if you could see to the right of me, you'd see a sea of pink and green because those are the AKA numbers, but an entire group of Divine Nine fraternities and sororities showed up strong to support her.
All right, Michelle Norris, who is there at Howard University. Thank you so much for being there. I think it's a pretty good assignment, if I had to guess.
Just gonna say, sort of
not bad. Sort of interesting scene. We are here back at 30 Rock. We'll go back to Rachel.
Yeah, she's just come on board at MSNBC. She just got this awesome assignment, I gotta say. Joining us now from West Philly High School is NBC's Jacob Soboroff. Jacob, that looks fun.
Rachel, this is a first for me. I was on my way to the ballot processing center at
so
West
many
Philadelphia
black
High School. We got word that De La Soul was giving a concert. I'm here right now with Austin Maceo. It's an honor to be here with you guys. And like I said, this is a first. What brought you guys out to West Philadelphia High School to do this election night concert? As people are wrapping up voting in the next couple minutes of polling place.
One guy doesn't want to be on camp.
To participate in getting people to vote and seeing how joy to the poll.
Down and away.
Jazz brings joy, so we want to bring joy to the polls and get everybody to get out there to vote.
Philadelphia native Jazzy Jeff is also here. Pops, what was this like for you? Have you ever done a concert with people voting in the background?
Never. It's a first for everything, but it's an honor to be here, man. It's something that's needed, and on each side, wherever your heart lays, wherever your mind lays, your political views, don't complain about it. Get out here and vote. So, yeah.
What's the sense you get about the level of enthusiasm that you're seeing? The idea that you guys would do a concert tonight in this moment, with minutes to go before the polls close here in Pennsylvania, the most consequential state, everybody says, with 19 electoral votes on the line. What's going through your mind?
For me, it shows how important hip-hop is and how far we've come and what we mean to politics. So I'm glad to be a part of it in a strengthening way.
Did you ever think
I was just trying to top. I was just trying to top the fact that Paul was out here giving out water. But
Paul Rudd was giving out water, but I have to say, this is, like I said, I've never had a night like this before. Gentlemen, it's nice to see you. Thank you very much. Thanks for the work.
Doing your best. What you do.
I appreciate it.
Hey, really great at it.
Thank you very much. All right, boss. Thank you very much. Rachel, back to you guys. Thanks.
Oh my God, the guys from De La Soul is complimenting you. First of all,
Let me mute you 1 second. Go ahead, say it again.
Oh, I was telling Heather in about 4 minutes, the polls are closing for Pennsylvania. It's going to be interesting.
There'll be some results. I don't think it will be all results. Come on. So let's see. What? Where's live? What is this? Are you kidding me? They're live on YouTube, and then they're not really live. Are you kidding me? You gotta be kidding me. Unless they only do live. Strange little world. So funny, like all these companies are like outsourcing their stuff to everyone else.
Why?
No views.
Keep it. No.
Really?
Put it in the oven.
Okay, so they're live.
You started small with chair workouts instead of the gym, and now you're more resilient and pain-free than the gym guy, because it's designed for beginners over 50, just 7 minutes ago.
Let's take a couple of minutes and go to stage 2 and find out the latest on state and local.
Yeah, thanks. I did want to just add to Decision Desk HQ. They started out with a 59% chance that Donald Trump wins, and they've shifted that now to 65%. So it is, of course, ever changing, but they project the GOP has 66% chance to win the House, and that Donald Trump has a 76% chance to win Georgia. So we'll be.
Oh, you people's news feeds are crap. Other than Fox. You gotta be kidding me. You know, you would think that YouTube would have enough buffer space.
Trump up 10.5 points so far. And that lead is only going to grow because, again,
Maxim.
the early vote is dominated by
It
Democrats.
looks like Maxim.
Amendment 3
Just
is
there.
in the state constitution.
I have a friend, Maxim. He looks just like this Daniel Horowitz.
Abortions at 58. It's close, but the presumption for those who want to see it defeated is cautiously optimistic, because the presumption is those numbers will recede as election day vote, comes in 100%.
Of course, Trump's going to take Georgia.
Trump will probably grow that more.
Jesus, you gotta be kidding me. You would think that YouTube, come on, YouTube. So let's see what Tucker Carlson's doing.
Yeah.
Whether that too. Coming soon? Are you kidding me? Coming soon? Wait.
And you will know my
Oh, it starts at 3 a.m. or like 8 p.m. I guess. So it's 2:59 for me.
It's Uma.
It's 5 o'clock my time. So
yeah, well for me it's 3 in the morning. So. What is this?
Are they tossing on the
You know, you would think that YouTube could handle this crap. So many billions of Google.
I told you.
She won Vermont. But really good for Burlington. There's just no chance she won the Northeast state. If she won 30 parts of Vermont was the urban slum.
Wait, hold on.
How do you
105.
deal with the limited data?
Trump's at 105.
I feel optimistic, but I'm talking.
What?
Trump. It says Trump's at 105. And Harris at 70.
Well, they're predicting the southern states. That's what they're doing.
Okay.
You know, it's they're predicting that, like, Tennessee will go to Trump, etc. That's what they're doing. But you gotta be kidding me. Like, what the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Okay, let me try Megyn Kelly. This is...
These mushrooms make you feel better. They increase focus and energy while keeping you calm and stress-free. Plus, they cut down on bloat and heal your gut. And they taste good.
They can run the ads well.
Totally meaningless. Totally meaningless. Because who cares? It's like, well, a lot more percentage of the vote is about to come in, and these numbers could totally change, unless it's like 80% of the vote. These are next to nothing burgers, but we'll tell you because it's what we all do on election day.
With 4% of the vote in, meaningless number coming. Vice President Harris is in the lead, plus 21. Meantime, the exit polls show the top issue for voters include the following. The mood in country, not great. 72% say they are dissatisfied or angry.
You're kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. I mean, really? Maybe it's my VPN. It's my... Okay. This is so funky. I guess I will just do news. I would think that they would do stuff right, but I guess they just outsource everything nowadays. That's why everything needs to be in the source.
Actually, a friend had a roommate. He ruined his life. Same purple head.
Okay, you can take
Yeah. Why don't we team up?
Oh, okay, so they're projecting Florida. Okay, so let's see.
Well,
and audio.
Kamala Harris is competitive. And bravo to the Democrat machine to make this race competitive, because she came out of nowhere. No one knows who she is. She didn't run a very specific campaign, and they are making it a very competitive race. Haven't called anything except for New Jersey.
You were surprised.
I was.
Jesse Tarlow, welcome. Good to see you.
Yes, thanks for having me.
Good thoughts so far on the evening?
Not surprised by New Jersey, and I'm sorry for you had been bragging about that one for months to me.
I was wrong once.
One time. It's been interesting to see what's going on in the suburbs. If this is a harbinger of a good night for Trump, what's going to happen? Obviously, need the urge to be huge, and I think Philadelphia will of election day polling that they were smashing records, and we'll see where that all turns up. But what I'm really focused on is seeing once all the exits are out, what ended up being one of the most important issues, because in Ann Selzer's final poll of preserve that also showed up in the polling. If it is democracy, then that vote for Kamala Harris.
Go ahead, unmute yourself.
The economy and then abortion. That's definitely a good night, especially to your point, Brett, from a few minutes ago, where you said she had the gap with who's best to handle the economy and is leading protecting the middle class and cares about people like me.
Harold, can we talk a second about Florida? It was close. We just called it for the former president's a big electoral vote. But if it passed, Florida was a 2020. Ron DeSantis changed that in red state, and even in Miami County, voting Latino, which could vote on Florida.
DeSantis will probably be a big part of that story. That they also had an abortion initiative on the ballot there in Florida. And it looks like it's going to win the right to an abortion issue, 57-43, almost like the same numbers that Trump won, with maybe a little bit better. So people split the ticket there. Those that were going out, and indeed, perhaps some Republicans voted for that. But you got a strong governor like you have in Florida. You have one in North Carolina. She's going to need that governor, Kamala Harris, to help her get over the hump there. I mean, you got a Democratic governor there and a Democratic that's now been elected. I'm curious about these suburban areas. I listened to Carl and now Jessica, now Kellyanne. It may be that even Virginia, and you were talking, Britt, you look at the issue around LGBTQ plus and how those issues have played in the Virginia school system there. And that Loudoun County number is a number. Yet you've seen some of the other suburban areas in Indiana. He has not performed quite as well. So it's interesting to me to see this, and maybe these states are a little different now than voters are in suburban areas.
Yeah, Bill, you have Loudoun County up there?
Yeah, we're just Fairfax County. That's an ex-urban county.
Yeah.
What was 2020? In 2020 now.
Okay, I'll show you guys the Fox insights that we have, and we can go into this county here. You see this green outline? So we can show you what the vote was at the point 4 years ago, okay? Let's go ahead and click on this and find out together, okay? Loudoun County with 96% of the vote voting in that county. Trump's got a 3.3 jump higher than he was performing years ago. Now we'll clear this off here. Here, before you, schools maybe put so much during this campaign and having it on that. Let's move away from Virginia. There's a couple of viewers up today on punch map here. You can find a little good news for Kamala. You can find good news for Trump. Down in Florida, just county in Jacksonville. Okay, this is advantage Trump from where he was 4 years ago in Duval County. See that swap? Flipped it by 5 points there. Now I want to go to Georgia
So
here.
they're looking for the trend.
And in the rurals, east of Atlanta and to the south. Now the Fox here, okay? That's Baldwin County. The county seat in Baldwin County is Milledgeville. It was the Confederate capital of Georgia during the Civil War. Now, our Fox Insights tell us right now, look at this, okay? It has 2 colleges in this county. The African-American population is about 44% county-wide. Trump right now, at this with 84% of the vote voted in Baldwin County, he's up 7.5 points from where he was in 2020. Now, the Trump team's going to take that. Likewise, okay, the metro area of Atlanta, when you pop out here, you got 26 counties to concentrate on. The Harris folks are telling us in Douglas County is that she's performing better than Biden did 4 years ago. Okay, these are suburban voters all over the Atlanta metro area. So she's a net gain of 18,267 right now. You got about a vote still out. Biden finished Douglas County. The 17,036 Harris camp. County. Let me pop out here. Show thing. George, I can.
Before we leave,
show form President double percentage of men in Georgia. 8%, and now 4% according to these surveys.
May think of what match.
Oh, and then the party unfold.
Almost half of them still out. 50% is the estimated number of votes that are in at the moment. Okay, so roughly 48% out there. This is Fulton County. This is Kamala Harris. She's going to win the county. Look at the raw vote total. It's impressive, 129,000. But look what Joe Biden did in the same county, okay? 242,000. You'd have to go to the precinct where the remaining vote comes from, and maybe we look at that in a moment here. But that would be, you're one of 159 in terms of population. So maybe what you're saying, Brett, about the African-American male vote there is true in places like Fulton County, Georgia. Just want to caution you, there's still a lot of vote out there, but we're going to keep a very close eye on Fulton County starting right now into the night here in Georgia.
And Bill, do you have any indication that turnout is
Georgia's
lower than 2020? Because that would affect some of what you're doing in these comparisons as well.
I can tell you this,
I don't know what's going on in Georgia.
Before Election Day, Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, set up an awesome website. And I mean, just county by county with the early vote. I was on there every hour of every day just trying to analyze it. One thing that was evident from the early vote, don't know about today just yet, but based on the early vote, the African-American population in Georgia is about 33% statewide. What the political analysts will argue is that you need, in order to win statewide as a Democrat, you need 30% of that vote. And the early vote indicated that Kamala Harris is just a tick above 26%. So they indicated data point that we eye on through as to what Brad was talking about a moment ago.
What are you looking at?
Well, I've been on issues in our fully the most important. It's a big vote. It's a lot of people. Get some of those, but 60% of them vote for Harris. I think that issue, democracy, is one thing about Trump, fear of Trump. But it's the same. It's the same. Keep again. The factor in this road. Is he so dominant previous? And that's what.
Because we're just running the issues that include the most important economy, immigration.
Right.
You wouldn't see
that, but you got half of people thinking it's important. That's a Trump. That's a Trump.
A huge issue for 2020, and it also resurfaced a bit with candidate selection in 2022 that he got blamed for. So the question is, are we going to see the increase in his approval numbers translate into something positive?
And if you work your way back to what that's about January 6th.
Can I clarify?
The price he paid politically for January 6th is still being paid.
And it also was hammered over and over again by current President Biden, the former candidate. The threat to democracy was really on his lips pretty much every minute.
And Vice President Harris didn't take that ball, but she did come back to it towards the end of the campaign.
I think it's striking is it shows you the power of the media, because in many ways it's a BS issue. When you think about it, go back to January 6th, which was supposed to be the moment when we all thought we should fear this. Our democracy is fragile. Premise of the January 6th special committee that we, as co-chairman of the committee, we came critically close to. It's when democracy pretty steep. Think yet here we are.
And here we are with the political side from January 2021 candidate who is tied and in a position as a 2-7 to win.
Let's go with Aisha Hasmi at the Trump campaign headquarters. She is in West Palm Beach, Florida tonight. What's the mood over there? Long way to go tonight, but how are things looking, Aisha?
Things are looking good here. The crowd behind me hasn't really filled up the convention center, and that's because I'm told that there's a long security line. Apparently, a lot of folks are at the Hilton partying right next door and still haven't made their way over, and that's because there's a really long security line. They got to go through the max before they get in here. So that is what's holding up the people, the spaces you see behind me, and why that hasn't built up. I want to just talk about this. We're on the big screen when you called Florida in here, and everybody erupted into a cheer. I was just talking to Congressman Mike Waltz of Florida, of the great state of Florida, and he was telling me how it was a record early vote turnout, and that's why. And he thinks that's going to resonate across the country today. People are going to come out and vote for Trump. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Aisha.
Aisha, thanks. Let's check in with Jackie Heinrich. She's at the Harris campaign headquarters in Washington, D.C. Hi, Jackie.
Hey there, guys. It's quite a different scene out here compared to where Aisha is. I should note that at Harris headquarters, we don't actually have Harris campaign officials because they're all in Wilmington tonight. So we're trying to get a sense from campaign officials about who was invited to this event, how many thousands will be here, and who's in the crowd. But I am hearing from people close to the vice president, sort of watching. And they started tonight very angry, George, and the first back that they're getting is feeling pretty about it. Absorbing the in the Mid-Atlantic area, and as of a short while ago, they had a 10-plus point lead in among women showing up, and also they noted black turnout was slow to start, but it is finishing strong, and they attribute that to their get out the vote effort. The thing they've been wrestling with is whether underestimated get out the vote effort. So far, that's things, but they're feeling happy about that. Georgia, guys.
All right, Jackie, thank you so much. We make some race calls. Clarify something. The 58-42 abortion, it passed though, because you had 60%, so I misspoke, but it got 58%, but fell by 2, and then we had a marijuana initiative, which I would have voted against, but it didn't reach the number either to get to 60. Yeah, so both failed. Governor DeSantis is touting both of those things down there in Florida. Okay, we have some calls.
We begin in Pennsylvania to a razor in the Senate race between incumbent Democrat Bob C. and Republican businessman Dave McCormick. Fox News desk says it's too early to make a call in Pennsylvania on that race.
This could be a big cheer. News can project that Scott, the Republican senator from Florida, will win his second term. We'll pause for applause down there with Aisha. In Maryland, it's too early. Race between Democratic Executive Andrew Alsobrooks and former Republican Larry Alsobrooks has a lead, however, in our Fox News voter analysis. Wait for the vote to come in.
And Missouri race, Republican Josh Hawley and Democratic Attorney Lucas Kuntz, Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn, though, will again in this see another reliably conservative.
Mississippi, time GOP Senator Roger Wicker takes home another victory. The Fox News decision desk can predict that in Massachusetts, Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren will win.
Connecticut's Democratic Senator Chris Murphy will also win a term. Not enough to project the main Senate race quite yet.
And in New Jersey, Democratic Councilor Andy Keaton will win the Senate race, putting him in the upper chamber for the first time. This is the Bob Menendez seat. In Delaware, Democratic Representative Lisa Blunt, Rochester will win first.
In Rhode Island, Democratic Senator Sheldon Whitehouse will return for a fourth term. The balance of power. At this point, even 818 on the East Coast, you have 43 Republicans. One seat was flipped that in West Virginia. The former governor will now be Senator Justice in West Virginia. 4 Democrats have seats in the Senate.
We are starting to dump in those early states. More democracy 24 coverage. Next round.
I watch Propaganda Network. What? Propaganda Network.
Oh, what parts do I have to read? 4 and 5, Mom. I have to read 3 and 4. Part 3, the fairs.
Propaganda.
Here we go. Propaganda Network. Here we go. MSNBC.
And CBC. Actually, no, it's CNBC would be a good one. I wonder what they're saying.
Yeah, that'd be a good one too.
Dramatically in them. We want to see it's in this eastern North area here. We want to see as these fill in. Our Democrats taking strides forward there. They think they can with Congress's nominee. They think they improve their ground game. That'll be a test for it. So again, sitting there at about 9% statewide in North Carolina and returning to Georgia, where we now have about half of the vote in. And again, just going to take a quick look. Net
from 55
starting to take shape here again. That's that core Democratic area. Just see if we have any more from Fayette. I'm going to go back and take a look right here. But again, now almost half the voting in Georgia, and I think starting to see a little bit in the way of patterns, just in terms of the rurals, at least in Georgia. Rachel.
Thank you, Steve. We will be checking back in with you. I should also mention, just while we're talking about Georgia, we have been keeping an eye on this other story, which is false bomb threats that have been called in at polling places in Georgia. We're now updated from Georgia officials. At least 38 different election-associated locations saw bomb threats today. Fulton Police Chief says 32 bomb threats at different locations in Fulton alone. Some threats were called into 911. Some were called to the specific location. Some were emailed. The Fulton County Chief saying that all but 2 cities in Fulton County received bomb threats. They were spread all throughout the county. Obviously, this concerning and disgusting. Intrigue here that both the FBI and Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger earlier today attributed at least some of these threats to Russian origin, which means that an enemy of the United States, a foreign adversary, is targeting American voters in Georgia to try to influence our election that way by terrorizing us. This is the sort of thing that is that has a functional effect in terms of how people think about getting out to vote. They're, it will do some of what they want it to do, but it also has consequences for us as a country in terms of how we deal with the people in other countries who are trying to dissuade us from doing what we do as a democracy and who are trying to determine the outcome of this election and on how we're going to contend with that as a nation. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Okay, where was the bomb threat? Why now? Bullshit.
Gels are faster and stronger than Tylenol rapid release gels. Also from Advil. Advil targeted relief, the only topical with powerful name-fighting ingredients that start working at contact and lasts up to 8 hours.
This is my opinion.
Still congested.
Okay, this is my opinion, okay? They're BSing something. They just said on that little graph that there's 76% reporting in for North Carolina.
Let me help you.
Okay. I do a Google search on North Carolina. It says 9% reporting in. So which one is correct? The version or Google's version, which is probably just aggregate. But yeah, now 10% reporting in. And Kamala has the lead at 52%, but it's 10% reporting in. In that. And the difference between the two is only 30,000 votes. That's the only difference. And it's actually live updating because it said 9% when I saw it. It's 10. So it's actually counting live. So I know there's on MSNBC they're manipulating some graph number.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
But that's to be expected, I think. Oh yeah, and but yeah, well, no. What's so funny is they call the generality, but they don't call the specific. That's what's so funny. Treat ing ingressa. Reducing your brain. Let's see. I really can't. I can't believe that that YouTube is having such glitch issues with live broadcasts today. So hilarious.
Yeah.
And you know what's even more funky is this. Is everyone is outsourcing their like live broadcasting media part to YouTube. And that, like, you know, they have their own thing in the control room, but their mainstream is via YouTube.
Cooking for one doesn't make sense. If you want to eat better without wasting hours cleaning and prepping or buying fast food, then this is for you. Tempo meals are less than 600 calories, packed with protein, and literally.
Chris, and I'm like, let's count how many of those conspiracy theories were true we were right about. Well, independence, in my opinion, used to be defined as someone who was probably socially liberal, but financially, fiscally conservative. And I think that that's been remade. Now a lot of independents are just anti-woke.
Yeah,
and also I think we're more. We've just woken up. There were things that conservatives have been right about, and that's the anti stuff. And then there's stuff that the liberal.
You pooper. Roar. This is so stupid. This is like a YouTube thing. I know this is a YouTube thing. Because I never get this. It's so nuts. I mean, it's so nuts. A young Turk. Okay. Let's listen to someone go start grieving. 11% reporting in. Ah, Trump's got 20,000 difference. So it's growing in North Carolina. It should. North Carolina probably will be close. I'm sure of it.
They revise it. They come back the next month and say, well, we have to revise it. Why the heck you got to revise it?
I know. And listen to their why. It's typically not because they believe MAGA is delivering something special. It's because they believe the Democratic Party has not delivered something special for being that kind of loyal voting class. And so when we fail to contextualize their why or even listen to their why, and put them into this block of, well, you have to do it this way no matter what. What makes that kind?
You're kidding me. Are you? Oh. Oh yeah, by the way, did you see this news about the squirrel that's the peanut thing? Or did it mute you? Oh, you're not there at the moment. 1 second. Oh, I can't believe it. So funky. Okay. Let's look at the live stream.
You can officially watch Am I Racist right now. Daily Plus. Matt Walsh infiltrated the weird world of DEI, exposing the most prominent race-obsessed grifters in hilarious best foot forward. And instead it I think got programmed by a bunch of people. And so that's how you end up with things like Tony Hinchcliffe. Now, that may not have a real impact on the race, but it does remind people of the excesses of Trump as opposed to the greatness of his presidency. And he was a really, really good president. And you don't want to spend the last week of your campaign talking about, Peanut the Squirrel and Tony Hinchcliffe. You want to spend the last week of your campaign talking about why Kamala Harris.
You gotta be kidding me. Jesus. Oh my. YouTube, you can't handle anything. So many billions and billions of dollars, and you can't handle crap. Ay. And I know why everyone does this on YouTube, though, to save bandwidth.
Yeah, I tried it. I tried it over to YouTube. It wouldn't let me.
Well, but what's so funny is every IT guy has thought that they could save with doing, like, setting the infrastructure up the center to YouTube, or let's say Facebook,
and Georgia,
etc.
26 states in all now
But
results
what
coming
happens
in, and
is
we're going to continue to track them. We do have a
that
winner
means
in this half
everyone
hour.
does
We want to declare that Arkansas,
and then
Fox
of
News
course it
projecting
will
that
crash
Donald Trump
somewhere.
has picked up the 6 electoral votes in the state of Arkansas. I want to drill down on Pennsylvania with Rick Klein over at the Big Board. Rick, let's pull up some of these counties because we are starting to get additional data. First thing are the collar counties around Philadelphia. There's been so much focus on the suburbs and whether or not could kick off some of these Republican women in particular, independent.
This is sad. I mean, it's really sad in a way.
Yeah, it is.
But I'll explain something. So, there's a group think, and I used to think this way in a way, because it's easy. It's very easy. It's a lazy way. When you're building stuff, you can build it. You can build your own stuff, or you can just basically outsource it. So if you outsource it, you go to YouTube, you go to Facebook, you go to Twitter, etc. All of the social networks. Let them carry the load. Let them carry the bandwidth. Because usually, like, if you're hosting it, if you're hosting it, all the data is on you, and you have to pay the bill somewhere. So they do this all to YouTube and everything. And then when everyone does it, it screws everything. And that's what's happening. Let's look at OAN.
What are we most focused on as far as Trump in the White House?
All right,
Well,
I'm
I think
focused
Daniel's
on
been
getting
calling
new
for that's the key.
Pennsylvania's the
If you
key.
see that
I
bill,
like
then you're pretty much solid. You think he's got it back.
So I really think there were three main possible likely outcomes, Dan, and one of them would probably be most favorable to Team Trump if Trump wins Georgia and North Carolina comfortably, and the writing is on the wall tonight in Pennsylvania. That ends it.
There you go.
That ends it. If you're Team Harris, you want to flip one North Carolina and Georgia, you make Trump sweat.
It dropped. It dropped
gonna be real, too.
drastically.
I agree there because as
Kamala was ahead by only
we
3,000.
kind of can predict those states. There's nothing radical there. I mean, Nevada, even though it went the other way.
Kamala is 389. Trump is 386.
And the ballots that were sent in, everything in Nevada says yes. Arizona should go Trump. But again, that's what, 11 electoral votes?
49.7 to 49.3.
Especially Pennsylvania, Arizona won't matter if he picks up Nevada.
Where was that from?
Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia.
From Google. Google's giving.
This is something that we've been covering here.
Jill Stein gets 10,000 votes, so is Jill Stein having back.
In Michigan.
And so is Chase Oliver of the Libertarian Party.
This is a
There's 5,000 votes in the third
Got a
party.
couple big endorsements from Muslims in the last 48 hours, right?
Yes.
And Cornell West.
Which is a Muslim majority city in the state of Michigan. He endorsed Donald Trump. So it's interesting, Dan, and I made
This
this
is really funny. Roku
Donald Trump's
was
come full circle when it comes to the Muslim
because they built
population of America. He went from the
Canadian
mainstream media
infrastructure.
calling him Islamophobic when he first took office in 2017.
That's how they can pull it off.
And he's being welcomed by the community.
And let's be real,
Yeah.
He's embraced him too because he's come out in full support of Israel, not putting boots on the ground and going to full war because he's again an anti-war president. Which again, Growing up in the era I grew up in the 70s and the 80s, and watching Republicans always being labeled by the mainstream media as the warhawks and the warmongers, and the liberals, especially
Trump
for folks
just
my age and
took
older,
the
they
lead
recall,
in
they
North
remember
Carolina.
right after Vietnam, right?
He took the lead in North Carolina.
Hating on our soldiers, hating on the
By
war.
25
North
votes.
Carolina Democrats a lot.
Yeah,
By
So
like
the
25
podcast come full
votes.
circle, where Donald Trump has reshaped, reformed what people think a
It's
Republican
400,
is. Because even in my version
475
of my
for
talk show,
him.
no. Sometimes I say, look, I'm independent, man. I get so
449.
disenfranchised with the Republican Party, literally doing just
But
so
that,
many
I
stupid moves over the last
expect
couple of
that
decades.
in a way.
That, yeah, did I always
Because
vote
again,
red?
it's
Of course
the
I have.
South.
Because I'm a conservative,
To
patriotic
like
American. I vote
North
with
Carolina, like
my
almost
head
majority of the
and my
time
wallet. I
goes
don't let
for
emotions come into it.
Republican
Unfortunately, too many
majority.
liberals these
Like
days and Democrats do.
25%
And
of
if they
the
pulled their
time it's
emotions
different.
out and they look at what Donald Trump actually says, the media tells them, not what their emotions are telling them and their TDS syndrome, they would see that the policies that he's brought forth are actually a lot different than the old school 20, 30 year ago Republican Party on some social issues. When it comes to fiscal responsibility, border and other things, no, die hard, right down the line Republican. However, when you look at his stance on marijuana, gay marriage, a lot of different issues, people are going in their head. Again, with war, most people think let's build up. Not Trump. He wants America first. He wants the other countries. And he wants
And it's
us to
14%
stop sending our
reporting.
boys and girls over to die for stupid ass endless wars. And I know we're getting the hard rap, so we'll send it back to you in San Diego. Daniel and I will go grab some of these VIPs we've seen mingling around here as the crowd continues to grow. They're expecting, I heard, about 4,000, 300,000. Yeah. So again, it's going to be a long night. So buckle up, kids. Here we go.
All right, the who's who of the Republican Party is out there with you guys. Dan Squared tonight. We do have some updates on the electoral map. Trump now has 99 electoral votes. This includes Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Indiana, Kentucky, Missouri, West Virginia. Harris has 27 electoral counts right now. She's got DC, Maryland, Massachusetts, and Vermont.
You know, as we're watching these numbers come down, I was thinking as I think Dan Ball was talking about.
Yeah, the one years old.
Really about and my point is about the celebrities. You have celebrities like Beyonce, J-Lo, and Oprah.
1,500 people that voted for RFK.
You know, I don't know if it's really resonating as much as it used to, because when I post to my social media, a lot of people say, listen, you live in your beautiful mansion. You don't really care about the border crisis. You don't care about the fentanyl issues. My kids are the ones who go to public school. I'm the one who's paying, $5 for gas. These are real American issues.
Do you want a celebrity on your side, or do you want modern day Tony Stark? Do you want Elon Musk on your side? One of the most brilliant men on the planet, absolute pioneer in space, technology, you name it. He's taking us forward. But some people who don't understand his cause, about Twitter, they think he's all about. If this man wants to see to go forward and have a beautiful world, and he was tired of what he's seen. He even said he used to be a Democrat.
I know.
He sees no democracy whatsoever. The Democrat, and they're supposed to be the good guys. They used to be the good guys, right? But all
the only Democrat they flipped to Trump.
Joe Rogan.
But all they do.
Tulsi Gabbard, RFK Jr.
Trump is ahead by
literally the most
40,000.
popular podcast
in
with
North
millions
Carolina.
and millions of views. Yesterday came
He's hit
out
by
and
40,000.
endorsed Donald Trump. To your point,
Yeah.
you have all these people
491
who
to
are
456.
leaving the Democrat Party. You have Jews leaving the Democrat Party,
Heather,
Jexiters, Lexiters, Latinos
Heather,
leaving the Democrat
Trump's
Party
ahead by
because it's
40,000.
no longer the party they
In North
remember
Carolina.
or align with.
Well, I don't know why Democrats want to say Republicans want to take us back in time, because Elon Musk is the most forward-thinking person, and he's aligned with taking us back to the future. He's arguably
Oh,
the
that whole
smartest man in the world.
Republican
So if that's
Republican
what he
one,
sees
they want to take us
as
back in
Trump saying,
Funny.
I think that's worth it in gold.
It's
More
again
so,
the mainstream media. It's just gotten so old that people say, oh, here we go again. I mean, the lawfare against President Trump, and a lot of people saw he became almost like an icon with, the different communities, different people who are like, wow, if they can go after Donald Trump, then they can come after me.
No.
51%.
All right. Congressman Eric Burleson is on standby in DC at our DC studio with Chanel Rion and John Hines. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, guys. Great insight, by the way, and what exciting stuff.
Man, we're gonna watch
happening
Texas
over
go.
in Florida. Good to see the crew all spread about. Our next guest is Congressman Eric Burleson out of Missouri, and we were just chatting, and I would like for him to share with our audience, this incredible movement that we're seeing of early turnout from the Republican ranks. Congressman, you were talking about there was a lot of different efforts that were being poured into this election by the Republicans that clearly are working.
What's
Look at
going
these numbers.
on in a different one. Let's see. Let's see the Young Turks. Young Turks. Are they crying?
89% reporting, it's 57% yes, 43% no. But again, it has to make that threshold of 60% in order for that to happen. It's not quite there yet, and it's something we're going to be tracking tonight. And Florida has overperformed for Trump, certainly, and it's overperformed here in these measures that have been a little differently than this.
Okay, ask Lena, Michael, but first, guys, you can tell who's the good guys and bad guys based on how much they fight against democracy. So in North Dakota, there's a story. Was it South Dakota? Now I got the Dakotas mixed up.
Well, you already called South Dakota.
Yeah, because of that. No, there was a ballot measure where they said you're not allowed to take lobbyist money anymore. And then the legislature was like, I don't like it. So I'm just going to they voted to get rid of the ballot measure, which is not a thing you're not supposed to be able to do, but they did it.
Rogers wasn't
And they said, all right, let's crank up the votes you need, the percentage you need to get any ballot measure. Same thing they did in Florida. And the reason they did that originally was because the citizens of Florida said, if you're a felon, you can come back and vote after you've served your time. Which turned out to be nice for Donald Trump. But the Republicans didn't like that because they thought votes are not going to go for us. So they got super angry.
Let's see. Let's see what. Oh, I did Spanish. Never mind.
De emergencia aún tienen dificultades para acceder a algunas áreas, ya que amplias zonas de tierra están cubiertas de barro y escombros. Crece la preocupación de que la acumulación de desechos y de comida deteriorada puede causar problemas de salud pública.
Washing machine. That's not the election. Let's see. Ditto AN. What's Newsmax?
Yesterday, closing arguments, same speech only about 9 minutes.
There was one pundit, a surrogate for Kamala Harris today, talking about her winning, and instead of winning, he talked about installing her in the White House, maybe a Freudian slip. But it does, I think it does speak to. There was never a moment for the Kamala Harris campaign trail when you think about a Bill Clinton, I feel your pain kind of moment. She never broke through. She never had the opportunity, or she had the opportunity.
Wow, almost 80 to 90,000 ahead now.
Have that real moment with voters, and we'll see if that affects her tonight.
Yeah, I think we will. I hope the American people. I hope the American people see that we've got the smartest man, seemingly smartest, wealthiest, richest man in the world, Elon Musk, landing rocket ships, doing something that's never been done in the history of mankind before. Vivek Ramaswamy. We've got Tulsi Gabbard that left the Democrat Party. We've got RFK Jr. that was actually running for president himself. That's very presidential. Along with James Vance, we've got and I'm hearing Rand Paul as well saying, hey, let's bring in these individuals. This top-tier team of people. It's two, Beyonce and Oprah and Cardi B.
Well, sir,
booty shaking and talking about vulgar stuff. It's like
really?
Certainly not career
him and all the other elites out there that are.
All right.
Oh, the Diddy list goes on and on.
All right, David Harris Jr. We will of course check back in with you as the night progresses here. Thank you.
Georgia. Now we're going to check back in with John Huddy, who is at one of the hot tickets in town, and that is the watch party over in West Palm Beach Convention Center. We've been looking at some of the live pictures. They're really filling up inside that room, John.
It definitely is, Bianca and John. And I've been talking to a lot of the folks here, people that I've seen, people that I know, that I've seen on the campaign trail, one Trump senior advisors, Trump surrogates, but also Trump supporters that I know. And the feeling, the one word that I keep hearing is nervous. People are nervous. They're nervous. They are excited. They feel that Trump is. They're seeing the results coming in. Even here in Florida, basically Trump winning the state, projected to win the state at this point. Even Miami-Dade County, by the way, John and Bianca. And I don't know if you guys have talked about this, but Trump won Miami-Dade County, which is a pretty big deal. Miami-Dade County, Broward County, all these counties have traditionally gone blue. That is up until really we started seeing a shift back in 2020 and in 2022 during the midterm elections. Governor DeSantis did very, very well down here in South Florida, particularly Miami-Dade County. Well, Trump has taken the county. Why is that a big deal? Why is that of interest? Because of the huge Hispanic Latino vote and the possibility that that can be engaged and certainly something to look at, nationally as well with the Hispanic Latino voters. As I'm looking at the numbers here, it's very, very close in Beach County, really neck and neck with about 93% of the votes coming in. This county, it looks like Harris is taking Broward County. I thought for a minute ago that Trump was taking Broward County too, and I think that's out of my head. But it looks like at this point it's still going blue. But again, Miami-Dade County is a big victory for Trump because it shows he's getting that Hispanic, very important Hispanic Latino vote. Not only Cubans, a younger new generation of Cuban voters, Republican voters, but also in Miami, you see Venezuelan, you see Brazilian, you see a lot of South American voters coming in as well. So that can be a good gauge of what we may see nationally. But here in the room, a lot of anticipation, a lot of people that are nervous, a lot of people that are anxious, but certainly excited that we're here and we're at this point after, it's been a long road, but here we are, big night, extraordinary and historic.
John, there were a couple of big ballot measures.
If I go to bed and you
Ballot measure for
Send that to Ricky.
abortion access and ballot measure for recreational marijuana. How are the results looking on those two issues?
Hey, Ricky.
So it looks like Amendment 3 is going to pass.
Heather's going to send you something on Telegram.
I don't think it's going to pass. I haven't seen the latest on that, so I can't really speak to that. But it looks like people are supporting the measure to essentially legalize cannabis, legalize marijuana here in the state. But there's been pushback, I believe, against Amendment 4. But don't hold me to that because I haven't seen the latest on that. I've been kind of focused on some of the other numbers.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Okay, New York Times.
Well, I was hoping this John because I have not been listening
Put me on the
to it
spot,
either.
I know you.
But you know what I'm looking at is Virginia. Virginia has 13 electoral votes. Virginia right now, about 43% reporting. Donald Trump is ahead of Kamala Harris in Virginia. DC suburbs.
He's ahead of her in Virginia now.
But that is one of the states that was not expected to break Donald Trump's way. If it was, it's 13 electoral votes.
You're talking about Virginia, you're talking
Virginia.
Yeah, Virginia. North Carolina was moving towards Donald Trump. Virginia, right now, still looks like it's trending towards Kamala Harris. Yeah, it's very close. We're talking about we're less than 2 points from each other.
Yeah.
But much closer than it was in 2020. So. Thanks to John Huddy there.
Yeah, doing a great job and probably one of the most buzzworthy places right now. Virginia's one. Also, we're looking out west, not closed yet, but Nevada. And what would Clark County do? Obviously, no tax on tips seems like something that people would be interested in if it's, wage workers in Las Vegas. Right now, sort of seeing where that Experts are saying Nevada could go Donald Trump way, which would obviously be huge. And, you know, some of the little places, even New Hampshire, while it may not go his way, they've been looking at, you know, kind of some of the, he's keeping it close, much closer than Joe Biden was. I mean, that's sort of how much trouble could she have been in these places that usually go Democratic easily.
Yes, let's go ahead and take a look, you know, if we can, real quick, the map for North Carolina in particular. And that's what we're waiting on, how that's going to break down, because this has changed over the last hour.
Yeah,
We'll just zoom in a little bit on this. So you can see where the votes came in. As you would expect, in Raleigh area coming in for Trump, you can see for Kamala Harris there. She's doing very well in these urban areas of North Carolina. But when you come to the more rural areas of the state, you can see where Donald Trump picked up the lead, 24% of the vote in. Donald jumped out to a bit of a lead in North Carolina. Same thing in Georgia. Donald Trump has a bit of a lead there as well, something we're watching very closely. We got 63% of the votes coming in. And again, this is kind of shaking out like you'd expect. A tightly huddled group of Democratic votes here around the metro Atlanta area. Same thing around Augusta. You can also expect Clark County here, where Athens, the University of Georgia is, but the rest of the state is very red. And what was needed to happen this time around, what didn't really happen in 2020, is these voters had to come out for Donald Trump, and it appears like that's happening. Now let's go back and take a look at Virginia. We can take a look real quick. And again, you can see most of rural Virginia is breaking for Donald Trump. But when it comes to suburban Washington, D.C., Fairfax County, you see Kamala Harris has a lead there. Loudoun County, you see that Donald Trump was able to cut into the lead. Democrat Biden actually had in 2020 a much closer result there in Loudoun County. But again, this is an area populated by a lot of Washington bureaucrats, a lot of people that don't like what Donald Trump plans to do if he gets back in office. So the results there are somewhat expected.
But Biden won in 2020 by 10%.
Yeah.
And Donald Trump is keeping pace with her neck and neck. So that is fascinating.
And even if Trump isn't able to pull out a victory in Virginia, we'll look to see what that tells us about Pennsylvania. What will that tell us about Michigan? What will that tell us about Wisconsin and how things are breaking out for each?
All right, let's bring in some of our guests now standing by.
And he's
Some
ahead
more
by like
analysis of what we're
40,000.
seeing. Pleased to have Senior
Yeah.
Fellow at the American Conservative Union, the host of CPAC Now, America Uncanceled, former White House Strategic Advisor Murph Singer, with us, and also GOP strategist Joe Pinion. All right, guys, here we are. Historic election. Some polls have closed, others are still open. What is your sense you're feeling with some of the results we're seeing, and also some of the states we've already called? Mercedes, why don't you kick things off for us?
Yeah, well, I think Georgia, it looks like President Trump will be winning in Georgia. And looking at all these numbers, what's been very impressive to watch is that President Trump is doing better with Black voters. Kamala Harris is lagging behind in the areas that she needs to be doing better in
I
that
want
sort
to
of,
switch and
you know,
see
false.
what another one's doing. Let's see. What's this America's Voice thing? America's Voice.
That was suggested.
They know the see what the well, they call it by 9 o'clock.
Nobody
This
heard
must
you.
mean that to see what the percentages are. But this means that she locked in those two. Well, they expand the basic was which are really close. Virginia, maybe New Mexico, maybe Minnesota. There's the four that are kind of on the cusp.
Yeah, if they're calling that race, it's because a lot of this time in Virginia, the Republican vote came in a little earlier than historically. So it's made it look better for Donald Trump, juiced it a little bit, but that makes some sense. I haven't seen that call, but I'll check with Natalie. I'm sure right on top of it.
With 78% of votes in Fulton County for state, percent of votes, and Trump is up by 5.
That's a great about to make to close.
You think it's going to decision deck?
Sour, just unless.
New York Times has it in lean R.
It's moving to big stats. That's what someone just told me in Georgia GOP. It should be ready in 45 minutes.
Do we have David Zier? Do we have David Zier? Production staff is David Zier. I'd like to get David Zier in North Carolina.
Great idea.
He's got an exit poll. Ready?
That's great.
Is David in North?
I'm here.
David Zier, can you give us an update, brother, on what's going on? Because this right now, this is the linchpin between blocking her just up at the blue wall or give her multiple paths to the presidency. What do you got?
Well, Trump's up about 8 right now at about 26% reporting here. And the exit polls from earlier today said that 47% of voters say they're worse off than they were 4 years ago. Hispanic votes are up, black votes down, 3% with women, 1% down with men maybe. But the Trump campaign gave me some numbers which were really astonishing here. Women, 4,000 votes. Rural votes were at 26,000, which is good for Trump.
Yeah, and you need a piece of paper.
The North Carolina turnout is 175,000 in early voting. So I thought those really significant numbers to keep in mind. And I've been speaking to campaign officials all day. Wake County, largest in North Carolina. So even though Trump loses here in Wake County, if he loses by less, that's a very good indicator. So we'll see where that goes. But I just spoke to another campaign official said they were very positive about Trump taking North Carolina. And I'm waiting for the state GOP chair, Jason Simmons, to come down to come on with us.
Walk me through again
Western North Carolina.
Yeah, but walk me through this 8-point lead. Where is that coming from? And about a third of the supporters so far, I think you said.
Look that a lot of the turnouts are shadowing 20, but then some, because you have, like in Western Carolina, 20 districts affected Hurricane Helene outside of Baltimore and Boone County and the Asheville area. Higher early voting ratio coming out than the rest of North Carolina, and it looks like that may translate today in in-person voting. Churches in Western North Carolina here, and I've been looking at a lot of the counties here. Randolph County, I think Trump's winning there by a few points higher than 2020 at about 80, if I'm not mistaken, 77 or 78% time.
So if we look in the nice, beautiful way of it all. So let's look at in the detailed way. And that. Okay, so I wonder where Tatiana is. She's somewhere around here. I know a girl, Ukrainian girl from Lviv. She's around in this area. And that. Oh, Erie. My grandma knows someone from there long, long ago. And that. But yeah, let me see here. 1 second. Let's see. You're there, right? You can hear me, right?
Yes, again. Yes, again.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I was
Gotcha.
muted just a second. Dogs were barking.
Ah, okay, gotcha. I was just wondering, that's all. Okay, so let's see. So we got there. You know, they called Maryland for Kamala, but look at the vote count. Like if I click here, you see they called Maryland already, right?
Yeah. Of course.
You look at the vote count, and that Trump is ahead by the vote count. Don't you find that funny?
Yeah, I do.
Trump's ahead, but they still called it for her. A little bit funny math.
You think they do that?
No, they do it because they're doing these prediction models. I know this. They always expect the state to go a certain way. and that, and the times where that's why they do this too close to call thing, because that's when they realize that they're wrong in that. So see, 64%, and he's up by 200,000. Oh, Savannah, jeez. The heart of the South, Savannah, Democrat. Dang. Gone with the Wind would be horrified. But let's see. South Carolina. Yeah, 200,000. North Carolina. Virginia. West Virginia, where my grandma's from. Let me see. Wherever Huntington is. It doesn't show really. But still, so let's see. So all states. So in total, that's funny. In total, Trump's ahead by like 3 to 4 million. What?
They just called Texas. Heather, Trump run Texas.
Like Kansas? That's a different one.
He won Texas.
Yeah, but okay. Boy, that's really strange for Kansas to go Democrat.
Is it going Democrat?
Well, I mean, it's 30% polling in, but
No, we're talking about Kansas.
But like but he's down by like 20,000. Missouri half. He's down only by 10,000. But this is like 6% reporting. Illinois, I understand, very Democrat. Yeah, I expect the Midwest to be a little bit liberal. I expect that. But I wonder what what's his face Cruz is. I'm sure he's got it. Oh, Texas will go Democrat. Then there was that one guy. I forgot. He ran against Cruz like 2018 or 2016, and he's disappeared.
So there you see the tally. Who's at 178? 113.
Oh yeah, right. Well, that's what probably 178 to 113.
Yeah, I just want to highlight like oh boy, New Mexico only has 3 congressional districts. Really? 1, 2, 3. Really? Dang. Interesting. Governor. Okay, so I'll head back to Fox.
All right, first
That.
Do I have to sign it? Would Emma have to sign it? Oh yeah. I knew you were.
In Texas, two-term Senator Ted Cruz is locking a close race against the current Democratic Congressman.
Here we are.
to a fourth term.
Again, current Democratic Congressman Colin All to the decision desk, but they project that Minnesota Democratic Senator Klobuchar will sail to a fourth term.
New York Democratic Senator Kirsten Gillibrand win another term in the Empire State. Democrats will hold their seat in New Mexico, where Senator Martin Heinrich defeats Republican Dominici.
Daughter of the late Senator Dominici. His GOP Senator Kevin Cramer will easily win a second term, and in Wyoming, Senator John Barrasso will also win re-election as he serves as the chair of the Senate Republican Conference.
So let's take a look at how the Senate is stacking up at this hour, 9:04 on the East Coast, and we have 46 Republicans. The one flip, which we have mentioned, is West Virginia, waiting for other states that are on the bubble and close and early at this point in the night. 37 Democrats are hanging on to their seats in the United Senate.
I think this is like everything starts to gel, and we start to get more of the hard numbers. Let's go to Bill at the billboard. I'm sorry, just went to the Republicans.
I just think the numbers. I'm looking at some of the popular vote numbers and how the candidates performing with minority vote voters in suburban areas. Yeah. Go blue.
Okay, so a couple things here. Yeah, go blue. Michigan. We'll be at Ohio in a moment here.
Michigan's in
Okay, just to tell you this. I mean, this is really, it's got to be your target right now. You know, Fulton, heavily populated, and a ton of votes there. Okay, it hasn't really moved. So number of votes still out is about 30%. And Kamala Harris hanging in number 7. She's going to win the county. Okay. The question is the margin. The question is whether or not this that we were talking about, because I want to come up to North Carolina. I'll show you a county. Okay, this is it's also African American. Small county. It's called Anson. All right. Okay. What's that mean? 4 points. Okay. Flipping that county that minority out. It's helping to buoy his campaign. It's something we got to consider. Another thing I want to point out, just while I got you here, okay, guys? This is the part of the state that was wrecked by that hurricane, all right? This is Trump territory, all right? 68%. 81%. But come in here for a little bit. This is Montgomery, right? This is Asheville. You expect this to go blue. Indeed, it has right now. About 2/3 of the, 6% of the vote, and she's got 2/3 of the vote now. These counties, just wonder if there's an effect here, all right? Because 53. This is Transylvania. I was checking this out a short time ago. This is Rutherford, 72, but that vote's still out there. Why am I showing you this? Because your comparison for percentage is that you expect Trump to do well out here. You know, 72, 58, Haywood 62. So we're going to whether or not storm damage had a North Carolina. Also, I was just hearing all this moment ago, upping his 8 points in 2016, 8 points in 2020, and he was trailing there. We checked out the Buckeye State, but right now the number has improved tremendously. For these toward that 8 point. You were making the observation earlier. Iowa folks in Ohio vote like the folks in Iowa. If register Harris win in Iowa by 3 points, a lot of people dismiss that, and if you're going to draw that comparison with Ohio, I think right now you can say that maybe Iowa's not going to go that way, but we'll see throughout the course of the night there. So
I think we should get a cut from the Des Moines Register. We've mentioned her like 5 times this evening. I don't think maybe like a little something for the mention.
Yeah, just because I apologize. I looked at it the first time here. You're right about that. Something on the side sheets, right? Okay, so this is Michigan. The first time I've looked at it, all right? You got 10% in, all right? Look at this. Robert Kennedy going to make a difference in Michigan? He is on. The court said no, you got to be on the ballot. He's drawing 2,400 votes. Okay, now If Michigan is that close, just I have to watch throughout the night to see whether or not this is some sort of spoiler for the red team and whether that helps out Team Blue in Michigan so far.
So let's,
that's for you, by the way.
Let's interact with the panel here. Trey Gowdy's here. You know, what about that point about third party? RFK Jr.
What was that?
First, the Democrats tried to prevent him
they're
from getting
talking
on the
about,
ballot. And then the Democrats tried to prevent him from getting off
He's
the
not
ballot.
getting enough.
He's on the ballot in Michigan and Wisconsin, also Minnesota. But Michigan and Wisconsin, obviously, if it comes down to really tight, that could be difference.
Why would anyone vote for someone who doesn't want to be the president and has asked you not to? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who are these 0.4% that are voting for someone who has begged you not to vote for him? If you want to see him in Washington, vote for him. But it reminds me of Jill Stein. I think Jill Stein cost Hillary Clinton a state. I know that Ross Perot cost Bush a presidential election. I was in the room, Brett, doing what I did in high school, which is finding the two smartest kids in the class and sitting in between them and working on their papers. That's McCarthy and Rove. There may be a 260. Nobody wants to hear, but there is REO. And topic discussion. When you want to move on, I think we can move on from that.
But actually, I would accept that. But as a representative, Republican odds with that would be pretty good.
House, but I think you could coalesce on that.
I think they will.
What are you looking at?
It was a while before one of the earliest indicators we was from betting odds, which I was from I got to me bet everything has been said. Betting that's why as we started Trump stood winning the election. As I read this off the screen now, 69.2%. So whoever's doing the betting out there and affecting these odds is increasingly of the view that he will win the election.
And how much does it impact if it, you know, it's the first year you're seeing some of these betting markets in the United States? Because there's a lot of people who are playing them probably in a fundamental way.
These odds proposed by Maxim Lott and John Stossel are from Betfair, Smarkets, Predicted, Polymarket, Kalshi, and
the basket.
It's a basket. It's an average.
Dana, what are you looking at?
I am looking at some of the, just on watching some of the Democrats complain about the Electoral College. And, you know,
Oh, wait, hold on 1 second. Let me mute it.
About a week ago, there was some wisdom that she.
Go ahead. What were you going to say?
Oh, I said they had just mentioned right there on Fox.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The call, but I'm certainly watching that to see what they're going to say. Plus, I have been wondering about Congress and this whole vision of Biden to run again when he knew that he was incapable, still asking their donors. He's okay for 4 more years, and obviously he wasn't. But then that did not leave her enough time. Apparently, that's another complaint that they have for her to introduce herself, even though they had over $1 billion to do it.
And they had 100 days, Harold, and she passed up a lot of opportunities early on. I think we went for, I don't know, 40 days or something with the press conference, and it took a really long time for her to finally sit down with Brett and have a substantive interview. I mean, there was time.
Sure.
Again, we're acting like this thing is over. I hear you.
No, we're not.
Wow. That's interesting.
After the forms,
Trump's ahead in the popular vote.
Did with her was his substantive interviews seen with her throughout the last several years. You would have thought because she did well there that she would want to go and do more of them, but more interviews to sit down and talk with Brett. That's the one with Brett.
The question about when she first knew that he was not himself.
I have a slightly different opinion. I thought she gave that interview, and I thought if I were her, I'd have gotten out and done more. Which she did some. That didn't.
She gave a pre-debate answer. She said Biden's great. He's fine. I've seen him do all this work.
I would have done it very differently than her. However, but the way she did, she put It can be 50-50 here evening. We're to believe traders think it'd be listening to the two smart guys in the green room. It could be 269. 269. She must have done something. I still get Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin since 1980. Those three states have not gone all together other than 1988. And HW won the. If the numbers are right and along those lines, we can find ourselves in a position where we're having a conversation about a Congress. I'd be curious if the Democrats win the House. How does that play into it? Look, I hope we don't get there because I don't want this fight. The country
But the
doesn't need
House
this
does the
division.
president and the Senate does the vice president. So you could end up with President Trump and Vice President Harris.
But they vote after the election.
They vote after the election, and it's only one vote per delegation. But we'll cross that bridge when it comes to it.
Get ahead of ourselves here.
Is digging into the voter analysis stuff and how it works with the raw vote and what we're seeing.
Just trying to keep feeding your conversation there. And Martha, I know you were asking about the suburban vote and what we're seeing with our Fox News voter analysis and some really interesting findings I'll put up here for as far as the suburban voters concerned. This is what we're in Penn. Okay. It's about 6 different. If you were to perspective with 2020, Biden was leading with this suburban voters in Pennsylvania 10 percentage points. This is a 6-point margin, but she's leading. So she's leading with suburban voter in Pennsylvania by the same margin as Joe Biden in 2020. All right, if I were to break that out by gender, this is also telling another story. Okay, suburban women. Martha, you were asking about this. This is what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Obviously, they have been courting those voters on the ground there. This is almost identical. The margin that she's leading by, Joe Biden led by this over Donald Trump in 2020. So not a lot of movement there. We also talked about the story that was developing with the black voters down in Georgia. I can also report to you, Breton, right now that Donald Trump, more with the black voter in Pennsylvania.
He just won Ohio.
It's a big number. Call him back.
He just won Ohio.
Fox News can now project that Trump will win the state of Ohio 54.2% to 45%. So obviously that was what was anticipated in the early polling by 8 points. This is a 9-point stretch, so a little bit higher than the most recent polling with the state of Ohio.
Oh, they're going to be crying.
In what used to be a swing state, but hasn't been for quite some time.
And there's 54% of the vote. But as you look at the Electoral College, 195, 113. Again, Ohio used to be the swingiest of swing. Very Republican, much
Carolina,
like
Georgia,
and now it's on. Obviously, we're looking at battleground states. One of them, Sean Hannity. It seems in Virginia. You just got a message from the governor.
I've been communicating with a young man, and last I won't say, and he just said, really Glenn Youngkin. Interesting thing. I've been looking for an answer to the question about how in Lee, the Dr. University. The vote 7 they were in 20. So there's a lot of ground to make. From the Trump campaign, now take it, this is what they're saying. They believe this is going to be a tortoise hair kind of night for them in Pennsylvania, in as much as they don't even think Harris got 200,000 of the 700 that she needs to make up. Those are the numbers that they are saying. Now, if that is true, that would mean African-American turnout did not appear to the number and degree that they wanted. And secondarily, any of the vote, the union vote, workers not going her way in Pennsylvania. Anecdotal, that's their side. What they're
It raises obvious questions. You know, if you're Joe Biden at the White House right now, sitting at home, you're thinking, I'm screaming Joe, and I have this great relationship with the unions all these years. And if she does end up, and we just want to continue to caution that we're waiting for a lot of data to come in here.
He's shaking his head and saying, it's just interesting that they're analyzing the state like we all are. And that is their take on it. I'm sure the Harris campaign, for the better part of the night, I was hearing from either reporters or Democrats. Believe it or not, I have a few of those friends. And I was hearing from them, oh, huge turnout in Philly, huge turnout in Philly. And I said, tell me, where's the turnout? Could never get an answer.
Right.
And so finally, now the answer is beginning to come in. And that would be the Trump room, that would be the Mar-a-Lago crowd. Their degree of confidence is going up by a minute. Take that.
Okay, Harold, just ask you. Democrats? Hear anything?
Sean, is it?
Yeah, but Ohio being Cheeto, that kind of.
Well, it's funny, right when I'm about to finish.
Trump was smart to take something.
You know, Wisconsin, Trump is ahead by 20,000
Picking somebody from
in Wisconsin.
huge for him.
Did Fox ever give him Texas yet?
I know.
Texas is going to be fine. But what I'm saying though is this Wisconsin is leading with Trump.
Wisconsin's leading with Trump?
Yeah, by 20,000.
Wow.
And so is Minnesota.
Minnesota too? He's
Yeah,
leading
but
with
it's
Trump.
it's 2%, but it's leading.
Wow.
They basically, because Minnesota has 1,300 votes in, and Kamala has 500. That would be very, very interesting. You're frozen.
Hold on. It was 190. Hold on. I just. Hold on.
Is upset about it. The RNC chair, Michael Whatley, and Laura Trump put out a statement calling this an unacceptable example of incompetence. Citizen officials are here to try to get some questions answered. Right, Martha?
Long night in Milwaukee. Thank you. So the Fox News desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win Delaware, the home state of President Biden, and they're at the race to 270, make Trump 195. Harris 113 at this hour, and we have another call to make as well.
In a key governor's race, Fox News can now project that Republican Kelly Ayotte will become the next governor of New Hampshire. She defeats Democrat Joyce Gregg. That was a close race for a while, but Kelly Ayotte will win there. Here are a couple of other results we're getting as our Democracy 24 coverage. It'll be on screen all along.
Oh, no.
What? The next president is
Lord, to you we entrust our communities, our leaders.
Okay, it froze. So, 1 second. Well, while it froze, I'll switch something for a second. So if you take a look at this,
Actually, no.
I'm gonna switch to the present thing. So share U.S. election. Okay, so when I'm looking at this, this is the interesting thing. So
Okay, we can throw some.
This is according to Google, of course, which you would think that Google would be more anti-Trump. But at least sometimes, oh, New Mexico, really? Really? Really, New Mexico? It's only very little. Santa Fe, aye, aye. Well, either or. So, show all states. So, one. Okay, so it's still in the pocket. But this is what's interesting, is Trump is ahead so far in Wisconsin by like 40,000. And then, even though they only got 2 counties, Trump is ahead by like 1,000. But in 1% reporting, obviously. But let's see here. Let's see what New York. Yeah, 1 million, 500,000 off. What's Maine looking like? I have an ex-girlfriend in Bangor. And that it's Bangor really close to where Stephen King lives. That's interesting. But Michigan. Yeah, that makes sense. Cornel West, the guy that no one ever heard about, Mr. Racism. 800 votes for Cornel West.
When the red for
So, crazy like a.
Do we have another one?
See what they're saying now on Fox.
Ted Cruz won the Senate.
Yeah.
That was a given.
I didn't think that was a given. Yeah. Out.
Where's your dinner, Mom?
So many ways to
But again, since 2018, Democrats have really seen an opportunity with this seat. We saw it with Beto O'Rourke. Cruz won by just 3 points, and Cruz's campaign hoping to have a real win here. They are not going to make that mistake. They are going to take this extremely seriously. But again, the crowd here going wild. They are very heated about this. I will toss it back to you guys.
Okay, Brooke Taylor, thanks so much.
Let's bring in Pete Hegseth, who is at a honky tonk in Nashville.
Of course he is.
Of course
Yeah.
he is. Where else do we find you, Pete?
That I don't know.
Like this, we gotta wrap real quick. They're coming to us.
You're on.
Should we get Pete a drink?
Just stand by, everybody. We're coordinating with the mother.
Pete, the mothership calling Pete Hegseth at the honky tonk in Nashville. Can you hear us?
Hey guys, yes I can hear you. I'm sorry, Brett and Martha. We're at Kid Rock's Honky Tonk in Nashville. I can't hear a thing. I can't hear myself think. And the crowd here is psyched because you're now on the TVs here in the bar as well. I'm here with Clay Travis, Morgan Ortegas, Tommy Laird, and Kid Rock himself. So while you're at home, watching the returns on Fox, everybody's watching you guys, and you're doing a Fox your second screen and have a party. Because I hear we're talking. This feels not watching. This sentiment is a reflection of what's happening in this election. Could be a very
night for Donald Trump. I can't hear you, but I love you.
All right, Pete, thank you so much.
Pete,
Sounds like
thanks
they're
a
having a
lot.
pretty good time there.
They are. We're back with our panel. Brent Hume, Dana Perino, Harold Ford Jr., Kayleigh McEnany, Sean Hannity, and Trey Gowdy. And Bill Hemmer just went behind the billboard, and I kind of was going to call him out.
The Wizard of Oz.
So they're saying that Harris people are looking at Erie County, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I was looking at it too. One thing to keep in mind here as we look at this data here is you got to remember how they count the votes, right? You know, it's processing at 7 a.m. this morning. All that, that's the vote first. And fan guys, because I'm going to try and find Pennsylvania in 2020. For us to understand, it's important for our analysts to know, understand, it's important for the audience to understand at home. This is years ago in Pennsylvania, okay? This is just a 24-hour span from November 3rd into November 4th, from 8 p.m. to 8 p.m. the following day. And the vote that count that came in here, right, heavily blue, well over 70%. And then around 11 p.m., he crossed the line, and that's where the Republican vote started coming in for Trump. Then you went well past midnight, and Trump maintained his margin for almost the entire day on Wednesday. And then if you went further off this map, you see where eventually the bars there crossed the other way for Joe Biden. Okay, so with that in mind, we're going to show you Pennsylvania. We'll try and digest this together now. I haven't looked here in some time. You only have a quarter of the vote in now, okay? So at least 75% is still out. You see a lot of blue in the areas where Kamala Harris needs to do well, namely Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, and namely Philadelphia. They call the collar counties around Philadelphia. But the argument for this is that there is a strong Democratic vote in that batch that's now been counted. There's two Pennsylvania that you watch, because they are bellwethers and they are first two. One is New Jersey. Excuse me. This is North in the east. Northampton flipped last time around. Kamala Harris with a lead, 7%. And the other one is this is up on the layer. I don't know why it's getting 0% because it is. So that being related, I don't know. I can't vouch for that. I'm not sure what's. We're going to watch this less than 0.5%. That's right. So point the votes tabulated. Get one bird there. See the T here. Pennsylvania. He's going to be all red. And we're going to see what happens on, you know, both sides of the state. Big blue, the question is, who will they be? So watch here. You guys didn't mention Virginia. We'll just pop on down here because it seems like there's a race going on now, right? Trump is just his margin here. 2-point leads. Too close to, too soon to call, I should say, with half of the vote in. Where you this county, number one county in 33. 40 is not yet tabulated. Okay. Sorry. I sure will. A lot of that outstanding to go, but we just don't know most populated county. This is 2020. This is Joe Biden, 70%. Okay. Okay. So Harris, she time to make up that. Given the fact is, I just looking at Georgia a moment ago. Fulton County looks to be somewhat similar. And the reason I'm going to explain this to you, okay? Fulton County is the most populated county in the state of Georgia. You're getting a lot of Democratic votes from out there, all right? She's up by 46 points, all right? Pretty good margin. 2,000 raw votes, okay? So 4 years ago with Joe Biden, he won the county with 242. His margin on a percentage basis was a bit higher, about 2 points. 242,000 in a state 4 years ago. Sorry, excuse me. I apologize. Let's go statewide here. state that was a term of 7,779. Let me go to my cheat sheet here, guys, all right? I can do something that's a little ugly, but for the sake of the audience at home and for our knowledge too, this was Georgia in 2020. Wow, look at this. Okay, again, we've taken a 24-hour period from 4 years ago. Blue is the Democratic vote, obviously red is the Republican vote. And it's, you know, at 7 o'clock, boy, it was all over the place, okay? And then in the 8 o'clock hour, Trump easily took a lead. Margin started to close over at 3 a.m. and moved several until reached that from both from Trump and the people.
That's our song, Jay.
Not for Republicans, right?
I would argue you're right about that, and I think the states reported and Pennsylvania where you're going to get a heavy blue, some mirage beginning. We'll see whether that mirage is the night. Into the
Bill,
yes.
broadly speaking, there'll be some exceptions to this. Does it appear to you that she is underperforming Biden nearly everywhere?
It's a great question, Britt. This is just anecdotal. I answered the best way I can. I've been poking around all over this map. I can find some good news for her by a point here, a point there. I can find a lot of good news for him, point here and a point there. But it seems where the areas where she is gaining the most is where the votes are. And the areas where he's gaining the most is the area targeted. You can explain that we're place County, 72%, right? Banks County, 89%. Now, the problem for him is that that's 94 out of 159. But I can move along the northern border of Georgia, and you know, it's just, yeah, it's dominating. 81
compared to 2020.
I'll show you that next here. Look at that. I mean, it's 86. 2020, the counties all go in reverse, right? 84, still impressive, right? 81.
What is it now?
82 right now. So this is Fannin County. There's about 14,000 votes in that county alone. 14,000, okay? Now, if you take that over 159 counties, it can only add up. So to answer Britt, 4 years ago, Fannin County was 82, and this year he's at 80. Still 55% of them still out, so he's a chance to do or two better. But right now, he's not meeting the number that he hit in that rural county 4 years ago.
We're going to call to the board and the Fox decision that can project that President Harris will win. President Trump closer than many expected there. The Vice President did well in city, suburban areas. At one time at New Hampshire, they thought was closing. And we saw that Kelly Leon win the governor's race. Now we're calling that for Vice President Harris.
To the former senator for New Hampshire, popular, but not enough to turn New Hampshire red in this situation. So the Maryland Senate race we have for you next. The Democrat Angela Alsobrooks will defeat former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. He was able to move past difficult former governor as senator.
That's as far as the U.S. goes, still on track. There's a gap for Republicans, and again, they're looking to Ohio and West Virginia, maybe a couple of still waiting in Michigan and obviously Pennsylvania about where that goes.
And Montana, which isn't closed yet. Obviously, a very hopeful pickup for Republicans with Tim Fahey.
Back with the panel, Kaylee, what are you looking at? What do you feel?
So I'm looking at the suburbs, and first I would say the map, and again, it's early, but it seemed to be breaking more like 2016, 2020. But when you look at the suburbs, the Kamala Harris team was making much of the fact that early on we saw the suburbs of Indianapolis, Donald Trump underperforming. They point to Fayette County in Georgia. But then we get our Fox News voter analysis, and you see in Pennsylvania that Kamala is not hitting the suburban marks that is Tampa. And if you by 7. Biden won by 7. At this hour, you have Donald Trump leading by 3, Hillsborough County. And let me say this. This is, I think, hasn't been discussed, but it might have bigger implications moving forward. And that is the fact that the Republican Party has lost every pro-life ballot initiative post-Dobbs until tonight in Florida, when you see Amendment 4 went down. And the difference was you had a leader, you had Governor DeSantis, who owned the issue, who talked about the issue, who was out on the airwaves on the issue. And I'm told by some sources familiar with these 10 initiatives happening across the country, they're hopeful in Nebraska. Why? You had to lean into the issue. So that might be a lesson that's instructive moving forward to the party. You've got to speak on this issue because hiding from it thus far has not worked.
Let's just say this, Trey, that both of these candidates at this hour still have a path to 270. It is wide open. There are different ways to rather be
probably no, because performing where Biden was in states very close. I'm also watching it because what does the person who won the presidency if the Senate cabinet? Nebraska is in. Who is he going to caucus with if the independent wins? I don't think he will, but who will he caucus with? Because if Donald Trump wins the presidency, you got to get around Murkowski to get your desired cabinet. And if you're Kamala Harris and you win the presidency, you ain't getting your desired cabinet if you have a Republican Senate.
I'm going to make a prediction. I'm growing more confident as I sit and listen to everybody. I'm talking to people that are as well as anybody. I think finest numbers, both finest source. I don't think long in Carolina for Donald Trump. I think Georgia will immediately there follow thereafter. Then we would be at a point. I also believe Arizona is baked in. Immigration was a big issue out there. That now means that would be to a point in this race. If I'm right, if I'm wrong, everybody call me out. Hannity was wrong. We'll have T-shirts. I'll sell them on. Okay, but if that's true, that means shoot the blue wall. Based on information that we have in the early voting success of the Republicans in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, I don't think.
That prediction. We're going to take a quick break. Race we'll first look at the play of Nevada's coverage.
Be baptized in the River Jordan. I speak in the name of the one true God.
Good Ranchers is delivering American-sourced proteins the way it used to be, from farm to family.
Over 30% of the food sold in grocery stores goes to waste, and many of us don't give it a second thought.
Our meat and seafood is individually portioned and vacuum sealed.
Loading MSNBC. Let's see what you're crying about. Give me your cries. Give me your fears. Give me your doubts.
For Harris and people interested more broadly in abortion rights are the voters who are saying, yes, we care about abortion. Yes, we're going to vote on these referendums across the country in support of choice legislation or choice rights, but we're also going to vote for Donald Trump. It is a real cognitive dissonance, and it suggests that his sort of very muddied position on a federal abortion ban, which, you know, if you dig deep, isn't actually that mysterious, but that in some ways that might actually have been working.
Arizona is another place where this is an extremely interesting thing to watch. When I talked to Gallego the other night, there could be, we don't know yet because we've seen the results, but there could be voters who vote for Trump, Gallego, the abortion protection ballot initiative. And that in the mind, there's other ways to describe it, but that's my most diplomatic way. Because how can you vote for Trump, Gallego, and the abortion ballot initiative? It's similar to Florida. So this is a very interesting trend. And one of the things, and Nicole keeps reminding us of this, you can't entirely capture it in polling, right? Because we know where the public stands on abortion rights. And that makes us assume that they would all vote against Trump. And we just don't know that at this point.
That's exactly right. Lawrence, looking at that split ticket voting, I'm honestly looking at horizons here. I mean, depending on what happens in these southern states, we're going how important Pennsylvania is to the whole thing. Once we know about Pennsylvania, we're going to know how important those western states are to the whole thing. But regardless of what happens with the presidential, we are seeing a sort of a splatter painting in terms of the way that voters are plotting the valence of their politics here, their ideology, and what their priorities are.
So I've heard from more than one this phrase, it's not an issue about abortion. It's not an issue. It's not an issue, which is exactly the feeling Donald Trump has tried to get across. It's not an issue. It's up to the states. He shuffles the deck and pulls out a different card whenever he wants to, and that seems to have succeeded with some Trump voters. But it is also, I mean, the Trump voters I know who are staunchly anti-abortion also have other thoughts and could very conceively, for a senator like Gallego, vote against that measure, vote for Trump. I mean, I know people, it doesn't, abortion doesn't automatically line up the vote all the way up and down the ticket.
I got to interject here with a call. NBC News has projected a winner in the presidential race in the great state of Ohio, home state of vice presidential running mate to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is predicted to be the winner in the state of Ohio. Again, no surprise there. Ohio used to be like the prototypical swing state, just like Florida. Neither of them considered to be a swing state anymore. When the Iowa poll came out, when Ansell's Iowa poll came out, I think people thought, like, if that's the kind of race that we're looking at here, if Iowa is potentially in play for the Democratic presidential candidate, then a state like Kansas could be too. A state like Ohio could be too. It looks like, again, we are in no surprises here, which is where we've been all night.
Which is where David Plouffe sat, right where he is sitting. And I think we asked about some of these other states, and he shut it down and said, no. And they are, for what you just mentioned, I mean, they're watching the blue wall, and they're watching it not anxiously yet, that would be too strong.
Yeah. I mean, right, let's just be blunt about this. If, and these are not calls, but let's say Trump wins Georgia and North Carolina. Let's say he also wins Nevada and Arizona. If Kamala Harris wins Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, she gets 270, she wins the presidency. So talking about this being a tight, just a tight race to individual states. It's a tight race. It's a tight race. Wants to get state calls. None of which have.
That is the only way, right? I mean, Georgia, child, world, 2020, the way Democrats won the blue wall, that Donald Trump broke and shattered the blue wall in 2016 that threw everybody, off kilter. And so everyone is sort of waiting on states, waiting on. It's a red state now, and we understand that. And I think the old-fashioned way of doing it, plus that Nebraska special district that's the one little blue dot, I mean, that is the way, the old-fashioned way Democrats won elections. And I can tell you the one place that at least the folks I'm talking to in the campaign are looking outside of the blue wall and paying really close attention to it, and they'll be watching whatever Steve Kornacki does, is the Georgia suburbs. Because that is where they're seeing overperformance for Vice President Harris, is in the suburbs of Georgia. And if she overperforms Biden
happen in 2020 in the Georgia suburbs, that is where they see the one place to do sort of a reach state. Because again, Georgia's a reach state. I know it's now 2 Democratic.
I don't have a call to make here, but characterization in a couple of very important states. In the Pennsylvania presidential race, the previous characterization of this race had been too early to call. It is now too close to call in Pennsylvania. Similar in the Wisconsin presidential race, this had previously been too early to call. In Wisconsin, it is now too close to call. We can also change our characterization in a couple of Senate races. Let's look first at the Wisconsin Senate race. Again, this is Democratic incumbent Senator Tammy Baldwin facing Republican challenger Eric Hovde. This had previously been described, this Wisconsin Senate race, as too early to call. It is now too close to call in the Wisconsin Senate race. Also, in the Pennsylvania Senate race, we've got a similar shift. This is incumbent Democrat Bob Casey. He holds this Senate seat in Pennsylvania right now. His challenger is Republican Dave McCormick. I think I said Republican Bob Casey. Democrat Bob Casey. This was previously too early to call. It is now too close to call in the Pennsylvania Senate race. We also have an additional change in characterization. This goes back to the presidential level. This is in Michigan. In Michigan, the presidential race had previously been too early to call. It is now too close to call in the state of Michigan. Also, let's take a look at Michigan Senate. Similar pattern. In the Michigan Senate race, again, here we have got a Democrat versus a Republican. This is an open seat in Michigan. Democrat is Alyssa Slotkin. Republican is Mike Rogers. This had previously been too early to call. It is now too close to call. So just recapping here, in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan, all of the calls in those 3 states now have moved from too early to too close. That is true both for the presidential race and all 3 of those battlegrounds. It is also true for the Senate races in all 3 of those battlegrounds. Stephen, just a second. Jen Psaki, I understand you've been getting some intel on Nevada.
Well, Nevada, I think, is a very interesting state to range of reasons. Voters there don't have a college degree. It's a very diverse state. I've been hearing a lot from Democrats over the past couple of days is the nonpartisans that reporter was talking about. There's been a huge surge of vote registration as nonpartisans since 2020. But in 2022, the nonpartisans, that was the closest Senate race in the country. We all remember Jackie Rosen won that seat. She won the nonpartisans by single, but she still won the nonpartisans. So yes, you don't exactly know how they're going to vote. They look at 2022 as a good sign. That is a sign. That is a state also, I will say, it was so far from being won by the Democrats before there was a change at the ticket. And the internal polling numbers there devastated. That has massively changed. The Senate race there, we don't know what will happen, has massively changed. So that's an interesting race to watch for me. And I think the nonpartisans, there's reason why the Democrats feel good about the nonpartisans.
Let me interject here. We've got a new call. We've got a projection in the presidential race in Kansas. NBC News can now project that the winner of the presidential race in Kansas is Donald Trump. We're heading towards a 10 p.m. poll closing in Nevada, Utah, Montana. As we head toward those, we're keeping an eye on lots of different battleground states. Claire McCaskill, I'm bringing you in here because I understand you've maybe got some intel out of Wisconsin.
Yeah, I've talked to folks on the ground that have been running these Senate campaigns, namely in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and they all feel good about the Senate races. The only 2 out there that everyone is still biting their fingernails over are John Tester in Montana, who has to overcome a huge Trump margin in Montana, and Sherrod Brown. We don't know what kind of margin he has to overcome for Trump. We don't know what the final margin would be. I know we've called it for Trump, Ohio, but the rest of them, everybody's feeling really good about. And I'll tell you one other thing that people are feeling really good about, Rachel, and that is what they're seeing on college campuses. This is going to be big in Pennsylvania. It's going to be big in
it's going to be in Wisconsin, and everybody needs to take a deep breath. Those are the 3 states we need. Don't have to have Georgia, don't have to have North Carolina. We have to have those 3. And they have been surprised. The campaign has been surprised by the level of involvement on these college campuses today on Election Day. They weren't expecting such long lines that actually is requiring in some of these locations that they keep them on longer.
Claire, thank you for that. Much appreciated. It is, of course, as in this Shakespearean drama that it's absolutely unbelievably crucial to the outcome of the presidential race, and they also have incredibly tight-fought Senate races at a time when Senate control is going to be very, very important. Let's pass it back over to Steve. Steve, I see you've got Pennsylvania up there on your board now. What are you watching coming in?
Yeah, and again, it's kind of coming in incrementally. So a lot of these counties, as I said, there's this big division between the vote by mail on the same day, and it's kind of unclear in a lot of these counties. We just don't have enough. But one county where we're getting close, it's going to be a very big indicator here. We've talked about this is Lackawanna County, where now 90% of the vote is in. And we were looking at this a few minutes ago, and we were saying again that we expected Trump to close, to cut into the lead that Harris had. It was at about 6.5, 7 before. Now with 90%, and you can see he's cut it a little bit. It's down to 5 points. And remember what we're looking for in Lackawanna. Very different ways this has played out in the last 2 elections. 2016, Donald Trump got close to only about 3 points behind here. He won the state of Pennsylvania. In 2020, Democrats with Joe Biden came in and won this by more than 8 points. Biden won the state. So we were saying at the start of the night, Trump wants this number. Democrats want that number. Right now, it's sitting right in between. It's sitting at 5. So there's still some same day to come in. Let's see this remaining 10%. What that does to this margin. Again, the same day seems to be favoring Trump. How much is it going to favor Trump? Is it going to bring it down back to this level completely? Is it going to stabilize? But that's the most complete county we have in Pennsylvania right now. And I think we said at the start of the night, it's a very key one because this region where Scranton is, where Lackawanna County is, this is very contested political terrain. I can just show you some of the other counties here. Luzerne County, this is where Wilkes-Barre is. This is also where the city of Hazleton is. Hazleton is a majority Hispanic city. Donald Trump actually won Hazleton in 2020. Again, Trump campaign thinks it can make more gains with Hispanic voters. If they do, you'll see it here. About half the vote is in Luzerne County. And again, the same day is what's still to come here. So Trump's leading by 8 points now. He won this county by more than 14 in 2020. The question for the Trump wants to get over that number. They want to improve on that number here. If the Democrats can stop them from doing that, that's a big development for Democrats. We want to go back and look at Georgia because, again, and Joy was just talking about this, the suburban support for Democrats in this Atlanta metro area. Something interesting is happening. There are some suburban counties here. We call them kind of the emerging suburbs of the Atlanta metro area, where the growth is the fastest, the diversification is the most dramatic. That is definitly Harris is posting it. I think we showed you the county a few minutes ago. Again, rapid here. And you can see 2020, 20 points. Tonight, Harris is winning this by 30 points. You see it. Rockdale, all of the vote. 73. This is the majority. Newton County, highest margin of all these. This was the margin for Democrats won almost all in 2020, almost all the vote is in. Harris has improved on it. You see this. You could take a look at Henry County. Almost 10% of the vote is in. Again, Biden, 2020, look at that. That's up to third for Kamala Harris. The counties I just showed you within this Atlanta, relatively speaking, these are the lesser populated counties. The huge population. Fulton County, and we've been this is the biggest. Atlanta's here, but a lot of suburbs within Fulton County. This is key for Democrats because of the sheer size of Fulton County. A drop of a couple points here would more than offset the gains that I just showed you in those other counties. 80% counted in Fulton County, and now you see Biden 72.6 in 2020. Harris has fallen a tick below, while Trump 26.2 here in 2020 is a tick tick above his 2020 number. The concerning thing for Democrats in massive Fulton County is with only percent counted, there's still a significant, obviously, amount of same-day vote to come in. And you just saw, if you were watching earlier, this has gotten a little bit tighter. The Democrats have dropped a little bit since the last time we looked at this. That's because more same-day came in, and Harris fell below that Biden number. There's room for her to drop further here. And again, just 1-2 points in Fulton County offsets a lot of the good Democrats might have done themselves in those other counties I just showed you. So see, I also have, look at, excuse me, also have, look at this, getting close and getting a 20. Joe Biden wins by 14 points, right now, a 15-point margin. This is another one where that margin for Democrats was bigger earlier, come down as same day is coming. It's a massive. Again, it's much bigger than those others I just showed. 82% more same. It's concerning Democrats if start dropping, below, and then Gwinnett County. This is the one that's been the slow one here in the region tonight. We're still where we were. So there's sort of a division here we're seeing between these suburban and metro counties here. Again, there's some clear Democratic growth, but they don't want slippage in those big ones as the remaining vote comes in. And again, just checking in, we showed you Cherokee. These are the big Republican fringe Atlanta metro counties. Here's one, Forsyth County, where Trump is clearly has improved, I should say, a bit from 2020, a point higher than 2020. You can go over. We can go over to Paulding County, though. This is interesting. Again, core Republican area, fast-growing. Dallas, Georgia is here. 29 points for Trump last time, down to 24. So again, that's a feather in the Democrat cap right there in Paulding County, bringing that Trump number down further. And finally, close out on this. We're basically done in Fayette County. We ID'd this one at the start of the night. As look, if Democrats were actually flipping this, they are definitely having a good night in Georgia. Looks like they're going to come short. Harris has made progress here. This big suburban county here, from 7 points, now sitting at 3 points. But is that progress enough for Democrats?
Fascinating and so down to the wire. All right, we are coming up on a poll closing at 10 p.m. We're just under 10 seconds now until 10 p.m. closings in some very interesting states. Let's have a look at the presidential race. NBC News projecting in the presidential race in the great state, the swing state of Nevada. It is too early to call. NBC News predicting a winner in the presidential race in Utah. Donald Trump projected to win the presidential race in Utah. NBC News also projecting a winner in the presidential race in Montana. So Nevada too early to call. Trump win in Utah. Trump win in Montana. Looking back at the battleground states that we're still waiting definitive calls in Georgia, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Pennsylvania, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Wisconsin, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Michigan, sing it with me now. It's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In North Carolina, it is too call
too close to
Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, and in Arizona, it is too early to call between the two presidential contenders. Let's look at Senate races right now, including in some of the states that have just closed with 10 p.m. Eastern Time poll closings. Looking at the Senate race in Montana, incumbent Democratic U.S. Senator John Tester facing a challenge from Republican Tim Sheehy. That is too early to call. In the Nevada, incumbent Democrat Senator Jackie Rosen is facing a challenge from Republican Sam Brown. That is too early to call. In the Utah Senate race, this is also considered to be too early to call. Let's look at some calls from Senate races from the 9 p.m. poll closings in New York State. NBC News can project that Democratic incumbent Kirsten Gillibrand will be returned to the Senate for another term.
Was that?
NBC News can also project a winner in the North Dakota Senate race, where incumbent Republican Kevin Cramer will be returning to the Senate from North Dakota. NBC News can also project a winner in the Senate race in Mississippi, where incumbent Republican Roger Wicker will be returning to the U.S. Senate from Mississippi. This status of the United States Senate at this hour. Again, no surprises. races, 44 seats held by Republicans. That includes one net gain seat, a flip they got from West Virginia Senate seat that was previously held by independent Joe Manchin. Democrats sitting at 34 seats right now. There are still 22 uncalled U.S. Senate seats at this hour.
Here, one second. I want to show you.
We don't have any more poll closings, right? We'll have
So I want to show you. I'm doing this to Ukrainians and that because it's always my argument when I say that Biden is not for Ukraine in reality. Besides the fact that they never sent the exact right weapons or underfunded or anything else. Because I think about the history. Now, it's not about Biden, but about the people under him. So with Jen Psaki, besides her being his spokesperson, you know, she worked at the State Department under Snowden. When Snowden did what Snowden did, she was at the State Department. And she worked under Obama and that. And then, again, she worked under Obama. There is beautiful photo of John Kerry, her, and someone else that is so endearing to Ukrainians' mind. And that you have a nice, lovely photo with her, Russian ambassador Sergei Lavrov, and they're all smiling. This is the key thing. They're all smiling. They're all smiling. And the bigger key thing is if you zoom on her photo, which I like to point out very well, which she posted on her Twitter. Come on, let me zoom. Let's see. Where are you at? Let me find the zoom. There is a hammer and sickle on that hat. That's what's so ironic. And she chose to wear the biggest thing, she chose to wear it. And that. Let's see. Come on, where are you? Yeah. Okay, so maybe this is zoomed in enough. It's a hammer and sickle on the hat. And I love to show this to Ukrainians because they keep saying that everyone in Joe Biden's administration is so pro-Ukraine. But yet you have photos of people in Democrat circles that are having smiley photos with Russians, and they go, "Oh, Democrats are so pro-Ukraine, so pro-Ukraine, so pro-Ukraine, you don't even understand, so pro-Ukraine." And let me see. Hammer, sickle, hat, Twitter, and you know she Twitter at one time. That's how happity-do-da she was about it. Or did it finally disappear from the internet? Come on. Oh, I think they disappeared it.
Aubrey.
Oh yeah, I like that flagging problematic. That one too. That we can't have disinformation. But regardless of that. And then look, see, it's her at the State Department when she was under Obama and that with Snowden. But the whole thing is, my whole point in this is I like showing that because it's the thing as Hillary Clinton and Lavrov. Clinton, Lavrov, when they were posted together about the great new Russian reset, and that with Obama being president. I mean, they always accuse Trump of being so pro-Russian, but yet you find all these fun, colorful photos of Obama, Hillary, blah, 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 2009, blah, 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 2011, blah, blah, blah. All of these photos, oh, look so smiley, blah. And then they accuse Trump of being so pro-Russian. I mean,
it's the irony.
It's so, well, no, it's so obvious if you only spend 5 minutes to look. And that, or if you know where to look. The key is to know where, to know what to look for, and that. But it's one of these things, and it really pisses Ukrainians off. And that, like, friends of mine, they start to realize that there's like some kind of bullshit in that, or they would say a fig knot, and that goes on. But regardless, oh yeah, and now we're getting. I just wanted to point that out because one of these things that they never say anything about.
Doing
a
good job of selling its achievements to working class voters, and working class voters also need to be more engaged in understanding the chasm that separates these two parties in terms of policy.
Particularly since one of the candidates is being bankrolled by a billionaire right now. And can I just say very quickly?
No, we're doing a call.
Yes, do a call.
This is the time when I feel least bad about interrupting. I'm sorry. All right, we do have a projection. NBC News can project in the presidential race in Colorado that there is a winner in Colorado, that Kamala Harris has won the state of Colorado. Joy, what were you saying?
No, absolutely. I was just going to say on the realignment thing, one place, and I would actually like to put this narrative to bed, maybe forever, one place there's not going to be a realignment, black men. Every 4 years, I go through the ritual of having to talk down, the sort of world that wants to say that black men are just realigning and they're all going to run to Donald Trump. There is literally no difference in the exit polls. A 1 point difference is not a difference at all between where black men were in 2020 and where they are in 2024. It's not black men. They are not the ones shifting. What you're seeing are shifts among Latino voters, for sure. But you are not seeing shifts among black men. Please stop saying black men.
The only area there has been some, which seems like an outlier, is Wisconsin, where there's the. Again, it's exit polling. So what do we know?
I want to go to Bernanke because a rumor has floated its way to me, which is that a whole bunch of vote just came in from Arizona.
Yes, absolutely. And this is how it goes in Arizona. They get to that 10 o'clock Eastern hour, and suddenly what you get out of, remember here, Maricopa County, that's what you're looking at right now. Is more than 60% of the vote in the entire state is in here, and Maricopa County at once releases this, more than half of its vote. Now, let me tell you what you're looking at here, because if you remember from 2020, the story in Maricopa and in Arizona is very distinct buckets of votes that come in at different times and that have very different looks in terms of which party they favor. What you get first, and what you're looking at in Maricopa County, this is all of the in-person early vote, and this is all of the absentee, the mail-in vote that was received by last Friday. So that's what you get first here. That's what you're looking at. What will then happen in Maricopa County over the next few hours is they will count up the vote, the folks who went and voted today. Typically a Republican-friendly batch of votes. These numbers change, and then you have the majority of the vote in Maricopa County will be in, and then we will wait, because every night now, going through the week, they're going to through the rest of that vote by mail. The stuff that came in on Saturday, on Sunday, but stuff that was dropped off today. There's still a lot of that to come, but as a starting point, if you compare this to 2020, when this number came out in 2020, Joe Biden had a high single-digit advantage over Harris in that initial batch much
only
in
got
Maricopa County. If you remember
Idaho,
the story in 2020, all week was Trump
Nevada,
trying to play comeback in
California,
Arizona. This is his starting point now in
and
Maricopa.
Washington
Also,
that are
the other
grayed
big
out.
population center in Arizona, County, where Tucson is. This is the more democratic of the two counties here. Again, basically, got this initial batch here that's half the vote. Again, Biden can see where he ran here in 2020. You can see what Harris is getting right now. But what will still be coming out later tonight in Pima will be that same day vote. So we'll see how that affects the. Again, in Arizona, if we get through tonight and this thing is still very, very close, you're kind of locked in probably for a few days results just because of that pace. For once a night, we're kind of getting the county. So the question here, obviously,
Say it again.
No, I'm just messing with you. No, I was saying the media could be drawing this thing out.
No, I don't think they're going to draw it out. Well, no, if you open up a tab on your side and look at U.S. elections, just do a search U.S. elections, Google.
Yeah.
Even though Google generally is partisan, I think a lot of the times they're like 50-50. And that it depends what you're looking for. But if you look at Google, I mean that they're getting the same data. Just these people are cherry picking the data. That's the difference. What I mean? They're cherry picking what they like.
Right.
And MSNBC cherry pick what it likes. But that's what's so fun. Because like let me switch here one. If I switch it to this tab, okay, so if I look at it from that view, and Trump's basically got it, other than California, in that, which that will add to that, but I would say pretty much Trump has it. Oh, wait. Trump's in the lead now? Oh, really? Really? At 50% reporting? Oh, boy. That's really interesting. He's 70,000 votes ahead? That's really interesting.
Yes, it is.
Wait, is this York? Wait, 1 second. Is that York? 1 second. This is, I know the Ukrainian girl in York. York PA election. Let me see. Okay, come on. Okay, let me see. I want to see this for a second. I don't care. Give me what I want to see. Give me. Oh, no, it's switching back and forth. Depends on the second that you're looking at it. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, no, it's funny. Look, so you look back, it's going back and forth. So, like, for a second, she was ahead, and now he's ahead. Oh, boy. No, either or. Let's see, Minnesota. This will be a crying shame. It'll be like 2000 with Al Gore. If Waltz can't hold Minnesota, then it's a laughing stock. Because Al Gore couldn't hold Tennessee in 2000. In Wisconsin, that will be interesting. 46 for. Yeah, it looks like just Wisconsin's gonna go too. Yeah, well, yeah, just Michigan. Basically, he got the heartland in most of the Midwest. Yeah, difference of 30,000. Yeah. Like, yeah. And then
So
what?
Trump just he's ahead in the popular vote.
Oh yeah, I know. He's ahead by 5 million. And you know, that will be a real laughing stock. you know, because they said, no, he's not so popular. He's not so popular. No, it can't be. It can't be. But we'll see what happens with California.
Dinner. Oh, that's it.
Gave like county back in the day. Really? I remember. You know, come on. Like, I remember so long ago that, like, in CNN, you could drill down to, like, the county level and see the actual votes for area. Okay, can you still? Yeah, oh, yeah, you can. So yeah, this is my town. So basically about for 50,000 people and only basically close to 10,000 voted. Interesting. Okay, so let's see. Let me go out. This is out. Let me see. I want to go to Pennsylvania. I'm going to really make fun of, wait, this is Lancaster. Lancaster. Really? Okay, so yeah. Nah. So there's a Ukrainian girl here in New York, Pennsylvania that I know. But she's surrounded by red. That's what's funny. Okay, so back to the crew of MS Destroyers. Let's see here. Come on. They're loaded. Loaded.
Right. Yeah. So sitting here, and I think we got to take pause. There is a very strong possibility he will be the 47th president of the United States if these numbers, predictions end up being true. I don't want to get over our skis. We want to be careful. We want to be prudent. We're all looking at our sources. I'm listening very closely to everything Harold has to say and what he's doing. that is true,
pizza.
after all that they have thrown at this man, after all that they have done to this man, with all the media wouldn't even let her and her radical positions, that did, the only person in the media that challenged in any reasonably way is sitting here at this table.
And that was you. And why she doesn't say
why she
was about
supporting a new deal.
What will this say?
Legacy
media in America.
Well, its influence has been in for years. This is proven. In some respects, I think the behavior of the legacy backfired against the candidate they were supporting because it was so over the top. Same with the prosecutions. Same thing happened.
You think it all contributed to
No, I do.
Yeah, I agree with you.
What do you got?
Something.
Just punching up through Iowa. You know, everybody was talking about the poll. Right? You know, the more register. You know, I mean, the chip, right?
Pull the coffee name.
That's correct. Until we get a little of the cheat, right? 40%, and you got to okay. I obviously something. This is pulling away.
Let me bounce around.
Yeah. This is all.
Points in
2016, 2020. 80% of the vote is in. He's up more than 20.
If we don't, we're not there yet. We're not calling these states. We're going to wait and see how this raw vote total goes. You'd rather be him. The path is getting clearer for him right now. To Sean's point, even that he's here at this moment, from January 7th, 2021 until now, is probably the biggest political phoenix from the ashes that we have ever seen in the history of politics.
In the days after January 6th, I'm sitting, I think, with you. This guy, he's ready. Republicans, they obstacle he's a problem. And I thought no political comeback was possible.
I would say.
And yet here we are. He's the toughest son of a gun I've ever seen. Ever. I mean, all he's had thrown at him. I mean, I'd be in an insane asylum.
See, I think there's an interesting rhetorical trick you can always play with these things. When Sean says, think of all the things that they have done to him, and in spite of he puts together this probably the most racially diverse political coalition we've seen in generations. But you could also say it is because of what they did to him. And turn that around. It's not just in spite of it. Like, yes, he's a tough guy and he's
That's a great point.
energetic, but it could be because of
overdone.
Well, and also,
Overkill.
I think we shouldn't underestimate the importance of policy in all of this.
Absolutely.
The Trump agenda in 2019 delivered some of the most stunning economic gains to blue collar workers that came from. Seen in 25 years longer. So from the economy to the economy to foreign policy and peace, that young people, men, this new demographic coalition, it's not just the greatest political comeback of all time. If these trends continue, a big if, but if, it will be the greatest comeback, I believe, in history, because this man was counted out and called every name in the book. They want to put him in jail tonight. If they could, they would put him in jail.
And I hate to get ahead of ourselves, but if he does win, the numbers hold up, and the popular vote is what it is, he would have a mandate. He would have a diverse, winning coalition that he would then be able to govern with.
The House, he got both the House and the Senate.
He would probably have the Senate. Maybe he doesn't have the House. But that mandate would have to be respected. So it would be the Democrats and the media to determine how posture going to be towards a seemingly popular who's had greatest victory by the most by the greatest comeback victory we've ever seen.
See, the psychology.
one of you know,
Thank you.
very kind.
Thank you so much, guys.
It was great. It was great.
The vote count is underway. More results coming in. We're tracking it as Fox Democracy 24. Mark Zone.
Election on News Channel is brought simply. There's no safe, simply safe.
Can you believe, man? Everyone's getting that new Simply Safe outdoor monitoring. Now they can help prevent crime before it even happens.
How do we compete with AI-powered outdoor cameras that alert live agents of an intruder?
Stop. This is Simply Safe. Police are on the way.
Whoa! I didn't even see those guys.
So what about us now?
Luckily, I'm pretty adorable. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
This is our legacy. I won't let anyone take it.
The epic return of Yellowstone.
I can see it now. I know what to do.
There is no morality. This is war.
We fight here, or we die here.
Oh, this is gonna be fun so far.
Yellowstone. Watch on Paramount Network this week.
The votes are in. The next president of the United States is...
We trust everything. Here's our country. It all.
Trusting you. Amen.
I got this $1,000 camera for only $41 on DealDash.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo sold for less than $20.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56. This barbecue smoker for $20.
And shipping is always free.
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
Gave you as by God.
Yes.
Repent! Come and be baptized in the River Jordan!
Name of the one true God.
And Jackie Heinrich is standing by at the Harris campaign headquarters, where there is a lot of votes still to come in tonight. What's the mood over there at this point, though, Jackie?
You know, every once in a while we get this glaring reminder that just over 3 months ago, this was Biden's campaign. Every time we get information, campaign officials, we have to text someone in Wilmington. There aren't any campaign staffers walking around, and that means that often we can't get answers to simple things like how many people are in the crowd, who's in this crowd, what is their connection to the vice president, which groups were invited. We've posed these questions to the campaign and not been able to get any answers. And I've also spoken to some sources close to Harris who are at watch parties nearby in the city. Friends, family, and donors had receptions at two big hotels in the area. They're now making their way over here. They'll be hanging out in a basement somewhere in the building. But even they don't have confirmation that the vice president is going to come here tonight. We don't have any program for the speakers. And right now they've just been piping in CNN behind me. So we are waiting for anything substantive. The updates that we do get are over email from senior officials that are giving us sort of broad strokes as they're watching data come in. Right now, generally, they're feeling happy about long precincts, North Carolina and Michigan, saying that them with young.
Jackie, let me just ask you. My came with kind of went dark too. You good?
There, what we get are like, let me check on that. Asked how many people are in this crowd. What's their, and that was now on working on it. I'm still working. How do you not have that answer? This is the Harris campaign, but they are in Wilmington. So it's just sort of a glaring reminder every once in a while that this apparatus really thrown together in just over 3 months, guys.
At the Harris campaign headquarters in D.C.
Check back in with Ben. What is going on? She has the to try on this minute. What is?
Well, the county, what they did is they all Culver City employees. So they've got firefighters, they got healthcare workers, IT workers here, trying to move this count along.
Hey, by the way, I'll say something. You hear me, right? Oh, well, I'll wait till you're back. Sure.
Verify all of top of the ballot before they go through the machines again. Now, problem, we zoom it over the shoulder. I want to show you how these tabulars are working, or how machines themselves do a problem. If you look at the back of that machine, there's a red sticker on the machine. Effectively acts as the seal to prove it hasn't been broken, but there's also a mechanism on the back of those machines. Now, those machines operated until the afternoon, and no one noted that the stickers were in place, but the locking mechanisms hadn't been engaged. A Republican observer noticed that, raised the red flag, brought it with the city officials. The city officials say they believe that the integrity of the vote was never compromised, but on abundance of caution, some 1,000 ballots had to go back to the start over again. We've got 7,000 ballots out here. The last report, some 40,000 ballots had been through the process. We expected to get some final numbers from the city of Milwaukee around 1 or 2 a.m.
Come on.
Two a.m. City can't. And we'll get the final.
At this hour, resumed. Reno and all has come back, and Pat and Charlie Hurt, Mark and Charlie, great to have you guys here. Mark, let me start with you. What's your read on this evening? And we're looking at North Carolina and Georgia, Virginia very close right now.
Well, my read is that there's a real tug of
Let's go.
it much sooner. You also questioned whether or not it should be the candidate, and not that it's but sooner. What do you think tonight?
I think Harris will very reasonable rate is getting the Democratic constituents better than Biden would have done because Biden was saying is getting the Democratic constituents. This is close to win whoever president is going to address America, but she ran a good excellent race made on his shoulder.
Comparing Biden to 20 numbers when he won, but the number he won when she took over was not.
We have a call to make. Fox News desk projected will win of Iowa. Trump is performing area which helped deliver victory. President Trump 20 and 20 comes in the wake of a lot of focus on a poll that shall not be named.
No, let's do it.
Oh, name it? The Des Moines Register poll. I think we've talked about it 7 times tonight. But anyway, it got a lot of attention. It was a attention-getting poll, and it was being forecast to be what the Midwest may look like, maybe because of a gender gap or whatever, being in her poll. We are now calling where the former.
Yeah, and it was described as a bit of a jolt when it came across. I think all of us, when we saw that, so because the reason is she has an excellent reputation. She's called a lot of things well. In fact, she called the Trump lead in 2016 in her polling, and everyone thought she was crazy. She had him like +6 or something like that.
Well, she also had him winning the caucus in 10 so
she has a good reputation, but this one appears to be a blip on her screen because clearly is in the column tonight.
Harold, thoughts about what's developed?
So you think about everyone is saying this blue wall. There are 44 electoral votes there in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. If she loses Virginia, Nevada is 6. That gives her 50. Virginia, that gives her 57. She has a very narrow path, as Mark is saying. I think as you look back, this is a big if here. We talked about it, I think, in the last segment, we talked a little bit about the policy here, Laura did. And if she looks back, I think 3 things, and you said one of them, Kelly, and should you have chosen Shapiro? If where we're going is where we look like we're going to go. Should you have countered on the transgender issue more quickly, more effectively? And then the border and the economy, should she have distanced herself from Biden? Now, look, we're still early, still a little early evening. I agree with Mark. It's still pull one way, but if you're sitting there tonight, you want to be on that campaign tonight if you want to win the campaign. So she's got to run the tables here over the next hour or two, over the next day, or if we're hearing correctly about Wisconsin. But it does not look as promising as it did a few hours ago.
Let's head back to Bill real quick. Bill, can we dip into Virginia, the Commonwealth?
Yeah. Say it again, Brett. Sorry about that.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead. Do what you're going to do. We'll get to Virginia.
Okay, gotcha.
Eventually.
I'll give you a little about the Atlantic coast here, okay? This is Georgia. Too soon to call. You ask yourself, why can't you call it? There's still some vote out there. The question is, where is the vote and what's going to come in? Trump's up 3.2 points statewide. So you come in here to the greater Atlanta area, and this is our Fox Insights tell us, okay, this is different. This just changed from a moment ago, all right? At this point in the night, with 82% of the vote reporting, in Fulton County, the largest of 159, Trump's up 0.6 points from where he was 4 years ago, all right? I'll clear that. Let's come back statewide. This is Cobb County. We talked about it earlier. Okay, at this point in the night, our Fox Insight tell us that Harris is up 1.3 points better than where Biden was at this point from 4 years ago. We'll clear that. We'll also go to Douglas 2 here, okay? At this point,
it feels like
this is all greater Atlanta, a lot of population throughout the area. At this point, 90% reporting here in Douglas County, Harris is doing 2 points better than what Biden did 4 years ago. So there's vote out there too. Chatham County, about 2 hours. Savannah.
Not you, I mean the video. Come on, low. You know, the 8 hours of video that recorded.
It's number one.
almost
Still
20
about
gigs.
20% of the vote out.
Wow. It's almost 20
They're okay.
gigs.
Comfortable lead for Harris. We expect that. But let me just 2020. Go ahead and use slide again. Okay, so she forming point better Joe Biden for you. Keep it track. Virginia, guys, hang on 1 second here. Move the meter almost
8 hours of
here in the
downloading.
All right, so
Back.
yeah. Please. What do you Virginia? It's kind of interesting that this is so, especially at the numbers across the it's fairly extraordinary vote. And early in-person of the big county state were significantly down from 4 years ago, including the big counties, back, Richmond, and then the R counties were significantly higher this time than they were 4 years ago.
Come on, stop
And
being... you gotta be kidding me. I think it's me downloading the video. I got cut downloading the video. Come on. Don't crash on me. I need you to crash. I just need to stream correctly. Don't go auto, go this way. Come on. Work.
so if you had just looked at this, not that surprising. Even Virginia is, for all intents and purposes, a blue now, and has been since Bush, since Obama. But it is. I think Governor Young, watch out. It's tight here. Is probably looking at the same numbers and realizes that this thing might actually be the surprise.
Yeah, a lot of people drifted to Northern Virginia, suburbanites, not a Trump vote in DC counties. And looking at here, where is outstanding and changes the dynamic.
No, and Glenn Youngkin has been a great Donald Trump this whole time on campaign. He told me personally, I asked him, do you think competitive a couple months? I think you're going to force Biden now. Just time and money, and that's happened, but it's zero for the rates in the school in 20 something. Kamala Harris' team was smart and strategic to 3 states in the blue wall. Since they won Democrat from 1992 to 2020, 28 straight years, with the exception of 16, they've always. But they also ran out of choices. I would have thought and there's more racially diverse Sun Belt like Georgia, Arizona, and even North Carolina. She's in a white state to become president of the United States. Here's the problem with Harris and Democrats. That's what I think of this country. We're only going to invite abortion. We're going to get Hispanics if we immigration. That's we're going to get Africans if we talk about this. Whose big idea is it to prosecute Donald Trump with all these cases? You think a lot of black men in this country to stand up and say, I think the system against me? I think that's unfair. To say nothing of the fact that they want economic upward mobility everyone else. They're soy voters. They think that people coming to the border are their jobs. And you got Barack Obama telling them, you're not. Stop telling us who we are, how to eat, how to. This is the election where people are turning on its point. I think Harris is going to underperform Biden nationwide on young voters. There too. Let's the old guy and put in the 6th woman, and then call Donald. That's how young people. It's not how you get young people. You get young people. They think they can afford a house before they're
Two, under your policies, they think small is not president of the country one day. I would thrive doing this whole geography thing. We should vote according to our gender, our race. This is the election where I think the wall.
Can I ask a question just on Mark and Kelly? If things hold right now, where we are, does she have to win the blue wall for the sake of the wins? He wins Arizona, he wins the Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. She win?
Yes.
Okay. The blue wall.
He's got, but got to get one.
True. Pretty much. 70 with the 3 plus Nebraska 2. I think it's too early filming in here. I don't just yet. I don't know. Or higher.
Just show the 3.
Yeah, her, Nebraska 2. Well, we got to go a long way. So this take me a while to get there. Okay, she would have to win all states. It's just too many to fill in.
Gotcha.
Boom, 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 boom. What am I missing? Holy cow! Okay, Maine, Nebraska.
Yeah.
Oh.
So that's why I didn't want to, because we got to go, like another half an hour or so, fill in a few more. Time will take it, unless you got something to do. Go ahead and reset, because there's some movement. There's some movement here in the Southwest. Arizona, first time we're on the night, and Trump taking a point. Congress head here for really the hour. This is where you get percent of the vote statewide county. All right.
Stop freaking.
Tell me, all right. 2%. 563.
You want to know?
Bring up slogan, okay, and go back to 2020.
30,000.
This is in Arizona. She's up a point night. Donald's performing right now. Still half of the vote. Too soon to declare. Arizona become back day 2020 and it's changed. Not 2,200. So we'll want to take a. You guys mentioned the state that she, the poll that she, this is nuts. 14.
Wow.
Yeah, that's not.
Guys, ton of votes still out. This thing, anyway.
It's a little margin of error. Okay.
Stand and get a look at the vote. Some news from our Fox News. I'll build off of what you just said, the Hispanic, and I'll dive age. And it's data that we're seeing in our these voter groups.
Ahead in Pennsylvania.
Okay, it is a dead vote. Donald, this group by 3.20. He underperformed with that. But here is the story. Voters, 30% of Harris, 44%. Point leading by. Biden led with this group by 25 points. Leanne was just a moment ago. By 25 points with the age group back in 2020. Significantly underperformed the younger vote right now. I'm going to jump back in and talk about his vote and what we are seeing there. It's also a huge story of the night. Kamala is getting 50 support. Donald Trump for, okay, so she's by 6 points. Led this group 21. He's underperforming there. I want to break that down when it comes to Hispanic, because this is telling a story. Hispanic, for example. Okay, this is leading by 20 points with this right now. Led with this group before. Hispanic forming there. Comes with his men. Harris is up
Hispanic men had 9 points. Interesting stories developed with the vote and the Hispanic vote out there. As we have on the ground, a lot of the Hispanic voters, they don't think what they're seeing with illegal immigration in the country that they're speaking about. We are seeing that in our analysis.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Stuff.
And that gap, that plus gap that we're seeing, we've been for a long time. We've been for a long time showing up at polls. No, not tonight. Biden more than 20 points. Like voted it. It's a very.
Which means if it comes down, as I think I've agreed it does, is 3 blue wall states being her victory, very narrow path. If these numbers are meaningful, how she will perform broadly big enough that they are, her chances may even come from behind victory, and the odds are very long indeed.
Yeah, I mean,
well, it's significant, to say the least. Point that Kellyanne was making was that it all stops, right? I think that we don't even know 2028. We'll still be talking about the Hispanic, right? Because every immigrant group that comes through, eventually, you're just a man. And you're about all the issues that everyone cares about. So those years down, again, I think that the Harris Biden has no one to blame themselves for these numbers. The policies that drove these people to vote for President Trump, and the Biden-Harris people put into Trump's own arms, and they'll have a type president if he were to. I know we got blue wall, but the betting.
Come on, fucker again. I think it's me downloading the nearly 20 video.
Haley has a green eye. I have nothing going on. Dad have it. I thought you were playing the computer. Ollie took it from me. Then ask for it back. No, she wants me to send it. I have to watch with her. No, just tie off your eyes.
Just cancel that.
Nobody has one
For
charm.
now.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to play like that. We can't have a play like that. Keeping the weight off. I want to play my game. What? I want to play my game. Mommy, you have super glue. I don't. It doesn't work on that, remember? I know.
Serious side effects may include pain, circulation, and gallbladder problems.
In the background.
We go sugar in people with diabetes, especially if you take medicine. Call your prescriber about vision changes, feel your heart rate, rest, or if you have mental changes. Depression or thought suicide may occur. Effects: diarrhea, constipation, or upset, feeling tired, dizzy or bloated, gas and heartburn. Side effects:
I'm losing weight.
I'm and I'm lowering my stevia.
You know, funny they said this race was so close to call. So close to call.
Together, like
your
workplace
like,
benefits and retirement
it's
savings. Voya
almost
provides
like
tools that help you make the right
50%
investment
above.
and benefit choices, so you can reach today's financial goals
One way or
to a more
another, depending
confident
how you
future.
look at it.
Well planned, well invested, well protected. Here's why you should switch from Google to DuckDuckGo on all your devices. DuckDuckGo comes with a built-in search engine like Google,
yeah,
but it's private
DuckDuckGo
and
still
doesn't spy on your.
censors now
And
too.
DuckDuckGo lets you browse like, but it blocks cookies and creepy ads that follow
You know, they
around from
gave
Google
into
and
that.
other
They
companies.
were
And there's no
really
catch. It's free.
independent, and
They
then
make
they
money from
decided
ads,
to
but they
censor.
don't follow you around.
I forgot
Join
what
the millions of
type
people
of
taking
things,
back
but
their
they did
privacy
agree to
by downloading
censor some
DuckDuckGo
stuff.
on all your devices today.
Wow.
DuckDuckGo censors him. Yeah. Yep.
I'll find it 1 second. Like it was a while back. I forgot what they censored.
The Fox News Decision Desk can project in Maine, Vice President Harris will win an electoral vote in the rural 2nd district in the state of Maine.
Fox News project that Maine Senator Angus King will win his race, an independent who is with the Democrats. So as we look now, the Senate is ticking up. We're going to look at some interesting races in Ohio and Montana coming up.
Let's check in with Aisha Hasty at the Trump campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida, where I would imagine mood is fairly good.
It's very good, Martha. You know, earlier this evening, a lot of folks were coming up to me and saying they're not sure if they're going to get a decision tonight. They
just posted it.
A few days. That has flipped. People expecting to be an end tonight, and it. In the White House. Former president. I just talked to a campaign official who told me that over in Ohio, where President Trump is right, watching the results come in, the mood there is positive. And I'm working out. The former president made some remarks to a crowd there, and what exactly he said, but everyone there appears to be feeling very, very good. And I just found out as well that Speaker Mike Johnson, the House, who report now at his district, appears to be making plans to come here to meet with former President Trump. Back to you.
Aisha, thank you very much. We'll keep a close eye on Trump headquarters as we continue to give you some more updates on what's going on right now. You know,
just said
we don't have a call for
that according to his intelligence,
this is from Montana,
that
waiting
the
to
Harris
look at the
campaign is
Montana
preparing
as well.
a concession speech. That's from Amir, from his intelligence. Yes.
Say it again. Say it again.
That was quick. What the heck? Seriously?
Yeah, it's on Telegram. I said, okay, a Telegram source. So Amir Sasfati, he's over in Israel. He just posted, according to his intelligence, that the Harris campaign is preparing a concession speech.
Oh, she got California.
That will be interesting. You know, it's not our time, but we try.
But then again, who knows? But now she has 193, I mean, according to Fox.
Washington, Oregon, California.
Oh.
She pull it.
He
The
won.
only thing help her is California. It's like, it's like, she'll get to like 2-4 or 2-3.
They say overperforming turnout expectations and the expectations in Bucks County. They go into state by state. They feel like
Anytime.
these states, these blue wall states, because that is the that we're looking at. In Wisconsin, they say there's significant amount of vote remaining in Dane, Milwaukee County, and we're seeing some strong performance.
I'm looking to see if it's there.
Results from Wisconsin until tomorrow morning between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. We shall see.
Come on. Stop buffering. I'm not even downloading a video now. What are you upset about? Having too many tabs open. Too many tabs. It's not on through Google, so I thought there might be a leak there, but there isn't.
Nobody have electronics.
Trump's leading in North Carolina, Pennsylvania.
Been here for a while. Kevin O'Leary, Jessica Toloff, and Ben Domenech. Jessica, are you surprised?
Surprised is a very generous term for how I'm feeling at this particular moment. It is in Democrats' nature to be anxious, and we are certainly at peak anxiousness. I think the conversation that you were having the Latino vote is really interesting. Some of these numbers are a little bit jaw-dropping, looking at, potentially 45% for Donald Trump. That is going to cause a real reckoning in the party on how to talk about, message to, and integrate a huge part of our base. Tip of this. I know that the campaign and people that I've been speaking to said nothing has been called. Paths have not been blocked and continue to vote in. I should add to the numbers that they message you.
So to understand something, the state still out, and that out. California has 50. Okay, see, this is where they're counting. They're already counting it. She can't do it. She's done. She's done. She's basically done. This is my opinion, because in California do 3, she can't pull off, because if Michigan is really gonna go red. One second, let's see here. Let me look at a U.S. election from Google. So if Michigan goes red, if goes red, Minnesota goes red, even say Pennsylvania, he only needs 60. She needs another 100 or 80, and that she can't pull it off. But the key thing about it is this, is he's ahead by almost votes in Michigan. He's ahead by 50,000 votes in Wisconsin. And he's ahead, boy. Well, Minnesota is not fully reporting in, but he's ahead by almost 100,000 in Minnesota as well. And Wisconsin's 61% in. Just anything interesting.
Years ago, and they circumvented the democratic process and anointed somebody. The analogy is easy to a Super Bowl. You arrive at the Super Bowl game, and by any measure, this is the Super Bowl of global politics, a presidential race. Quarterback, Biden, is injured. He's taken out of the game. You don't go back in this, never, ever won anywhere. Your process, and they it's that opportunity. This is a chance for them to. I'm not saying they're going to lose, but I'm going to the percentages, and they get to reboot. They get to go back to the center. They get to scratch this whole thing. And the influences of Schumer or Pelosi or a movie star or Obama decide to anoint somebody, those guys are gone in 4 years. They won't have. Could be great for an investor with White. But I care about policy. And when I hear policies coming out of a party that are so twisted against the American way of life, like basically taxing capital gains that are unrealized, that's not America. Or price controls, that's not America. 28% tax rate takes us to the quartile of competition. That's bad. We can't do that. country, and all I do is work with entrepreneurs who want to build businesses. There's a reason people come here under barbed wire and drown in rivers to get into America. It's the American dream. It's the only thing the president has to do is to maintain it. Those policies are against the American dream. And I have nothing against Harris. I mean, look, she did a masterful job in getting to where she is. It would be good for them to lose tonight. It would reset and reboot and get that party back to the center. It would be good for them. They may not want to hear
We don't.
but they may have to. Kevin, you may have to deal with it. You may have to.
Kevin, I would love to win and do the reboot. We can still do those things. We'd bring you right into the party to help us do
We're going to take a pause right here because we have a big call to make right
We
now.
do indeed. The Fox News Decision Desk can now project that Republican businessman Bernie Moreno, who started his career in the car company and buying auto shops in Ohio, has won and unseated incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown has been a lot of years. An important flip for Republicans.
That's a good flip right there.
Senate.
And Republican, yeah, just looked another Democrat.
Is yet to.
Bam.
Somehow.
Yeah.
As you at the balance of power in the U.S. Senate, is this Moreno making right now? Can we go?
Let's listen in.
What's up, players?
New wave. You know, we talked about wanting a red wave. I think what we have tonight is a red, white, and blue wave in this country. Because what we need in the United States of America is leaders in Washington, D.C. that actually put the interests of American citizens above all else. We're tired of being treated like second-class citizens in our own country. We're tired of leaders that garbage. Tired of being treated like garbage. You know, my opponent helping the world, man. I will agree with him on the need to help working Americans. But the difference is talk without action is nothing. So what we're going to do, thanks to now having a Republican majority, by the way, how about that? In the United States Senate. And watching primary, but you're fired, buddy.
That's up.
This is a new dawn of Republican leadership. With President Trump and J.D. Vance in the White House, we are going to advance an agenda that is an American agenda. An agenda that says you're pro-immigration, but not pro-invasion. We're going to make certain that the people who come to this country are invited here like I was, like my family was, on our terms. We're going to make this country an energy-dominant nation so that my kids do not grow up in a country where we ever rely on a foreign nation for energy ever again. And we have that energy right here in Ohio. That coal means gas, it means oil, and it means nuclear. And in terms of EV mandates, they need to be on first thing in January.
Moreno, the winner in the U.S. Senate seat in Ohio. This is a major pickoff for an incumbent senator in Sherrod Brown that said he was, at least with President Trump. He ran heavily on the issue of abortion, and in a midway there were all the polls, including the that Democrats fired up. Brown won 2006, 2008. He was beginning. This race was well run by Bernie Moreno, and this puts them close to a Senate majority. He is a Senate majority. There's a possibility the test holds on, although it was ongoing. Fisher and Nebraska were in that race very closely. But if they hold all a scenario where you're looking at 52-48, 53-47.
You absolutely could. And it's worth pointing out that these Senate candidates, if he is one of a few, potentially, as Brett just said, they all closed very strong. I mean, these races were not considered competitive. You didn't see them on TV a lot because they weren't really considered to be in the game, but they are closing very strong, and we're going to keep an eye on all they do. It's interesting to point out, you know, he immigrated here from Colombia, and you know, he talks about the American dream, about immigrating here, and it raises questions about how immigrants feel about immigration, because he is very much in favor of closing the border.
Yeah, his brother was the ambassador.
There's a lot on that. You know, Garrett Tenney, our reporter in the Midwest, he's done a couple of pieces for us on a couple of small towns, one in Ohio and one in Indiana, that were completely just doubled overnight almost by immigrants. And he talked to families who have kids who are like, they can't even go to school anymore. They drop because nobody could be taught anymore. No one can find a place to live. I'll be very interested to see what Sandra Smith pulls out of that state of Ohio. Now, Donald Trump ran very strong in Ohio, and that helped Bernie Moreno as well. It will probably help Jeb Fisher. I think it even helped Ted Cruz. Even though I think Cruz was always going to win, it helped him win by a larger margin. Point is, Brown has been there usually in 4 years. Amount of income up and down. What happened to the conservative Tory in the U.S.? They lost everything because just throw the bums out to election, and Kamala Harris is basically weighed down by the Biden administration, and she still couldn't come up with something that she would change, and I think people are reacting to that.
Reason, thing. Come on, I'm not even really using my internet connection. Come on. Come on.
Yeah, that's what I'm going by, but let you do it on fast.
No, I tried. I was just looking at it. It won't let me look at it.
Okay. 216. It won't let you. It won't let you. Look at that. Michigan is what? Minnesota.
And Bernie Moreno takes off Sherrod Brown.
Michigan.
Looking at Wisconsin.
That's good. I mean,
say similar issues in these states.
That's what I'm saying. No, I don't. Brett, there's a resounding unfortunate for me. I think you can begin that where that crack could come, if not a whole collapse.
Can I make one last point? $161 million spent on the Moreno raise by the Senate Leadership Fund. McConnell's the PAC keep the Senate majority. $161 million.
And in part, that's because they understand if we have one more of these things flip, think about what that does to the Supreme Court and the decisions that will be made by some of the justices
And
there.
we're what?
she may get
Majority for the Republicans. Republicans have been voting as if it were a done deal all along on Montana Senate, where there's very
Virginia's hard for Republicans.
reason it's too early.
But Georgia, Arizona,
This hour bill, according to you do that map of yours.
they only have
John
Tester,
50. The Democrat Tester is well behind.
okay, so these leaders, see what you're saying, so
You know,
Let's get going a little bit there.
14 point, but I
they
mean,
can't call
it's
that.
in line with what has been the
How much is
If you
it?
look,
75.
it's a similar issues to Mike Rogers in Michigan and the issues in Pennsylvania where Dave McCormick. Take a quick break right here. Institute 7 is taking shape. 7 is the electoral votes needed to win. The vote count changing by the minute. Check out that popular vote. Check out the popular vote. Our special coverage continues after
Oh
this.
yeah. That's what they're saying. You know, Trump's ahead by popular.
The election unfolds. Stay safe, home.
There's no
still ahead in
safe like
Michigan,
Simply Safe.
still ahead in Wisconsin, and still ahead in Minnesota.
Grr. Modern
But they
home
haven't
security,
done
my
Nevada
tail.
yet.
What's Simply Safe got that I don't?
24/7 monitoring that acts on an alarm in 5
What?
seconds to
Nevada,
help
they
stop
haven't done
crime
that
in
yet?
real time.
No, Nevada not yet.
Stop. This is Simply Safe. Police are on their way.
But
Plus
New
no contracts,
Mexico and
ever.
Simply
Colorado
Safe
are
and I
hers.
could work together.
In Virginia.
Scaredy cat.
There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The votes are
And in Pennsylvania, is ahead by 100,000. I vote.
My kingdom does not belong to this world.
Basically, he's ahead. Most of the
Repay
time, 50 to
belongs to
100,000.
Caesar, and to God what belongs to God.
Jesus blessing you.
Let me see what New York Times said.
I forgot to find Nevada, but I couldn't.
I gotta get
Someday it's all gonna be yours.
New York Times
I
has it at
promise.
2:30.
the epic burn of Yellowstone.
There's no
They
peace for
just
this
called North
family.
Carolina for him.
Really?
Enemies don't fit.
I knew that from the beginning of the
I know
night.
what
The
to
New
do.
York Times.
Believe in me.
I've always
That's
wanted to.
ridiculous.
You destroy me, you destroy yourself.
Yeah, I'm 90.
What
It's
Paramount
90
Network
cents
this
and
week?
it's
I got
behind
the
90.
$1,000 camera for
He
only
just
$41.
projected, he just got New York
Done
Times.
up. Online auction since 2009. PlayStation 5 sold for only iPad Pro sold for dollars. This just sold less than $20.
I stay 56. I got smoker 26.
Yeah, they're
Always.
because they're saying he has.
Now, and see, can save.
Oh my God, I'm so stressed.
You believe you were sent by God?
Yes.
Ruben, come on, guys, in the River Jordan.
I speak in the name of the one true God.
Welcome back to our coverage of a big election night, and things are shifting by the moment. We are to Paul right Des in Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. These on the screen, but you can see Georgia with 90%. The Atlanta vote, still waiting on that, and that could be why the decision desk is holding back there. North Carolina also 89% in on 36,000 votes. That's starting to get into territory which is tough to close depending on where that vote stands out. The big, obviously, states that we're working are the blue wall states, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, 55% and 75% in. But again, the former president leading now, and the question is, how much of the vote showed up for President Harris in the Philadelphia area, the suburbs, the Bucks County areas in Pennsylvania. We also have an update from Wisconsin.
Indeed, we do. Mike Tobin today with an update. This has really been the biggest problem area that we've seen, at least so far. We're waiting for a number of you, Mike, but give us an update on what's going on with the machines there and what.
Well, we're hearing from more of the Wisconsin election officials, and they still want to push off the idea that legitimate recounting these 1,000 ballots or retabulating 31 abundance questions. Looking at tabulation machines and look at the back tabulation machine, you'd be able to see red sticker seal. The seal in these machines locking mechanism and the doors machines operated for can observe that particular problem. The city and also the executive director of Wisconsin Election Commission that was the 31,000 ballots were run through again, as she put it, so no one could use a procedural misstep to call the legitimate votes into question. That's Megan Wolf, the executive director of the Wisconsin Election Commission. Now, I talked with Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson. He said the whole process is sloppy.
Been done 5-6 hours. We observe.
Liberals are
That's
saying.
locked. That's properly
locked, properly sealed. Why didn't they do that? Again, this has just been sloppy. And as the chairman of our party said, they've got one job to do. And they didn't do it very well.
Now, here at Central Count, there are some
I just want to see what these liberals are saying. Oh, like, you know, Kamala's gonna win. Kamala's gonna win. Okay. Funny, they're not counting certain things.
Also feel that and they tell me that 3 campuses, students are still voting right now as we speak.
All right, Simone Sanders Townsend, thank you. I want to go to our friend Michael Steele, who I understand has been talking to sources about the results in Michigan. Here,
it's very interesting now that a number of have been talking again. Republicans are looking a little bit, how should we say, skeptical of holding Michigan for Trump right now. It's some of the numbers that have been coming in. And we still have big centers like Detroit that are going to land, but the reality on the ground there, they have a lot of hope in that they look like they will flip the House to the Republicans, but may give some ground to Trump. They're still looking through some of the numbers, but it's a little bit up in the air for the Trump hold on Michigan. So the narrative around the blue wall are really those 2 bookends with Wisconsin sitting right there for Kamala Harris right at the moment.
All right, Michael Steele, thank you very much. We do have a little bit of intel ourselves from the campaign. NBC News has obtained an email to campaign staff that was sent out by the campaign manager for Kamala Harris, Jen O'Malley Dillon. I'm just going to tell you what we got. Quote, while we continue to see data trickle in from the Sun Belt states, we have known all along that our clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states. And we feel good about what we're seeing. Again, this is an email from the Harris campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon. This is an email to campaign staff. This email has been obtained by NBC News. I'll continue to quote it. O'Malley Dillon says the Harris campaign has, quote, overperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia, and that they're waiting for a, quote, significant amount of votes to come in Michigan. And O'Malley Dillon says they're also waiting for a significant amount of vote from Wisconsin's Dane County and Milwaukee County, adding they do not expect Wisconsin's complete results until between 3 and 5 a.m. We've been saying for weeks, says O'Malley Dillon, quote, that this race might not be called tonight. Those of you who were around in 2020 know this well. It takes time for all the votes to be counted. All the votes will be counted. That is how our system works. What we do know is this race is not going to come into focus until the early morning hours. Jen Psaki, let me get your reaction to that.
Well, just reading this, I was thinking of what's happened in the boiler room. The pressure thing, you call it pain, but Nicole and I probably spent a collective hundreds of hours in boiler rooms. It's basically where you have the top campaign strategists and teams looking at, like our team looked at the decision desk, right? They have a team of people that do the decision desk. What's different in a campaign is that you're also looking at vote goals in these and achieve, right? So in the, they're trying to run up by a great and did. Did about percentage points in a lot of, so looking at, but they're also looking at rural where they're doing there and how they can do. So as the information comes in the boiler room, they're recalculating where they need to do better in certain states, in addition to looking at the path. So to me, it's interesting. There hasn't been a call from here in some of the states that she doesn't mention in this email, but it is quite telling that she really focuses on all states here, which again, as Nicole said earlier, has long been probably a baseline of the path and is to the path, and they see it that way. I'll just say the thing that becomes hard on campaigns is as the path narrows, right? Because part of the objective of this email say to the people team, hang in there, guys. Like, it's not over. We're still getting votes in. We still need to keep talking to people, keep people in lines, tell your grandma it's going to be okay. That's part of the objective of an email like that, too.
Yeah. We do have a couple of calls to make. While we have been discussing this, we've got a couple of projections from NBC News. Presidential race in Connecticut. NBC News can project that the winner of that presidential race will be Vice President Kamala Harris. NBC News can also project that we have a winner in the presidential contest in Washington state. The winner there, also Kamala Harris. NBC News can also make a projection in the Senate race in Washington state. In that Senate race, we've got an incumbent Democratic Senator, Maria Cantwell. She will be returning to the United States from Washington state. Steve, over to you.
Look at a few more things we're getting in. First of all, I want to point this out. This is what the national popular vote is right now. Now, customarily, we've seen this the last two elections, 20 and 16, the tally of the national popular vote well into the, typically what you see certainly is California comes in late and it takes a while to get all the vote counted there. And that's just a millions of vote margin for Democrats. So certainly this is going to change and we're just starting to get California. But outside of the there are a couple things that I want to flag. States, it's already late at night and we don't have calls on yet that I think a lot of folks might have expected we would. Let me start in Virginia, where 80% of the vote is now in. And Kamala Harris, you see, is ahead here by about 2.5 points in the count. But again, in 2020, this was a 10 for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. What's changed tonight? Where has Trump made progress in Virginia? Take a look here. Loudoun County. This is one, if you remember that governor's race in Virginia in 2021 when Glenn Youngkin won, we talked an awful lot of suburbs, exurbs of Washington, just lightning fast here by 25. Democratic happened in Loudoun. It would 20 win for Joe comes down to a 16-point win. And again, improving to win Virginia, on average by about 10 points in these counties. He comes very close to it there in Loudoun County. Take a look, Prince William County. This is very densely populated in a very diverse county. Again, significant Hispanic population. Biden won this by 27, down to 18 points tonight, just about all in there in Prince William County. Virginia Beach, we still have a lot of vote to come in Virginia Beach. And this is one, this is where Joe Biden won by 5. This is one when Glenn Youngkin became governor. He flipped and won. And Trump right now leading this by 6 points. Again, that would be an 11-point shift here. There's a lot of areas, that Trump needs to do even better in if he were actually going to overtake Harris. It's this at night has made much so far. Part of popular. It's a maybe bigger than Trump would have. The reason was this. This is why I raised it. New York. Look, it's been called. Harris is going to win New York. Her margin is 12 points. Check this. Points with near voted. Harris winning this by 12. First of all, from a national popular vote perspective, Biden won this state by 2 million votes in 2020. The margin isn't yet 1 million, and we're getting close to all the vote in New York. And I want to zoom in a little bit closer here because I think this is significant. Let's look at New York City itself. The 5 boroughs of New York City, they're each their own individual county. And let me just show you what's happened here. Overwhelming Democratic city. Manhattan, the most liberal county in New York, a portion of New York, 86-12. 74-point Biden win, down to 63. Trump's double-digit gains. And take a look at Queens, 45 win in 2020, down to 24. Donald Trump in Queens, New York. Take a look at Brooklyn. 55 has come down to 43. Staten Island's very small population-wise. It is the Republican borough of New York City. And you can see even there, though, Trump has gained a net of about 20 points. Just about all the vote in there. And again, I flag that because we are seeing it in New York. Trump's gains with Hispanic voters, working class Hispanic voters, seeing it in New York City. It's being reflected in that statewide vote here, come down significantly. And even if you go across the Hudson into New Jersey has 85% of the vote tallied. We have not yet called it. Now, Kamala Harris is ahead here by nearly 200,000 votes. But again, contrast this to New Jersey in 2020. This was a 16-point state. Tonight, it is a 5-point race with 85% of the vote tallied. The margin here in 2020 was about 8,000 votes for Joe Biden. Tonight, it hasn't yet cracked 200,000. Again, that has potential national popular vote implications for those who are tracking that. But I wanted to point out New Jersey, again, we see pretty good shape to state. Take a look at Hudson County. Hudson, just across, this is where Union City, New Jersey is, for instance. It's 80% Hispanic. A lot of small, densely populated cities in Hudson County with large Hispanic populations. Joe Biden won here by 40 points. Tonight, it's 28 points. This is basically it in Hudson County, from 46 to 28. This is one of those giant core Democratic counties the Democratic Party relies on. That's a massive shift. And again, that speaks to Trump's gains, it really would seem, with his that some of this bearing on the national popular vote. We saw the polls nationally much tighter than before. We wondered if it was going to narrow the margin in some of those big states. That is what we're seeing. I did want to follow up on Wisconsin, too, now getting close to 80% vote in. And yes, we were just talking about Maine and the question of what was left and could the Democrats here hit that margin that they got out of 2020. And it's true. Okay, well, here now we're up to 95%. So since I checked a few minutes ago, we got more. We're getting close to all of the vote in Dane County, 163,000. That's the Harris margin in Dane County, 163,000. In 2020, that was about 182,000, 182, 163. We'll see if there's any more votes to come, but 95%. There usually aren't. So again, if anything like that holds, boy, that's Democrats be at that number. This is where they've improved their performance for 4 years. Where Democrats have improved tonight, where Harris has improved, or it looks like she will. Not much to come in Waukesha. Big county, 400,000 people live here. One of those wow counties right outside Milwaukee. And here again, Trump got, basically 60%, 60 to 39. Trump on the point here, so Harris running a point over Biden. So that is for Democrats in a very big county. Take a look here at Ozaukee County, and this one is a bit above, not much, a level with his 2020. This is what one happened, and we say the wow back. Brown County, Outagamie County, Winnebago County, mid-sized cities along sort of the Fox River, Lake Winnebago. These are all counties. Donald Trump won in 2020. Reduced margins. Is he returning to teen levels, or is he back at 2020 levels? So Outagamie County here, again, this is where the city of Appleton is. In 2016, when Trump won Wisconsin, he won this county by about 13 points. In 2020, when he lost Wisconsin, 10-point margin. And tonight, as you can see, 67%. It's back at that 13-point spread right now. Now, again, votes still to come in Outagamie County. But I thought this because we are seeing it in an awful lot of places. Returning levels. These aren't always dramatic. When Trump won it at 20,000 votes, when Biden won it, it was by 20,000 votes. So kinds of differences can make all the difference. See what happens with the remaining vote. But that's something we've been seeing in other places in this northern tier of the battleground all through the night. Again, near 70%. It's very close here, about 67,000 votes. More to come out of those wow counties. And we'll see if there's anything left there in Dane. But if that number doesn't move, that's a little bit below, I think, where Democrats wanted to be there.
All right, Steve, thank you. We've got a call to make in a Senate race. NBC News can project that in the Senate race in the great state of Minnesota. We have that projection? There we go. The Senate race in the great state of Minnesota, Democratic incumbent Senator Amy Klobuchar will be heading back to the United States Senate. Amy Klobuchar reelected in Minnesota. We're going to take a quick break right now. There's a bunch of other Senate races right now where we haven't checked in for a little while. The important Senate races in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, Montana, Nebraska. Lots of interesting Senate races still to come. We're going to check in on those on the other side. Stay with us.
Maybe I'm foolish, maybe blind, thinking I can see through this and stuff's behind. But I'm only human after all. I'm only human after all. She speaks to that.
Hello, dearie. Rumpelstiltskin. What is it you want? What is it you...
Jardian's 24/7 body to flush out some sugar. And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Side effects may include OS, be fatal, dehydration, worsening of kidney and genital yeast or urinary tract infections. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of infection in your legs or feet. Taking Jardiance with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
Jardiance is really smart, with a big story to tell.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one maker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full-service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh boy.
The evil queen right before they made the curse. He told her,
I was
I
gonna
can
say, no way he can recover. What I mean?
What happened?
So there's no can recover. From what I'm thinking, there's no way. How? Yeah. And she's at like 190 or 200, and he's at 230. And they're already counting California, Oregon, Washington, and that there's just no way, because Pennsylvania is still going. No, they're not counting these. They're not counting Michigan and Wisconsin because they think it will take too long. He's still so far ahead in all of this.
Yeah.
She's gone. They just don't want to say it, just in case. That's my honest opinion. They're trying to not say the wrong thing and have to backtrack. That's what I think.
Yeah, that's what I think. It's kind of what we've been talking about. Heather and I, anyways.
I think that issue that Donald Trump is a bad guy worked for them in 2020 in particular. I mean,
But like,
people tell me
I'll
all the
look
time, no
again,
way Joe
even though
Biden
I'm
got 80
drifting
million.
off a
I kind of
little
agree with
bit.
that. I think Donald Trump was 80 million. Joe Biden. In the passage of time and with the record of the Biden administration, those concerns faded. And while I think a lot of people voted for him like the voter you described, without much enthusiasm for him, but in definitely thinking it was a better deal back then than they were getting from this administration and have gotten from this administration. And if he
He's
wins
still
tonight,
ahead,
it'll be the
100,000
fact
in
that
Michigan.
they look back on his administration more fondly than they ever might have thought they could even 2 years ago.
We've said it before, Dana, about what former
38%
President Trump has
reporting,
faced. If you
and
look at
he's
what they
ahead
call
by
lawfare
5%.
and what he faced in Manhattan, he still faces
He's ahead
a
by
sentencing
3%.
at the end of November.
In
Judge Marchand there.
Wisconsin,
he is still facing other
with
cases.
70% ahead.
There is an appeal of the
Or
Attorney
reporting.
General's case, Letitia James here, that the appeals
And
court looked like it actually was siding with
pulled
Donald
ahead
Trump.
Yes.
And they could have a ruling
by like
that either strikes it
40,000
down
in
or reduces it
Minnesota.
dramatically
That's
right
all.
after the election, even though Vice President Harris used that in many ads to say that he was, convicted and he also lost the civil case. It's pretty amazing that we are where we are.
It is, and I wish now because
Hour they call it. They have to call it in an hour
yes, I think again it's
or
saying
3 minutes
think of that he withstood. It's also this
or 20
these,
minutes.
states that are coming so far.
They have to call it.
He did.
Trump is up to 232.
Go.
But he needs
Oklahoma, I think he got one.
Creativity.
well, like
Donald
5-ish.
just
In Michigan. I mean, he only needs 2 more states, roughly. That's all he needs. Because Pennsylvania will give him 252. Michigan will give him like 267. And then he just needs 1 more. So he needs 3. Come on, are you kidding me? Not even downloading. What a wince. What a look of a wince. That was like a good position to be frozen for the video. Oh, let's see. Oh yeah, and Alaska's
For
gonna
Vice
go.
President
Alaska's gonna go.
That makes North
Republican.
Carolina the ones that won 3 times. It was only back that he locked down in 20. So obviously a relief that Trump that he has kept that in his column as well tonight as we continue to move on.
Peter Doocy is live at the White House. What he's hearing from the Harris campaign and the Harris path tonight. Peter.
And we'll start with what we're hearing here at the White House, and that is President Biden and some longtime advisors were inside watching the results come out, but we have been here outside, and we've been noting a lot that we're on within the White House part that we can see have been turning off. So it seems like some folks around here may be taking the campaign co-chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon's advice in that memo that they should get some sleep and prepare for some results in the morning. There have been 3 big changes in the way that the Harris team's been presenting their
Just called
to
North
us in
Carolina.
the last couple hours. As results
Trump
started
got North
coming in, they were
Carolina.
telling us where they saw lining in all of the battleground states. They were also telling us that they thought they had a plus case to win in 7 battleground states. And something over the last 36 hours they've been pushing a lot is that they thought Trump could come out and declare victory early. We're not hearing much of any of that anymore. The memo that the campaign co-chair put out is pretty broad and just something that they've been telling us since summer when Harris took over, that the blue wall was.
Yeah, but
that is new information that is just out right now. Vice President Harris is at the Navy Observatory right now. We don't know if she'll show up at her campaign head, but they took the prep pool and they told him just to stand by. And if Joe Biden is anybody wants an indication of how he feels about all races that he's really not been a part of. He's made 6 congratulatory calls, 4 of the 6 to people who just want Delaware. Where next?
Peter, North Lawn. Peter, thank you. Another call to make.
That's right. We can let you know that the Fox News desk confirmed that Vice President Harris will indeed win the state of Virginia. This was much. It was a state. The Trump team said they might expand. Did in the prior elections, but President Harris and President Trump did better with non-married men than he did 4 years ago in Virginia, which seems to be a theme that we're seeing in a lot of these states. That all according to the Fox News voter analysis.
I want to bring back our panel. I'll read from an email that came from Jackie Heinrich months ago. I'll just read from it. 3 sources close to Harris are expressing concern that Harris's path to victory may be too narrow to overcome. One source at the Harris Friends and Family Party says, quote, her path is so narrow and she is not doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The exit polls I saw hours ago are all accurate. They need to suddenly outperform those. I don't believe it will happen. Asked about this, a second source close to Harris told me I 100% agree. The path to victory is very difficult. His numbers are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins. A third source close to the campaign, I think we're losing this.
What happened?
Vice President may come to Howard University soon, not for another hour. For Junior.
So
Because
consistent with those
someone
numbers,
I
Brett,
know within the
the
party
race,
just
Senate
posted.
race in Pennsylvania, and Dave McCormick, with 80% of the vote in, is leading by a point and a half, and we'll monitor that. I think that race, if McCormick wins that race, I think it's very likely will win the as well.
Twitter.
The points from another side.
So I know a few people in the state party, okay? I really do know them. They've known me for like 10 years, on and off.
Yeah.
I actually did work on his political campaign within the party. It was not a official thing. It was a political thing inside. Project Veritas broke it. In that, basically, there's people walking in with ballots and boxes in Michigan.
Wow.
So I know him. Rob Steele. 1 second. Replies, because I just saw his tweet right here. Project Veritas, eyes on Detroit. He goes here, and this is his reply. I just left RNC, Michigan Legal War Room. They're aware of the video. It's expected action with many Republican workers on site. That interesting, but look at this. It's really interesting.
Man, somebody that Ricky knows just in a video. Heather?
Well, it's not that I know. They know of the video. So, but it's
Yes.
but he's the state committee man for Michigan. Let's see. Let me go back to Fox. So if Michigan flips overnight, because he's ahead.
senator in history, announced earlier this year that he would step down. There's a lot of speculation about who might take that role, and of course that'll be the next conversation to have for the leadership in seat majority for them. Majority in the House.
Yeah, and we have seen some evidence that the Democrats are having success in the House. The question comes in the West and California. But this is Gilbert Hume. This is a flip of the Senate majority, and now Schumer will no majority leader. This is something that Republicans looked at their map at the beginning and said, this looks good for us. They didn't know how, and we still don't know how good it's going to be tonight.
Yeah, and it raises the possibility if Trump wins, he has the Senate, and the question becomes then can the Republicans maintain control of the House? There's been a lot of confidence in the betting markets that they would throughout this evening, but just to keep you up to date, the margin on the betting odds has shrunk a little bit. They're
holding on to all three.
If I could just add, for Mitch McConnell, this is what a way to leave, right? With another win. Again, and if President Trump wins the presidency, another way to say he recruited great candidates this year. Steve Daines, who was a senator from Montana who ran the whole operation. The Senate Leadership Fund spent millions of dollars very strategically, and they had to help with $3 million at the last minute to help the senator of Nebraska get across the finish line. She barely did, but she made it.
Let's also not amid harsh criticism of McConnell from a not insignificant wing of the Republican Party on the right.
Yep.
Let's discount the success of former President Trump in these states. Definitely in the case of Bernie Moreno, with a 10-point win in Ohio, takes him over the finish line. And we don't know. In Michigan, Mike Rogers. In Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick. And in Montana, Sheehy.
This lead could grow. And there was a long, big conversation back at midterm cycles about President Trump potentially dragging down tickets and, her candidate. Seems like Senate tails with President Trump. Interestingly, we'll assess the aspect of keeping the House majority. Steve, we need at least 8 to 10 buffer because Trump prevail, which is looking very good for him. House members will part and be very cabinet members in the region. So you start thinking political calculation solve, on the side, but something to think about nonetheless. I would just say this, the word on other networks that I'm hearing underperforming for Kamala Harris. We're seeing it among demographics. She's underperforming. While we don't have results right now, we have trends, and the trends do not.
Interrupt. As we see on the screen here, this is Wisconsin. This is Hovde with 1.2 million to Baldwin, the incumbent. If we Mike Romney has a lead on Slotkin in that race, 50.3 to 46.9. They fall in the same category. Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin. They have a lot of the same issues. Energy. All of them campaign similarly, and they all appear to be doing well and maybe outperforming.
Yeah, and just a couple of things about the Senate, because remember that Vice President Harris said that she was open to ending the filibuster if it meant that that was what was necessary to restore Roe v. Wade. There was also discussion, not hammered too much on the campaign trail, but the idea of making Puerto Rico and D.C. states has been kicked around for a long time, probably expanding the support. So these are ideas, I think, in many ways were galvanizing to voters. It's happened in the United States Senate. So we know it's a majority, so short-term things won't happen.
Which had a program on Capitol Hill. We'll continue with our panel. We have some more voting in. For 270 analysis, could we make some more calls? You'll have to come back.
Putin's unleashed unthinkable evil in Ukraine. So unbearable. host Russia, brutally assaulting and raping women of all ages. Freedom and democracy are under. Ukraine is the front line. Freedom isn't together. We must stand for justice.
Independence. With that declaration, America was born. Inspired by a belief in the gun rights of every human being. And the good comes from exercising these rights well. The founders of our great nation chose independence. As do we. Hillsdale College accepts no government funding because independence makes possible the good to which we aspire.
What if, instead of giving a holiday makeover to some stranger's house, you revisit your own childhood home?
Oh, wow. The name of your true love is Nick.
Read rom-com where they meet cute, all with guys named Nick.
Aaron Krakow and Daniel Lissing, a holiday tale about finding true love.
Nick!
Yes! In the nick of time. Local listings. Down to Christmas, only on Hallmark Channel.
Let's go on I'm feeling here. And explain how I feel
7,000. He only ran
got
3
me
times.
dizzy and feeling blue. Like my fancy shoe.
If you're shopping for a home, you could browse hundreds of listings to find homes with big yards, or compare lot sizes all at once. Search in full color to find space to grow. Home search will never be the same again.
God calls us!
Welcome back.
So there are a number of states that we are not able to call yet, and we're waiting for some big calls momentarily. We're still looking at some of these Senate races. We're still looking at Milwaukee, of course. We're waiting for Pennsylvania, Michigan, a number of these big battleground states.
Wisconsin as well. Pennsylvania, a lot of raw vote total coming in. As you take a look at this board, you can also look out in Arizona, where it is very tight early. It's about 10. Georgia now getting close to being 93 in 8.8.
By 7,000.
Pennsylvania. You want to?
Yeah, we can. For you is what we've been with the night out, right? 2-0. Punch and just give a margin. I'm going to do something, and I'm not good at anything here. Yeah, as it stands right now, go to call thing, okay? Harris 16, 232.
And by 4 million votes.
I know you're going to make a call because it's midnight on the East Coast.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Come back. It is Wednesday in New York. Time flies. Polls just closed in Hawaii. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win the state of Hawaii. The Aloha State has voted for the Democrat in every election since 1984. This was no different.
And the Fox News decision desk believes that Vice President Harris will win Nebraska's 2nd district, the area around Omaha. No big surprise there either.
Not, but as you see, the 270, we're at 232 to 216 with these big races still pending. The path is getting narrower for Vice President Harris. Fox News can also project that Hawaii's Democrat Senator Urano will win a 3rd term. And the balance of power, as we just said, the U.S. Senate will go to Republican control. So far, 51-43. But again, you see box there. We could see some more Senate races continue to fall the Republicans' way. Okay, so rudely interrupted Bill Hemmer by taking. Go ahead.
That's all. Tell you, Sam, right? Called Trump. He just won Pennsylvania 4. still
See,
267, still not.
Three more.
I was looking at Michigan a moment ago. He was up 5 points in Michigan. Okay, if it stays that way. It's back in the Oval Office. If Wisconsin stays where it is, and I just checked the number, he run it up 292. And if Arizona, he was up 0.1 percentage points about 30 minutes ago. He's up 0.4 now, so he's increasing his margin. Almost half of the vote out there. Arizona counts low. It's okay. We'll take our time on that. All right. It would be 303. So that's where we are, and we can run through all the other states, and I'll show you what I'm seeing there. But Georgia's not yet been called here. But here's the margin, 2.3 now. Okay, so it popped up 1/10 of a percentage point. Let's go through Pennsylvania yet again. All right, it was 4. It's now down to 3.7. Watch Philadelphia. There's still some outstanding vote there as well. Let's come over to Michigan. I said it was 5. What is it now? It is exactly 5.0. And while we have you guys, let's do 2 more. Wisconsin, where does it stand right now? At midnight on the East Coast, 3.9 now in Wisconsin. I see a lot of red on this map, guys, a lot of red. Normally you see a little more trickles of blue there. Now Arizona in the south, as of now, okay, that's where it is, 0.4% points. Trump lead in Arizona. You got the vote in right now, estimated. Too soon to call. So that's where we are. Call in a moment here on some of the other stuff.
You know, more as the night goes on, Sean Hannity and that T-shirt seems a far distant thing. We could be looking at a real tilt here, something that goes a long way. Not only the coattails, we don't know about the House, but the Senate, and we could be looking at something that is historic.
Which means that based on Phillips' here, he runs all 3 states, and Vice President Harris, right? Shows illustration as are now. I mean, it could do it, but based on shot.
Territory. Yes. Yeah.
Design take and slides to make the outcome convincing.
But this is blue wall not only has cracks, it has a lot of breakage on the inside, on the side, and there's a lot of stuff happening here. Let's check in with Aisha Hasni at Trump campaign headquarters. That has to be getting kind of fired up.
Yeah, really fired up. Really exciting mood here. A lot of moving parts right now. So behind me, bigger crowd now, and that's because a lot of folks from Mar-a-Lago who were partying over with the former president are now starting to trickle in. We just saw Mark Rubio a few moments ago. I just saw a TikTok video of the former president walking around his celebration party in Mar-a-Lago. I don't know when that was taken. He looked in a very good mood. I'm told by folks in Mar-a-Lago that the mood is very positive. And I also know now that House Speaker Mike Johnson, who is in Port Louisiana at his own party, is now on a plane en route to Mar-a-Lago to come here and celebrate with the former president. All around, all the signs are indicating that there is going to be a victory celebration here tonight, here shortly. All eyes on Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania. It is the only state that anybody here wants to talk about. That's what they're waiting for to be called, and that's when this place is going to get lit, guys. Back to you.
As they say. I hear they say that.
They do say that.
They do.
The kids
Okay.
say that. All right, let's go to Jackie Heinrich, who is at the Harris campaign headquarters in Washington. And Jackie, we spoke about your reporting just a short time ago of some pretty dour moves out of 3 people very close to Vice President Harris.
Yes, and there were some more colorful words than that. And I wouldn't ever do over email, but overall, the sense that I'm getting from
Look at
the
the
campaign
stairs.
and
They're
close
like
to the vice president is that the polls are very bad. The sources is narrowing so much that it was difficult to overcome. Right now, the campaign, though, is still maintaining that none of her paths to 270 have closed. Even when I pushed them on the North Carolina race call and said, you know, can you update that? And they said, just the nearest path is the blue wall. So a lot of sort of distance between the messaging from the campaign and what we are seeing from the inside of the operation, just for the sources that we were speaking to. The examples that they have been, they're saying are, and she would need to really think coming in, not knowing that is likely or possible. What those sources put it most bluntly, saying, I think that we're losing this. What the crowd, they think a little, but at the time, we haven't got updates officially on who to expect here, when to expect them here. It hasn't been to the people with here about when. So, this president said that down here now or so from now, a message when she does. And they're probably that's going to be a lot of from the these out counted and we give them ratings to hang on to. And they've been talking over the last few days about, of course, their process of making sure that the vote accurate and that any challenges through the right orderly process. Now, the campaign is really not aligned with what we are hearing from sources inside.
And people aren't leaving, right? I mean, they're still there. We can see them in the pink camera.
Said some of the people had trickled out. Did you say that, Jackie?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if we can pan over. There's probably another crew that would be blocking us, but see, there's this big gap in the grass over there. This was filled with people dancing just a short while ago, and it's kind of empty now. There are different stages here, and we were actually told earlier in the night the reason that there were two stages is because there was a remote location with a studio where Harris could potentially go and potentially video in if the race was still outstanding, if enough of these states were remaining uncalled and needed to go into another day. But it doesn't sound like that hearing that she could be coming here to say thing. But now going to be around. We also don't know who is. Go ahead.
No. Just we hear a new mission in the background, and there may be a mission to make here in a call that we're having in a few minutes. I just wanted to do that. If that's
really well done.
Didn't really. It was by that. And then we gang to the desk and left. You haven't been on. What's your thoughts?
Donald Trump, Mar-a-Lago, day after the second attempt. We were talking about the previous election, and I pointed out that 2020 was full of swing. This election might be a lot. Looks like he might have been right. This seems to be coming. This is the greatest political comeback since 1890 when Groveland lost the White House, won it back. What it means is, love him or hate him, Donald Trump isn't just a once-in-a-generation talent. He's a once-in-a-century talent politically. And keep in mind, this is the matchup the Democrats wanted. They thought Trump would be easier to beat. Part of the reason why they launched this campaign of lawfare against him was to rally Republicans around him so that he would be the nominee. And that may have been a grave, grave political miscalculation.
Trey Gowdy, I'm struck by thinking about the strategy on the Trump campaign, right? And that he wanted to do all of these rallies, right? And he dug into that strategy in a big way. Also, he said that immigration, he felt, was a more important topic than the economy, even though the economy kept higher on people's lists. Struck
interesting.
Chicago, Miami, all of these places. One of the issues in those is further immigration. So maybe he was right.
No, he was right. Immigration is kind of
81 million
of rule.
It's 21 million.
We're going to
short.
we're going to have to follow the rules to take the oath of citizenship. The word law is used 6 times for new citizens, so it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to break the law and swear that you're going to follow it. My friend Mark, politics, and I do use the word comeback. I think it is really more akin to a political resurrection. If you'd asked me on January the 7th or after the 4th of the 4 indictments, I would have told you I see no way that he'll be the nominee or the president. And now it's like, to be right. 300 electoral votes. I've been calling my Senate friends. Some of them don't take my call. The others require me to now call them chairman. I don't know about senator anymore. So, I mean, Mike Rogers is up. Eric Hovde is up. I mean, it could be a 54-55, which means Trump gets his cabinet. I mean, some of the folks we heard for his cabinet might not could survive in a 51-49 Senate, but they will be confirmed in a 54-46 Senate.
You know, I talked about the House earlier, Kellyanne, and some races that Democrats outperformed out here in the East Coast. You would think this environment, these coattails, maybe they end up hanging on if you get out to the middle of the country and longer. How do you see that?
That's right. Well, even Chairman Richard Hutton, who's been running the National Republican, we're going to project 97 election. Senate. I mean, 550, remarkable. And all it just shows is the wall cracking from. It's that these workers, these skilled workers, union households, the Jewish Americans around Philadelphia and Detroit, Pittsburgh, they've just had enough. And this is the time where I think that if he can hold on to the House, rather than he really insulates himself from any of these impeachment shenanigans and whatnot. And I got to tell you, if this is as decisive a victory, and we're not there yet, but if it's a decisive victory, then I think the Democrats have to think thrice about this law strategy that they have put on him. It was like an anvil. If no one's been more assaulted, investigated, impeached, indicted, can take his name off the buildings, take him out of his family business, take his name off the ballot. You name it, they tried it. Oh, and the assassin's bullets, of course. You name it, they tried it. I would think thrice if I were them. I wonder this. Is there a Democrat in the Senate or the House that he can rely upon to help get his agenda through? None of them voted for the Tax Cut and Jobs Act the first time. It's benefited all of their districts in some form or fashion. There's no question.
I mean, maybe, you know, the one that cited him down.
Some are losing because they're not authentic. People already know Sherrod Brown is voting with Biden and Harris, as is Bob Casey, 95-96% of the time. He can't just there hug Donald Trump was politically expedient. One thing I want to put in the data. Our analysis has winning college education, I think, by about 10 points. The Real Clear Politics average of polls, she was going from 9% to 8%, basically double Biden's margin. That's just not coming true tonight. And I think that demographic passed other. We're just not seeing it. I think inflation and
the other that was real control for her. And what is referendums? A few of them have passed. New York has passed, Maryland passed, Florida, but seeing that it's to be set on the record.
Kellyanne, jump into this as well. But when the voters are telling you since May of 2021 that immigration and inflation, economy are their number one issues, and it's been consistent every single month since then maybe you should listen to them. And when you look at, now for some people, abortion, pro-life or pro-choice is the number one issue if you're a single issue voter. But if you looked at all of the, it was below what top issue, it was always the economy, sometimes down below, abortion, foreign policy, etc. So I think that some of these state referendums that worked very well for them in 2022 did not do as well for them in a presidential election.
Brett, it's a realignment. This is a realignment of the Republican Party. There is no doubt. We thought it in 2016. It is now fully implemented in the face of what was, to everybody's point, fascism, Hitler, Nazi, Madison Square Garden, a Puerto Rican comedian that they said was going to move the Puerto Rican vote around the country. This is a major realignment where people could look at all that mass media, all the media covering that one way, and say, I don't believe it. I do not believe that. And I'm going to vote how I want to vote.
We go back for years into all the false alarms, and all the false stories were written about Trump while he was president, and date the beginning of this in that period. The credibility of the mainstream, the ability for the people earlier, it's like Nazi, authoritarian, and all the rest of it. People in the end didn't buy it. Also say, we ought to keep the thought for the people, campaign people, because they were saddled with the person I think was the weakest presidential I've ever seen. Absolutely biggest. And reasons they did some of the things that you did is that they couldn't. Didn't have anything. I mean, you with he came. They have a question, when figured out that all day, and she included it. Somebody like campaign advisor.
And I want Nancy and Schumer, who went over to Biden and said, look, this is over. Biden is the reason that Kamala Harris is the candidate, because in one posting on social media, he said, she's your person. And all talk of a marriage is all right then. Harold, your thoughts on that?
So again, we've not declared any of this, and we want to be careful. It looks as if this is heading in. I don't disagree a lot that it said. I recall not long after Brett's interview with the vice president, she went on an Arrival Network, and the first question that was asked of her was, what's the first piece of legislation you'd like to get passed? Punted the question. She just wanted to be bipartisan. How do you say border security? How you say want to reach out to Republicans and figure out how if you Roe v. Wade, I want it restored. Something substantive, positive that's consistent with your message or consistent with where the country wants to go. Again, I don't want anybody's here a presidential race until the race has been declared. But I do hope that if it looks like what's going to happen happens, I do hope everybody can be gracious and magnanimous. There's no doubt this is the greatest political comeback we've seen. I've not heard my friend Mark talk 1892. You're likely very right. The political resurrection of my friend Trey Gowdy. I called one of my friends. He said, "Me, we have to be gracious in the moment." And I hope, Kelly, and there will be Democrats who want to reach out to President Trump and reach out to Republicans in the Senate, and we'll see what happens with the House. But again, we haven't declared anything.
No, we haven't. And there's the caveat. But Bill Hemmer, we're waiting in Georgia.
Yep. Right. Waiting on a lot of things.
And we're waiting in Pennsylvania, we're waiting on Wisconsin, we're waiting on Michigan. Why Georgia, do you think?
Because I already know this is shoe-in. I want to see how they're panicking. Let's see. Oh, gosh, dang it. No.
But at some point, when that money for the donors who are contributing that money conflict with your base, you're going to have to make a decision.
And she did, and they always do, and they always choose the donors. You know what? I'll get back to how they should have run the race in a minute. Jared, I want to ask you. So you live in a red area. So it's very different than the experience that you had here in LA, I imagine. And so, have you learned more about how folks in red states think and why they like Trump so much?
I mean, the same reasons you'll generally see, people talk about in videos or interviews.
I have to give them
with
that.
those things, Michael Stewart talks to more of those folks than any of us. But what you may be surprised by is, again, it's depending on where you are. There's a significant number of people who are like, man, F Trump, man, this guy's crazy. I'm never going to touch anything near this guy. He's done this. Like, it sounds just like anywhere else. It really depends on who you're near. And there's folks who can see the Trump supporters and they kind of hush up when they see someone or a figure, they see someone that doesn't agree with them. It's not always open talking about who you support and how you do, because people still have this concern about how they are perceived by other folks. They still live within their community, and they don't want to be either the outcast or this loud, boisterous person who's barking things. That's probably in certain communities. So, I mean, obviously, there's parts of LA that are completely opposite than what people perceive California to be. People make this big declaration about California. Oh, live California, bro. Drive half an hour, drive an hour northeast. Bro, it's not. Try Bakersfield, try all these areas that aren't the same as what people assume. California is damn near a country, the size of it. So it is. But there's so many different kinds of people in a state. It really depends on who you're around and the motivation they have or ability or belief that they have that they can affect some kind of change within their state. I'm sure there's plenty of Republicans in California, super MAGA conservatives in California who are frustrated that they don't really ever get their guys in. Some do, but I haven't noticed as much of a difference, to answer your question, as I would have expected. I mean, I was not, I think it was his office, and there was folks just generally talking. I was eavesdropping, and this lady said, "Yeah, I have to travel to California to do this. I'm so tired of this here, and we have to change that. And the third thing here, old folks that you would look at and go, yo, they've got to definitely be a MAGA supporter, and they're like, no." Guy never, and not because they said they were lifelong Republicans. There's progressive folks everywhere. It's just a matter of, I don't know how you want to campaign to motivate enough of those folks to come out, and not because they hate you or they call you. Most people don't pay attention to any of that stuff.
And of course, you can tell
their house is
laid out.
The number of houses I've seen in this state that look like they're falling in upon themselves.
Like,
there's no way
7:30 almost.
And there's a full family that lives there. And then you have representation that honestly doesn't give a damn about any of that.
3 hours, I pulled it off. Why
they're not looking and going, those Republicans have these policies that screw me over, because they're too busy trying to find a job that, again, is really hard to find here. I don't remember what state.
Are you getting tired or no?
I'm not sure if it was Representative Cohen was talking about.
Oh, no. I'm ready for all these things.
There's this thought of trying to find something within your state and your surroundings to do something better, and they're too wrapped up in trying to get somewhere. So everyone's not a political wonk. Everyone's not paying attention to everything that's going down. But all the things that we saw, people get turned off by Donald Trump, people get turned off by Donald Trump here from the same way too. It's just, are we willing to overlook that? It's not as direct of a thought as, I kind of want Kamala in, or is it Trump? It's just, whatever, let me try and get to my job. I'm sure there's people who step out of the line in many of these states because like, I got to work in the morning. If I don't go to work in the morning, I'm screwed.
Yeah.
It just is.
Well, there's one other factor that I hadn't thought of is until you start talking about it. Also, you're black, so they might assume that you're a Democrat and talk around, right? So whereas I was in a diner in LA last week, I forgot to talk about the story on the bonus episode. People start talking to each other super loudly. They didn't know each other. They're both white. One's a woman, the other one's. And then they start getting into conspiracy theories and lunatic stuff. And this is in West LA, right? And then she starts talking, oh yeah, black people, they're all in gangs. They all have 5 to 7 wives.
What?
And I'm like, what? And
is that a well-known thing? Gangs have 5 to 7 wives? That's a lot of stamina.
Right. So, but my point is that it might not be LA or Louisiana. It might be that there happened to be no black customers at that diner at that
Still
time.
ahead by 4 to 5
so she
million
felt free to
votes.
say all that crap, and the other guy.
Oh, now you. Boy, oh boy.
I felt free to agree loudly, right? Whereas you could be down in Louisiana, but you see JR, and maybe they get a little bit more reluctant to say their real feelings, etc. But I don't.
Behind by 90,000. So ahead by almost 100,000 in Wisconsin. And ahead
But
by
I don't want people to misinterpret me. I don't agree with
200,000 in
Congressman
Michigan.
Cohen about race being determinative in the race,
ahead
in the
by
campaign,
200,000
etc.
in
So I'm
Pennsylvania.
just talking about people feeling
Just
free.
don't call it.
I want to go to more results. Let's go to Wisconsin because Tammy Baldwin is in a tight race there for the Senate. I mean, Senate's gone, but it still matters. It matters if the Republicans have 1 or 2 vote lead, or if they have a 4 or 5 vote lead. They could lose a couple of Republicans. Susan Collins can go back to pretending to be moderate, etc.
That's a good map.
So what do we got here, Michael?
Well, you have Tammy, like you said, Tammy Baldwin still looking at the same numbers that Kamala Harris is looking at. Milwaukee County only counted at 58% so far. Dane County at 90% in that race. So she's down in that race. It hasn't been called. She's down by just over 50,000 votes, or just under 50,000. But I'm not here for the math. Yeah, just under 50,000. So that race is not called, and there's still a lot of vote counting to happen in the state of Louisiana. I think they're only counted at 55% at the moment, and that's is that at 55%. So I wouldn't think that that's going to get called anytime soon. But again, she could be a casualty of an underperforming top-of ticket there in that race. Again, it's not going to matter for control of the Senate, but certainly it's going to matter for the number of people that are going to be on different committees, the ratio of Republicans to Democrats on the committees. And you know, the Democrats, the election to see the leader of the House, and there's names that are going to scare a lot of people that are going to run. Rick Scott is one of them, and Rick Scott is I would say one of the favorites to be the majority leader in the Senate. And we're going to learn a whole lot more about Rick Scott, who is a master politician at point, you'd have to say. He's played that game really well down there, despite the fact that he was so corrupt coming in. He's been able to win, or maybe because of the fact, but he's been able to win as governor. He's been able to win a couple of times as senator now, and done very well. He won by 13% over, Debbie McCarcel Powell was a fine candidate, but not a great candidate there. She lost a House race there a couple of years ago after having won it. Again, Wisconsin out still, and we're not sure when it's going to be called on the presidential or the Senate side. There, one other note, we talked about how Angela also on Rochester, 2 women, 2 African-American women going to the Senate, be 2 African-American women in the Senate for the first time ever.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, what's Newsmax saying?
47, not 45. He's battle tested. He's learned a lot. This would be very different. So I can only imagine sort of the fear that's going through, the panic, not just on the legacy media, David, but also with the fact that for the first time in a long time, the people who are in power may actually be leading Americans who have chosen, who have taken back the power as we the people with this historic election.
Yeah, they have. We the people have woken up with a champion and a leader of America, Donald J. Trump. He has revived the spirit of patriotism in this country, and partly due to the fact that the Democrat elite have gone after him with everything. All of the lawsuits, all the time in court, raiding his house in Mar-a-Lago, attempted assassination. They tried to kill this man, and yet he still came out fighting. Fight. He still came out fighting. And then, after the attempted assassination, he definitely acknowledged and honored that God was the one that was keeping him alive so that he could fight for the United States of America. The Republican Party will never be the same. I saw that the numbers in Georgia for the black vote, black men, 25% of black men in Georgia voted for President Donald J. Trump. Are you kidding me? That is historic over the last 60 years, where Democrats got 90 to 95% of the vote from the black community. This country is shifting. It is changing. It is becoming more patriotic. And when we win, I'm declaring right now, when we win, we cannot forget the spiritual battle that we're in. That's trying to go after our children, trying to go after trying to cut off particularly good body parts with our kids, and trying to just shut up anybody that wants to talk about Jesus and talk about nationalism. We need to keep that spirit for these 4 years when President Trump gets in office with his team that he's already got in place. As you said, way different story from 2016 to 2020. Now he knows who the swamp is. He knows who he can trust. He's already surrounded himself with incredible people that make our country healthy and safe again, prosperous again, be an incredible 4 years. Hopefully, if and President Trump gets in the Oval Office.
Harris Jr.
And
only ahead.
Let's see what we have. David still with us. I got an update from the Harris campaign at Howard University.
Okay.
So we have some breaking news here. The Harris campaign apparently has just shut off the sound in the TVs at her watch party. They have replaced it with music after a guest on CNN said tonight felt more like 2016 than 2020. The crowd has significantly thinned out there, and the mood is seriously downcast. That's one report on X that I saw. I asked James Rosen, can you confirm this? He wrote me back, yes. So
well, it's never good when you turn down the music and you kind of switch it
turn out the lights, the music off, maybe time to go home for the Harris campaign. But again, we're not officially calling anything yet, but a lot of signs pointing in that direction.
Well, I think too, we sort of saw the shift in after her, DNC speech. And they really got, an infusion, because people were just happy it wasn't Biden, right? Like, we have to remember the way the dominoes fell. So sure, she was going to get that bounce, but then to insulate her from the press, to have all these sort of surrogates that are coming out calling people garbage sitting president, and women, and then the whole sort of the fact that we are looking at sort of people who are using this contempt language towards America. It doesn't say, well, it's okay to attack a candidate. I think Governor Huckabee was spot on tonight when he says, you're going after the American people, and people are going, do we really want to vote for you?
And that's one thing, too. I mean, it's one thing to criticize people and the supporters in the heat of the moment in the campaign, but what we're seeing now is that after the results, too, a lot of the left-wing media are criticizing the American public because they want closed borders, and they're electing Donald Trump. And it's going to be interesting to see if these leads hold up, how the left-wing media, who's been so negative, calling Trump supporters Hitler and Nazis, how they handle the day after, so to speak. All right, we got to get to a commercial break again. We'll be right back. Bianca De La Garza, to my side here, John Bachman. More special coverage of Election Night 2024 as a crowd gathers. Donald Trump is on his way to the convention center. We do expect him to speak sometime in the near future. Stay with us for that.
Game Show Central is the place to get your fast, fun, and sometimes frenzied fix of trivia, teamwork, and triumphs. And it's all streaming free.
We always admired power.
Come on, David Muir. I want to see David Muir. Let's see how this election's going for
vote. She's really around 35, but it's so early in terms of the vote. We think this was actually early vote for more than a week ago. We'll have to see how this goes. This becomes key to her chances. If she isn't able to win a Wisconsin or a Michigan, she will need those states out west, Arizona and Nevada.
15 seconds here. We're going to go to Halsey, who is on the before we bring her in, we're just going to pause here in just a moment just so that the rest of the network can join us here. Let's pause here. That's the quietest this room has been all night. Let's get to Elizabeth Schulze in Arizona. She's on the ground there. And Elizabeth, as you know, we always expected it would take some time in Arizona to get the results. What are we looking at so far? What are they saying as far as how long we have to wait?
David, the Secretary of State told me earlier today that it could take up to 13 days for the votes to be fully counted in Arizona. And what we're seeing here in Maricopa County, they are counting those votes. They're going to be doing that 24/7, but there are still a lot of votes outstanding. And both the campaigns that we're talking to here are pointing to that for a reason for optimism. They say they've had good ground game across Arizona. It's still too early to say which way this will go. But I will say I was just talking to one official with the Arizona GOP. He likes what he is saying in other states, and that bodes well for Trump here, especially when it comes to Latino voters. We are seeing Trump outperform in some of those more rural counties of Arizona that could tip him in a state that is so close. Remember, David, this race was decided by just 10,000 votes in 2020. This is expected to be tight again, and because of that, this counting will go on. It will take time. Officials here, we're talking to them, they say, be prepared to be here for the long haul, David.
Elizabeth Schulze right there in Arizona. Elizabeth, thank you. I want to bring in Lindsay. You've been diving into the exit polls for Arizona specifically. What are they saying?
And virtually every poll, Trump is outperforming himself in 2020. When you talk about women, when you talk about Latinos, those without a college degree, and independents. Let's look at independents in Arizona in particular. 40%, by the way, those in Arizona identify as independent voters. Donald Trump getting the best of Kamala Harris by 4 points there. And if you take a look at by age, senior citizens, a lot of number of retirees out there in Arizona, those 65 or older, which 31% of the electorate there, he's getting Kamala Harris. At 8 points, so he's getting more than half of the vote there. And if you look at his performance for 2020, increased by 3 points with regard to that older, that 65 and older group.
Lindsay, thanks. That's the portrait of Arizona. We have another state to call, and this is a big one, Georgia. And we heard from the Secretary of State earlier, forecast at this moment, 16 electoral votes going to former President Donald Trump. He wins the key state of Georgia. He lost it to President Biden 4 years ago by about 11,000 votes. He was determined to win that state back. He has done exactly that tonight. A margin about 100,000 votes or so between him and Kamala. This is a big win, Rick.
Yeah, it's huge, and it changes the electoral map in a very significant way now, because if you now put both of those southern states in the Trump column, this puts all of the pressure now on Kamala Harris to run the table in the upper Midwest. She will absolutely need to win Pennsylvania, in addition to most likely Michigan and Wisconsin. Right now, the 538 on these states doesn't take into account margin, and the other states an 80% chance of a Trump victory. And if you're just math right now, if you flip Pennsylvania to Trump, that's 270 electoral votes right there. If you put this back here, give him a Wisconsin and a Michigan, that gets you to 270, or Michigan plus a Nevada. There's a lot of paths that are now open up to Donald Trump because he was able to hold those two states. One of them he won twice. The other one he won once and then gave back. And we remember that margin, 11,779. It became famous because of that recording. And it looks like tonight it's going to be a lot bigger margin than that in the state of Georgia. Right now it's 118,000. Still vote left. We've seen these blue dots shrink over the night. The story will be that the Atlanta area did not come through in the same kind of margins. And the redder parts of the state, as we've just been discussing tonight, we just have seen Donald Trump hold his numbers and overperform his numbers in county after county, bringing his numbers to a level that, frankly, he hadn't seen before. And that to me is just a remarkable part of the story tonight, to see how many places he was able to not just do what he had done before, but build on what he had done before, to grow his vote share in county after county to add up to this win tonight in Georgia.
What do you make of this, Donna?
Well, it's clear to me that Donald Trump understood that he had to expand the electorate, he had to grow his votes, and he had to get them in early. What in Georgia and in North Carolina, you have these big Democrat senators to perform in order to make up what Donald Trump has been doing in the rural areas. That's a concern now that we're looking at the blue wall. Nobody wants to go to bed at night thinking we just got the blue wall. We saw how it was cracked. It wasn't cracked because really Donald Trump didn't hit anything. Hillary kept the door open. And now we see that we have a situation where Philly's going to have to overperform, but there are red places that are still coming in Pennsylvania. And Wisconsin, Milwaukee will have to overperform. So, yeah, there may be a narrow path, but I have my roads on me.
Yeah, Reince.
This is so far, it continues the trend, the wrong direction for Kamala Harris, the right direction for Donald Trump. Everyone is continuing to move in Donald Trump's column. This is a really big night, obviously, for Donald Trump. It's not just a reset. I think it's more than that. It's a realignment. This isn't a victory because of better, Trump had a better ground game. This is a matter of people making a decision. They were black, white, Hispanic, Asian in the country, that you were tired of the old border, tired of hearing about how the economy is great when you feel it. You're tired about the sanctuary cities. You're tired about all of these things that, some of it's economic, some of it's cultural, and people are making a conscious decision in this country to say, I've had enough of this stuff that I'm hearing from this other side of the aisle, and they're completely repudiating it and going the other direction. Look, we may have 55 senators tonight. It's possible. And we still have Nevada, Arizona to go. That is an amazing evening so far.
It is a big evening. Governor Christie, what do you make of what you said?
Part of what Wright said about the economy, people not feeling the economy, it reminds me a lot of 1992. In 1992, saying after the recession that he stewarded over, the economy's getting better, inflation's going down, interest rates are going down, stock market's getting better, and all that was true, but nobody felt it yet. And there is a lag. There is an 8 to 12-month lag of when these numbers start to get better to when real people start to feel it, that they have more money in their pocket. And in the end, that is something that kind of timing will be deadly for the incumbent. Just deadly, and deadly for him. Look, that was a three-way race in 1990. 43% of the vote was for it. Still couldn't beat him. Tonight, what Donald Trump is showing is that people still vote with their pocketbooks. That's what they were doing tonight. There are other issues that Wright mentioned as well. And don't forget about the Hispanics, David. The Hispanic vote tonight at 45% slightly beats what George W. Bush did in 2004, if it stays there. And it shows that they don't want no war either.
And David, if I can say, one thing that struck out in the Are You Better? Only 24% in our exit polls said that their family's financial situation is better than it had been. And you had 45%, almost half, say that their families are worse off. If you combine that with the number who said it was about the same, over 70% said they were either worse off or the same as they were 4 years ago. So Kamala Harris is the sitting vice president. She's facing a situation where 70% of the country thinks the country is on the wrong track. And when she is asked in the closing days of the campaign what she had done differently from Joe Biden if she had been president, she was just vice president. The answer is there is not a thing that comes to mind. That may have been the single most devastating answer that she gave.
It was those words and the pause too, because so much of political campaigns, as you know, is the visual, it's the interaction. It was from The View on ABC, and it was that question, and she did pause, and it was just, in that moment, you knew that is not what the voters who feel like the economy is issue number one, and some of the other issues that Ryan's previous just listed, which we know are real. Mary moments. She had some really great moments along the way, but that was probably one of the weakest ones.
Yeah, and I think her campaign was well aware of that, and that she never really was able to give that solid answer how she would differentiate herself from the Biden administration. I do have one update, which is that we had expected to hear from Kamala Harris tonight. We now know a source telling us that is not going to happen. We do expect shortly Cedric Richmond, her senior advisor for that watch party, and tell everyone essentially to go.
And in fact, that was the message just to go. Let's listen.
We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from tomorrow. He will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address our supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Never an easy moment for whatever campaign has to make that announcement into the evening and say, hold on here, and we're gonna hold out hope in the early morning hours. And market feeling, and I know they thought this was going to be very close, and Harris herself repeatedly, we are the underdog here, but they did sense there was some wind, some momentum in these final days, did they not?
Kamala Harris herself said that the momentum was with her, and I think in part that was because of the huge crowds she was getting. I mean, I've been at almost all of these rallies in the last few days. She was pulling crowds of 20,000, 30,000 routinely in these final days. They felt that they were reaching all of those key demographics, that big, broad coalition that her campaign talked about so often, that they felt going to really them a finish line. That broad coalition showing tonight. In the opposite, there's going to be a lot of soul searching and a lot of questions in this campaign as to, what went wrong. That said, they are still, holding out hope. That's a very, somber Cedric Richmond there delivering that message. But as we heard from the campaign manager in this memo to the Harris team earlier tonight, stressing they expected this to be close. They do see a path, but certainly not the path they were hoping.
And fairly narrow one at this point. Governor Christie, you mentioned something back. President Biden, whether or not, obviously there'll be a lot of questions if and when it doesn't go Kamala Harris's way. The obvious questions would be a lot of attention on President Biden, whether or not that decision should have been made sooner so that the Democratic Party could have looked at Kamala Harris and others and what have you. This has been a conversation we've heard before. It's just going to get more scrutiny now, given the way this night continues to proceed here. A 107-day campaign is what Kamala Harris had time to conduct here until Election Day.
Well, look, it's really hard to go from a standing stop to set up a national campaign. She had to adopt all of the Biden operatives. She didn't have time to put in. And I can tell you as a candidate, you have to go out there and work. And you've got to be able to believe that the people who are working for you have your best interests at heart and only your best interests at heart. And that these folks didn't. They were folks. But to go back to Joe Biden, because I really don't want to put this on staff. This is not staff. Joe Biden made a promise to the American people when I was sitting in this seat 4 years ago. He said, I am a transitional figure. The implication of that, David, was that he was going to serve one term because of his age, and he was going to, and broke that promise. He did two things. One, he broke faith with the people who voted for him. And two, he put his party in an awful position to where they had to replace him when he put on one of the worst debate performances in presidential history, if not the worst. And so Kamala Harris had to inherit all of that. Like it or not, that's what she had to inherit, and she had to overcome it. And it appears, at least tonight, that she's not going to be that. So every candidate deserves some measure of blame anytime there's a loss. But I would say this, that Joe Biden should be looking in the mirror tonight and thinking about what did he do? What did his lack of keeping his word on that central promise from 2022 this election tonight?
Well, first of all, I would also point a finger at the Democrat Party. I mean, they should have had an open contest. They should have let their leaders of their party pick their nominee, but I don't think it would have mattered. Because like I said, the American people are choosing a path. And they're choosing the path that it will dramatically, I think, take away power from Washington, D.C. And we're going to go talk about all these issues. But the fact that Kamala Harris is going home tonight, I think, is amateur hour. You know, she has the obligation to speak. This pathway for her might be narrow, but it also might be walking through the eye of a needle. She should say something to the people that adopted her as their nominee because they were just told by the president to do so. And she's leaving the country hanging now all night. And I think it's ridiculous and it's childish.
Well, first of all, we're a very divided country. We're very polarized. And while, you know, I'm not sitting here excited. There's still a path. There's still a path.
Back to All right after this. Our live coverage continues here in a moment. The path continues. Election night continues here in a moment, too.
People are awesome. Stream free on the Roku channel.
Don't you recognize? You mean he's done it again? He's changed. I am he, and he is me.
This isn't an ordinary ship, you know. This is a time machine.
I've come for you. This is what it's our supreme plan to control the universe. Yes, I. An apple a day.
You trust?
Yeah.
He's a fighter.
Yeah.
This competition is about understanding the fundamentals and traditions in sushi and Japanese cuisine.
I'm ready.
This could be anyone's game.
For everyone out there, follow your dreams.
We are here tonight as Hurricane Milton has just made landfall.
Just keep
Right on the border between Ukraine and
downtown Tel Aviv, rockets or missiles coming.
News live everywhere.
We're not far from where this rally took place, so just stick with us here.
Here in London, from the front lines,
Off the coast of Gaza, wherever the story is.
it's going to take you.
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Stream free everywhere.
Of the trunk.
What's up with you and this clown all of a sudden? You're like obsessed.
What did you just say? You interrupted my meditation.
Kamala's not coming out for the rest of the night.
Yeah. I heard that. She's not gonna give a speech, Kamala. No, she's hiding.
She's hiding with joy.
Yep, because she. Yeah, she made me cry yesterday.
He says, I'm gonna switch it over.
I think they call Pennsylvania in 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's all she wrote. Yeah.
Conventional. Well, what would have happened? You put the Republicans
I don't know.
in a super hot spot. Because they either sell out their core donors or they gotta sell out the average American. 84% of Americans want paid family leave. You go out there, I'm gonna save. I'm gonna use that back in the South. And then they get
He's
burned.
a good presenter. Even though I disagree with Sen, he's a good presenter. He knows how to speak. He really does.
Yeah.
And that.
So he's at 246 plus another 20. That's only there. He needs at least 2 out of 3. He needs Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and that don't even need Arizona.
Well, but you know, Jared, I even called it almost 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
Or like almost like 2.5, 2 hours ago. I knew it because when I saw Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, I knew it was done. Because I mean, unless somehow they came out with 4 million new votes or 8 million new votes, which I doubted.
Yeah.
No
way.
Democrat to an election. Some have been that Trump has won Erie County, Pennsylvania. Is that square with anything you understand? I think it was on sort of a knife's edge. I don't know if Bill's got the latest data, but
oh yeah, they're gonna project.
Went back to the now currently, just to keep you guys up to date. He leads about 1.4, which is a little less than 2,000 all votes.
That's a
99%. What did you say?
90, statewide 90%. Derek, question for you. About the blue wall permit. When we're in July, it ended Thursday. On a Friday, we had that national computer glitch, and all the airports were shut down. So all the delegates, and all the campaign folks ran at the airport walking. And I was thinking at the time about, what did I just see Kid Rock, and why did Hulk Hogan see? And what's going on there? Because it was men, it was white men, and they said we noticed in the upper Midwest. At the time, they were thinking about Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio to a lesser degree, and Pennsylvania. That's what they were thinking about. And they said we noticed that there was a certain percentage of white men who voted in 2016. They sat out 2020, and we're trying to win them back. Is there those white male upper mid did that tonight?
Sort of a rule of thumb we were adopting, and we spoke about this earlier in conversation with, but that the gender gap is a double-edged sword. Gap can help upon the absolute level of support. We were looking at 55%. In other words, if Trump was hitting 55% with men, that was a good sign. If Harris was hitting 55% with women, that was a good sign. And in the upper Midwest states, he was getting closer to that sort of magic number than she was. So what they call it the bro strategy or whatever, it seems to have paid some dividends up there. I mean, we're still waiting, but it's looking pretty good for him.
So we can definitively say that the poll that we don't talk about in Iowa was kind of off. The Point Register poll.
I love Ansel. She's a giant and a pioneer in our field. I think we were looking at, ironically, was not so much the top line in that race, but what Seltzer had said was that senior women were breaking away from Trump over the abortion issue. And I think our friend Sean Trende had a really good observation where he said that may be true, but it did not help Harris. Because that's something that occurred where abortion was not an issue, but might not nationally in other states where abortion wasn't as salient.
We have to let you go, but really quickly, what's happening in Minnesota?
That's what I was going to ask. Exact question.
Minnesota, why is it still?
Sometimes they've stopped counting votes, and we're kind of close to. We've been through with that.
After all we've been.
We're at a level where close to statistical significance, but it's not quite there yet, and there are still.
Tim Walz in charge of that?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. We have to let you go because you have some more. Appreciate it.
Thanks,
A lot.
Thank you. Very nice to see you guys. Thank you.
Let's check in with Aisha Hasni at the campaign headquarters.
Hey, you guys, we'll sign voting minutes from the press shortly. The big jet gives short while ago behind me and put up flags as well. Perhaps somebody speaking out here shortly might be the former president. We've got eyes outside, our security details out and watching to see if motorcade arrives from Mar-a-Lago. I did get a video from someone at the Mar-a-Lago party a short while ago, and folk there were jubilant and cheering and clapping. They had Fox News on the screen. They were watching as we were calling states and more races for the president. The excitement here is climbing every minute, and people here anxiously awaiting to see if the former president shows up here tonight and perhaps gives a victory speech. Back to you.
Oh.
Aisha, thank you very much.
Cough drop.
Back there, if the former President Trump is about to take the stand and speak there, so we're going to keep a close eye on that. 1 a.m. in New York. Polls have just closed in Alaska. The Fox News decision desk says it is too early to call. Trump has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis, so we will get you back to Alaska when we have a little more data to report there.
And there you see 248 to 216, the Electoral College map. We are
too early to call. Oh my God, he's wow. Alaska. That he should have. Yeah, no, that's.
Well, 3 votes out there.
Well, you know that would just seal the deal more.
To how these operate. Fox News vote analysis, which was 120,000 voters, that a rolling poll vote total that they came in.
I don't want to go to sleep and wake up and see that he lost.
In Pennsylvania, we'll check in on the ground there.
Hey, good to be with you. Yeah, the crowd here in Bucks County, they are excited by some trends they are seeing, not necessarily expecting to result tonight. Pennsylvania's results, and the count is historically slow. It took 4 days in 2020, but the Commonwealth Secretary does believe that it's going to be faster this time. New technology, more trading will come into all this. Now, look at Philadelphia. Both the Trump and the Harris, they're saying they're outperforming there, but Team Trump feels that this could be good news for them because there are pockets of support inside of South Philadelphia, Northeast Philadelphia, and there is a saying that goes that Republicans can gauge how well they are doing in the state by how much they are losing Philadelphia. Simply, it cuts into the margins that Democrats need. And in Bucks County, they're seeing themselves on the screen right now. It means a lot. If he were to win this county, Bucks County, I mean, that would be the first time a Republican presidential taken this county since 1980, and the Philadelphia push Biden over the 2020 takes it to have a chance of guys.
Thank you. So let's go to Bill and see what are you cooking up over there, Bill?
You know, in New York, you know, we heard much about MSG and the insult comic about the Puerto Rican joke, and you know, New York's his home. I mean, now living in Mar-a-Lago, but just look at this. I'm going to go ahead and use the slide bar and just. Okay, 8 years ago, I was running against Hillary Clinton. This is his margin in New York, all right? 37.5 compared to almost 59 for Hillary. And then Joe Biden, it was what? Was it? Oh my gosh. It was 0.3 point, all right? And now we come to 2020 and see the numbers on the board here. That's a decent performance. And we just some insight. He did well, 50% of the vote here in New York as well. One thing I was checking out here. This is the number, right? Number, right? Path 70. I guess in theory, right now, if you were to close out, you know, you're at 248. If you were to close out Pennsylvania, and even though Alaska has ranked choice voting, which could take a while to post a number here, nonetheless, that would put him right at the number at 270. So even around the blue wall, that's possible too. That goes back to the argument that we've been talking about for some time now, that Trump had more paths to the Oval Office than Harris did. Check out one more here, and we'll see. Okay, it's holding steady at 3.5. 90% of the estimated vote out there, and now reporting here. In Michigan, you know, the blue wall, 6.3, so that number is stuck a little bit here. Estimated somewhat, maybe 40% of the vote. Michigan, you know, maybe numbers, they got 5% of the vote in here. And, you know, Trump's on to 0.2 advantage in Wisconsin. And Wisconsin, they take a lot of pride in quickly, maybe walking notwithstanding, but the rest say, no, that's their idea. So we could get that in, maybe a little more as go into what, the 2 a.m. hour? Is that going to 2 a.m. or 3? What are we doing here? Arizona sticking here at 0.7. What's that?
Just keep going.
Okay, you got it. This is Nevada, so we're starting to get our first numbers in from Nevada. For any of the nerds and geeks out there that have been deep in the weeds about the early voting, you've been watching Nevada, and pretty good for Republicans. It's a quick count now. It's saying 75% of the and Trump's got a firm lead at 3 points, roughly, just a tad 35,000. Clark, 70 the votes stayed here, all come from Nevada. Let's see what's happening right now. Okay, Harris is a tick over 50.2 with 80%. I want to go comparison's sake. 8 years ago, why not? In Nevada, I don't know what it is. We'll find out. So Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris, and Joe Biden. Okay, did even better. 3.5 over what Kamala Harris is putting up right now. So it appears if you're in the Trump camp, that's a pretty good number right now, just shy of 51% in Nevada early on. Here's Karl Rove's favorite place in the world. This is Washoe County, right, Karl? Right now, it's close, right? 0.2 points. What happened with Biden? Was it close? Yeah, pretty close, but Biden won the county. So in all likelihood, Trump flip this if it holds up right now. Super slim and more vote to come in, but Nevada is looking good too. And now you start to wonder,
You want to call it, man?
How high does this number go?
You look
No, I want to.
Yeah, New York Times needle is now greater than 95% and likely to win the popular vote is what they have. Well, let's check in. We'll go to Vegas. Jeff Paul is live in Las Vegas. Jeff, what's happening?
I'll go.
Well, a lot of excitement here and optimism at the Sam Brown launch party. He's, of course, the Republican candidate trying to unseat the Democratic incumbent Senator Jack.
I said, years ago.
Ricky. Hi.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. With the voice. But yeah, this guy dancing in the background. Oh, come on, Trump, do a speech. I want to get sleepy sleep. 48 minutes, still a very long night ahead of us. Here at the Sam Brown.
He's got Nevada too.
Oh yeah, he's got Nevada.
It'll be over.
It's already over. They like I said, they're just nervous of getting the wrong call.
And I think President Trump is going to help the Republicans hold the House, but it's very narrow.
But they could do it.
Maybe more than you have now, you said.
Yeah, exactly the same. Or maybe more. 2 seats, I said at the very beginning of the night. Watch Pennsylvania 7 and Pennsylvania. I think we're going to pick those both up. You said North Carolina 1. We're probably going to lose that by 1 point. She did an extraordinary job.
Wow.
Then you look at Maine. We're ahead there. But we have some incumbents that have fallen in New York, California now, but don't read those numbers yet because it's just the first part coming in. Wait some time to see where we're there. Arizona, we've got a couple incumbents in trouble. Bacon's coming back in Omaha, maybe there. If we hold the House, if this is a trifecta, the credit goes to President Trump, but it also fundamentally means something different. You can do reconciliation when it comes to tax reform. you don't get 60 votes in the Senate. Having the large as he is, he's going to have the cabinet that he wants. The other thing that's going to happen is you're not going to have Hakeem Jeffries that's going to try to impeach him every single week. So America's going to see ability to govern. And if Republicans take this moment in time to not play games and focus on the issues, they can grow it the next time. Otherwise, it's going to be very competitive in 2 years.
But Juan Williams, if it's as big as we think it could be, we obviously haven't made these yet, but it's trending that way, and the pathway for her to win is getting narrower and narrower. Isn't it not a mandate? And Hakeem Jeffries and the thought of impeaching with what we're seeing tonight seems like wouldn't be the right move.
Well, I think the Democrats are, well, dispirited at this moment, and I think the likelihood, as we pointed out, is that Trump will be the president. And for me, talking to people like Darren and political professionals around, no one anticipated the size of this man, as you call it. I think that there have been recriminations now among Democrats as to Biden and whether Biden should have dropped out earlier or should have stayed. Would a white male have done better? Obviously, Trump has defeated 2 women and now a black woman. So there's all of these questions. But to my mind, it seems to me incredible that a guy who led a insurrection against the United States government is essentially now, like a phoenix back into the Oval Office. It's unbelievable.
Well, you have to consider the fact, Juan, that a lot of people didn't think that was an insurrection. They thought it was a but not insurrection. And had they thought it was really an insurrection, I don't think he won.
Well, I don't know.
Exaggerations about that day.
Well, I'm not exaggerating.
About the alleged threat to democracy is a big piece of this.
Well, I don't think I'm giving you my perspective.
I'm giving mine.
Right, so I listen to you as a friend, but I'm going to tell you what I saw was not a right in terms of violence, but a direct action intended to stop certification of a presidential election.
That's why we've talked a lot about it. And the campaign,
clearly,
I'm
not trying to hide.
The campaign ran a lot of ads about it, talked a lot about more, half the country now, Juan is going to say, that is not what I care about. I care about my economy. I care about immigration.
No, see, that's where we differ. I'm not sold on this idea that, it was the cost of eggs. I worry that it was, I'm not voting for this woman, or I'm not voting for this black woman.
No, that's not what we see in our data.
Well, here's the thing. See that because a moment ago was up here and he said, in fact, not only did the bro strategy work, and the bro strategy largely worked along the lines of white men, but the bro strategy also had some impact in terms of Latino and black men who came along and gave higher percentages.
All right, Carl, weigh in.
I just want to make one more point with Juan. I spoke to Jack Brewer this week. And here's what he said, if Trump wins. He said he won because black men felt that Democrats and elites put immigrants before us. Your thoughts on that?
I just think that's possible. I don't know that for a fact. I think there are tensions between racial groups, and people might feel that. Obviously, you can exploit those tensions, and you can exacerbate them to the point where you can politically benefit from it. Do I think that's the reason he won? No. I think the reason he won is you look at that bro strategy, white male turnout, the white politics that he used to success.
Carl.
He's trying.
I think
Both Hispanic and black.
It's not sufficient to make up.
Look, I just think it is extremely odd to suggest that black men are somehow prejudiced because they vote for a white candidate who says, make certain that everybody has an opportunity to succeed in our great economy. I want you to be more prosperous, and I will do things that will make it possible for you to make a better life. That is an appeal to their best instincts. He did not go out and say, vote for me because I'm not a woman. Don't go vote for me because I'm a white man. That would not have attracted attracted those votes. They got attracted to him because they thought he was a strong, effective leader, and they thought he would do something about the issues they cared the most about, which is an economy in which they think they get the stick, inflation, which has decimated their purchasing power, and illegal immigration, which is their community. And to suggest that somehow black men are racist because they supported a white man is just too far.
You're distorting my comments, but let me just say,
I followed your logical conclusion.
Carl, hold on. We're not saying most black men did not vote for Donald Trump. So I never said anything like that. That's just not true.
You suggested it's only
I'm saying to you, no, I'm saying to you, in terms of this bro strategy for white males, the whole notion of I'm bad, I talk about women in the most disparaging way. There's some men who just say, you know what, I get into, I want to be in on that. I want to be a badass guy, and I think they like and the character.
I think they supported him in that because of it.
Harold Ford Jr.
They offered to make their life better.
Harold Ford Jr.
I tend to agree with Juan about anywhere by the country got speaks come back. Earlier, the fact that some of the issues around the economy and the border were not addressed forthrightly, I think had an impact. That being said, we're going to do some analysis of this and around whether or not the driving up support amongst men behind that, how did it work? Did the gender gap women did black women, white women, Hispanic women? We still don't know those numbers. We'll have an opportunity to dig into some of those things, but I don't interpret what Juan is saying any more than that.
All right. More to talk about here.
There's a lot more coming up as election night moves on at 1:15 on the East Coast. We continue to get more vote in. We will be able to make some calls when that vote is in full. Our coverage continues next. Stay with us.
Starting at 5 a.m., Lawrence, Steve, Ainsley, and Brian bring us all the latest after Election Day on a special Fox and Friends. Today.
This is our leg. Now, one time. The epic yellow. I can see that.
There is no morality. This is war.
We fight here, or we die here.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. It's been fun so far.
Yellow. Watch on Paramount Network this week.
Can you believe this, man?
Everyone's getting that new Simply Safe outdoor monitoring. Now they can help prevent crime before it even happens.
How do we compete with AI-powered outdoor cameras that alert live agents of an intruder?
Stop. This is Simply Safe. Police are on.
Whoa! I didn't even see those guys.
So what about us now?
Luckily, I'm pretty adorable. There's no like Simply Safe.
DealDash.com auctions 2000 station 5 for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold less than $34 and the Switch is less than $20. Go to DealDash.com and see how much you can save.
Reminder, Bentvig appointment.
I don't want to wait or have surgery for my Dupuytren's contraction. I want a non-surgical treatment.
And if medical treatment isn't,
I'll get a second opinion.
Take charge of your treatment. Can't lay your hand. Visit handspent.com to get started.
I have to spend my life trying to find my calling. Mine found me for the age.
It was just a matter of how good I could get and how far.
When you're nothing can stop you from answering it.
Right now, during the Power Days, $4,000 cash allowance on the purchase of most 2025 and 1,500 trucks. Don't miss Ram Power Days. Hurry in today.
Enjoy your risk-free trial.
hello? Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Everybody hear me?
Sure can.
Do you hear me?
I sure can.
So, can you hear well?
Sure can.
Hear well, feel well. From your first appointment, try our new nearly invisible solution risk-free. Call 1-800-234-7090 now.
All right, we are back, and that is the jubilant scene. Everybody seems pretty happy at Trump. Seeing is movement at Trump group. Former President Trump, who is in a position as over to the Trump headquarters. A few thousand people who have gathered for this evening.
Oh. Here, you, I think, is the go one. Oh, come on. It's kind of like my hearing there and not there at the same time. Oh, come on. Just call it, Trump. Call it. Well,
Can you see me?
Good night, everyone. What?
Can you see me?
You're just black.
Yeah, interesting.
Did you cover the cam or?
I don't think so.
Oh.
Well on his way to become 47th president of the United States, is going to be the biggest political phoenix from the ashes story that we have ever seen. Ever. I mean, I'm going to say it's more than Grover Cleveland in
1892.
Yeah, I don't think that Grover Cleveland was not the subject of a Russia investigation, 2 impeachments, 2 assassination attempts.
Indictments.
They have indictments, 91 indictments, convictions, and there is almost nothing that hasn't been thrown at this former president. And his tenacity in wanting to go back and run, which he announced immediately after 2020, is a huge historic moment in the United States.
Share this to the
As
Ukrainians
former President
because
Trump is closing in
Trump.
electoral
Because
votes
the
away now
husband-
from clinching to 70. Pennsylvania is called for Donald Trump.
in the morning, Trump supporters, the cheering up, where the president is there, as well as J.D. Vance, getting ready from former President Donald Trump. Again, at 7-9, looking at Wisconsin, where the vote is there is Vice President Harris, and just 30,000 feet. What this means.
Well, really? Again? Are you kidding? What's going on? They gotta be getting slammed. It's not me.
Hold on. Get my phone real quick.
Might have even looked like that he has been accomplished. It is nothing short of astonishing and amazing. And also, I think about Susie Wiles, who's his campaign manager, very quiet, does not like the limelight. Chris LaCivita, who works on it. All of those people who worked so hard and stuck by Trump, no matter what was said about him, they were called every name in the book, including Hitler and Nazis, and it came through. The other thing that's on my mind is, last night at her closing rally, Oprah Winfrey said that if Donald Trump is elected again, you could write America off. Like, America's just going to fall apart. That's obviously not true, although I'll be surprised tomorrow if there's a big line at JFK of Hollywood celebrities leave the country, as they said they were going to. This is the greatest country, and there will be so many opportunities for lots of deal making. I think President Trump will be in the mood, but he also has a huge to-do list. Biden and Harris have left a mess. His closing argument was, she broke it, I will fix it. She talked about having a to-do list. He's got a big to-do list, but he thrives on it. And you saw that through the whole campaign.
He is enthusiastic about doing the job of being President Harold, and it is just an absolutely remarkable. I think he wrote this as a movie script, but would say this could never happen in the United States of America.
He's a single, I've said this before, he's the single greatest political athlete I've ever seen. And tonight he proved why. There were moments in the campaign where I thought he said some things and did some things that I didn't quite understand, that I thought maybe detracted from that. But tonight obviously proves that too. He also ran a traditional campaign. He connected with voters on issues. He talked about the things that mattered most to voters. And Democrats said he didn't talk about it in the most full-throated way. He didn't talk about it in the most wholesome way. Didn't talk about it in the most comprehensive way. But he connected with voters. I would urge my party to, if indeed he's almost at 270, we'll declare it here shortly once Alaska comes in. Don't write off the American people. Let us not be critical of people for voting for President Trump. He did something we didn't do in this campaign. We had to reevaluate, reassess. Mr. Wonderful said it a little earlier, that may give us an opportunity as a party to revamp, and perhaps we should think about that. Don't write off the people, the American people, for the decision they made this evening.
Charlie Hurt, he will be the 40th president of the United States after everything that we saw in this election. It's hard to understand how some in the mainstream media are going to take this, because it was so over the top one way that they thought it was done. There was a landslide prediction from a lot of the media that she was going to have the landslide. It looks like he's going to have.
It's truly true. The revolution rolls on, and this is not just a victory for the White House tonight, but also this is the old Republican Party, which of course Donald Trump took on. That was the first thing that he did. The very first thing that he did in 2015 was the Republican Party. The Republican Party is doesn't stand for a lot of the things that it stood for before. He has made it a more middle class, working class, a far more practical party, I think probably a far more durable party, and he's figured out how to win with that. And you can't help but think that with this victory, in 4 years from now, he's going to have the mantle that he can hand to the next Republican. So I don't know how Republicans ever go back to the old party that they were. But it is truly extraordinary, and it is all by the force of one guy, one man who had the fortitude, the strength, the vision, the refusal to accept anything, all of the experts counting him out, and he just kept on fighting and fighting and fighting.
Charlie, it would have been one thing for him to come back from a still defeat to be elected again. But when you think about it, he came back from a series of them. I mean, his party lost in the midterm in his term. 2018. They lost in 2018. They lost the presidential election in 2020, and they had a major disappointment in 2022, which one might have thought after all that the party wouldn't turn him again. In the face of that, plus all the things that Martha enumerated, the indictments, all the other troubles that he had, for him to come back from that is really quite.
How toxic he was after say January. This is in states where Donald Trump dragged for fellow.
It really. I think.
Okay. Now you can see me.
We have hospitals.
Okay. I see.
hostages in Gaza right now, very high inflation, and a malaise in many ways in the country that I think these people who have been called a lot of names have had enough of. What is your impression of what this means tonight?
Well, I think this means a lot to a lot of people. I think the working class are looking for a renewal of American jobs. I think people are looking for a that is sane immigration system that works. I think a lot of people in the East are in the face of a president fear. And, you know, look, I think it's going to be in party to understand the people have spoken and to dissemble and dismantle this lawfare that they have built up here, which is going to raise a whole series of questions that are going to have to be answered now. But they cannot say that they are better than Donald Trump and recreate a system that does not recognize that he won and the people have spoken and he is going to be the 47th president.
We haven't talked about foreign policy a lot, but imagine the Saudis, making a normalization deal with Israel in the face of the new president. Imagine
going there tomorrow night.
Imagine a Ukraine deal that Donald Trump talks about. Kevin O'Leary, what is the market going to do?
You're going to love this. What's happened here is the system self-corrected. You try and break America, it fixes itself. And I think people should, within the Democratic Party, Donald Trump too, because they're going to have to dispatch these policies back over the next 4 years. In a way, we talked about this earlier, but he saved entrepreneurship. He saved the entire model of the S&P 500 because taxing 20% higher was a really bad idea, and it's self-correcting. Capital, and this is why I'm getting on a plane tomorrow night. I intentionally didn't leave till tomorrow night so I could go to Geneva, go to Abu Dhabi, go to Riyadh, and say it's 21% for taxes, 100% not going to change. That is very important for people like me that bring capital back to this country. It fixed itself. It fixed itself. And I think that's why America 200 years. When it gets crazy, it fixes itself. And whether you love Trump or you hate him, every Democrat owes him a thank you very much, Mr. President.
By the way, as the markets, the poly market and all these election markets were moving, Bitcoin went up exponentially.
Yes, I'm long Bitcoin.
Are you? So you're buying later.
You know, speaking of Bitcoin, I'm also struck by just calling Pennsylvania here, Dana. Trump embraced Elon Musk in an enormous way. A lot of stories were written that said that he was going to blow it in that the people who were working on his teams didn't know what they were doing. He's going to
criticism. $1 gift
yes,
voter.
Of course, for that.
We times and said and who is a thinker, who wants to create jobs, who is like looking into the future, and they love somebody who can really lead. And leadership takes courage. And you have to be willing to make decisions where you are going to be criticized. I think this is one of the problems that Kamala Harris has always had. She doesn't want to take a position on anything. We haven't even talked about how in California, the law to basically make shoplifting illegal again passed overwhelmingly. And Gascon, our friend down the DA in Los Angeles, lost by 22 votes. I mean, this is in California, so it was everywhere. And 2 days before, 22 points, thank you. She wouldn't even take a position on that. 75% of the people in California wanted it gone, and you can't take a position with them.
That you were part of Prop 7,
Yes.
which changed the other way.
Right.
When you were in office.
So not wanting to take a position and not being willing to be criticized is a problem if you want to be a leader at that level.
She had that option in 2020. Why didn't her own party say, you're not the right candidate? I mean, process.
They did. They ran her out of town and right before any votes were cast in 2019.
But the
and then
same
she's flushed
affliction
out of there.
hit her here. The same problem she had in 2020 hit her in 2024. I mean, it's not all her fault. They put her in a race. Well, now no couldn't win.
But Karen, in fairness to Democrats, no doubt, I agree with you on the unrealized capital gains. We more wealth, more innovation, more cures, more therapeutics over the last 3 years. So I hear you. Democrats are bad for some things she proposed that I on. But we're a great country, and we're going to continue to be great. And I trust and hope and believe that
Your party will be great again.
No, but he inherited an economy also that was in pretty good shape. All about that. Going forward, I agree with you. I want the country to be great, and I hope that both of the parties can work together to try and do that. And I salute President Trump tonight. What in this regard, my party's got to reinvent its going forward.
Of the union and past presidents, losers and winners said, this is a big speech, Brett, for President Trump. As he gets ready to deliver this in front of a crowd, he's obviously taken the slings and arrows and everything that's been said, the fascism, all of the things we've talked about tonight. But this moment is actually a moment to...
It's also 1:30 in the morning. You got to wonder how many people are alive to hear.
There. And he's definitely
a lot of people are still up.
The question is, how much of the national TV audience?
I bet they're still in.
You know, I think back at the moment in Iowa at the beginning of this process, Brett, when we were in the town hall with him, bless you, Brett, and he, you know, we asked him about all of this revenge stuff and that he was going to want retribution, and this is what everyone heard. And there were times when he had language that was that matched that, but he said that he wanted success to be his revenge, and that he wanted a successful America. I would imagine that we're going to hear something along those lines tonight, but we'll see.
Brett, you wrote in your piece, you quoted one of those great old Republican presidents, A.W. Bush, who said that a campaign is a disagreement and an election is a decision, and decisions clear the way for harmony and peace. You know, maybe it's...
But listen, there are a lot of Thanksgiving tables that people are still going to have hard feelings after this election, more than any other election.
One of them.
And if you know, past Brussels sprouts is not going to be as easy Thanksgiving Day, but this is a chance to move forward. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that one thing that can happen here, and it happened to Biden, in my view. When Biden was elected, we had every reason to believe that he would be the sort of moderate deal guy that he'd been when he was in the Senate. Yes, he's always followed sort of the drift of his party, but he'd worked across the aisle. Many senators had Republican friends and so on. We thought that would be the kind of president he was. And then something happened. Trump went to Georgia and made a mess of that Senate, those two Senate races down there. Democrats ended up with control of the Senate, at which point old Biden started getting, these hysterical sugar plums dancing in his head and went out for a very aggressive agenda.
There were articles about FDR.
Oh,
he was going to be the next FDR.
Next FDR. And out Obama after that.
Yep.
And that, in my view, that was he would have been, if the had maintained control of the Senate, first thing that wouldn't have happened was all that wild spending that led to the inflation, or led to a party inflation, and the country would have been better off. There's always a danger in a mandate. Trump will be so about his.
I think that happened to Biden. Early on, remember, he's going to be into norms, and then the historians came in and said, no, you could be bigger than FDR. So he says, fine, okay, I'll spend all the money. Then they caused inflation, and now they end up with this result.
Well, he has said that this looks like new President Trump, if he gets to 270, which we expect he will fairly shortly. Yes, exactly. The moment to bring about the unity that people expected after the last election. Of course, we were kidding ourselves to think that there won't be tremendous responses, tremendous backlash in a lot of corners of the country.
So listen, he's going to get there because Alaska's going to be Republican, but as far as calling states, there could be even states that go Trump's way. This could be a massive slide just by what we're looking at in the polls. Fox Contest County will win. Minnesota running mate Tim Walz serves as the state governor there. That takes it up to 260 to 220 next. But again, Donald J. Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. More Democracy 24 special coverage next.
If you have generalized myasthenia gravis, picture what life Hytrulo, a subcutaneous injection that takes about 80 to 90 seconds. For one thing, could it mean more time for you? Vyvgart Hytrulo can improve daily abilities. Plan that's personalized to you. Do not use Hytrulo if you have an allergy. It can cause allergic reactions like bubble and decrease in blood pressure, to fainting, allergic reactions such as rashes, swelling under the skin, shortness of breath, and hives. The most common side effects are respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions. It may increase the risk of infusion-related reaction and infection. Tell your doctor if you have a history of infections, symptoms of infection. Talk to your neurologist. Picture your
I can take deed to your, I can transfer that deed into
the crime, title theft. What is that?
What that means is that a criminal, they're able to steal the title to your home, typically by transferring it to another person, selling or borrowing money against the house. It could be 6 months before they start getting fun. Think about how long never has to happen. They notify you when there's any change to your title, and you're able to hopefully catch the thief in the middle of this whole process. And even if the title has been transferred out of your name, Home Title Lock has a restoration team that will come in, fix your title, and place the property back into your name. Fraud is real, it's scary, but there's a way to protect yourself. Give us a call to HomeTitleLock.com and start your triple title protection today.
Sunday on Fox. Catch a special Veterans Day pregame show live from Naval Base San Diego. Then it's Niners Bucks. It all kicks off at 11 a.m. Eastern on Fox. Check for the game in your area.
Hey, grab more delectables. You know, that lickable cat treat.
Lickable delectables.
Yes, just hurry.
Must be delicious.
Delicious. Delectable.
It is a big night, and they are about to explode at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. You see thousands of people waiting, and we are about to hear from the next president of the United States, 45 and 47, and we're waiting for him to join the room, and we'll take you there, obviously, as soon as that gets underway. In the meantime, Grady Trimble is in Michigan. Let's get a quick update outside of Detroit. Hi, Grady.
Hey, Martha, yeah, people were getting a little here, but then the call for Pennsylvania was like a jolt of electricity through this room at the Michigan GOP watch party, and the crowd started chanting USA. They started chanting Trump, 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 as it now appears he will be the 40th president of the States. In addition to Trump and the call for him in Pennsylvania, they're also excited about the possibility that Michigan could be the tips him over that number. We're also following a very close Senate here in Michigan, and they're feeling very confident about that as well. Republican candidate Mike Rogers looks like he could cruise to victory with the help of former President Trump. Democratic candidate Alyssa Slotkin, she went out to her crowd at her watch party at around 12:30 tonight and told them to go home and go to sleep, where here they extended this ballroom venue through the night if they had to, and now it looks like the crowd is fired up as they await former President Trump taking the stage.
Okay, Grady, thank you. It is really important to point out how big the coattails could be tonight. Think about Bernie Moreno in Ohio. Dead in the wall against Sherrod Brown. He wins. We have right now at this hour, as Grady mentioned, Mike Rogers in Michigan up. Look closer. We haven't made a call there yet. Hovde in Wisconsin leading right now. Sam Brown in Nevada is closing in on Jackie Rosen. We're talking about historic numbers here. If all of these dominoes, You're talking about a split that could be 54-46, 55-45. That wasn't in the cards. That wasn't on anybody's bingo card when into election.
But these have all fought really strong races, and they have all closed very strong. They were, many of them were sort of +6 in just over the last 3 weeks. It's a fascinating part of the story.
Former McCarthy with tail Republican would be of this story as well. Let's go out to Trader on the West Coast with his panel. Hey, Chris.
Brett, thank you. Martha, thank you as well. We've got our panel, Steve Hilton, Jody Armour, Katie White, and Caldwell. We were talking to your panel, Brett and Martha, and we were talking to ours, and Caleb McGee White was struck by the whole concept that, again, Trump was undercounted.
This is the third consecutive polling miss in a presidential cycle for Donald Trump, and we really need to be asking ourselves, why? And at this point, it is a choice. Back in 2016, argue that you were blindsided, you didn't expect it. You cannot say that anymore. This was predicted. Very start. And I think the reason they keep getting it wrong is because they still don't understand the average Trump voter. They cannot wrap their heads around why so many people support him. And it's because for a long time, actually for the past decade or so, Democrats in power didn't think they needed to. And even when they didn't want to, they didn't have to stoop down to understand concerns over immigration, over the economy. And guess what? The American people sent a message tonight that you start paying attention soon.
We heard a lot of words, demographic. I don't know how many you've heard this. Black vote, male voters, especially. We heard.
This is a historic black will now, those who voted for will be counted as those who helped America from further decline. I mean, Kamala Harris has tried her best to create these accents, like, you better thank a union member, all of these things that she's done to try to appeal to the community. Been going over Winfrey's talk show or whatever that was to say, oh, I'll pull out my gun and shoot someone that tries to come to my house. It's become non-political. That I don't, we're looking at Medina for president or not. I mean, this is outstanding. Happened. Republican Party.
Yeah, and you talk about young and you're a law professor in Southern California. You are
many
analysis.
For somebody just according to the prevailing wind. They didn't like that. Many across the country, young students said, for me, a red line also is mass atrocities, is collective punishment, is what I see going on in the Middle East, and I see us complicit in. So they, were saying, I'm not just that enthusiastic.
Yeah,
I'm not going to get out.
I got 15 seconds for you, Steve.
I just think when I see this unfold, Trace, it is just a massive victory.
Oh, we got it back. Sorry, guys, back to you. We got Trump coming out.
Trace, thank you. The Fox News decision desk can now officially project Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
The former president's comeback will be complete with a win in Wisconsin, a state that he narrowly lost 4 years ago. He is now the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland in the Reds. J.D. Vance, 50th vice president of expression with administration, and for Trump and the future Trump overperformed in urban areas, particularly with men, proving that the strategy that they doubled and tripled down on over the course of the last few months absolutely succeeded and brought him to the White House.
47th president of the United States, former President Trump now defeated Kamala Harris, who entered this race just over 100 days ago. And for that, they were projecting the possibility of running the table with battleground states. David Plouffe with the Democratic campaign of Harris campaign suggested that just yesterday. Now it is possible that Donald Trump runs the table with these states and builds on a big landslide electoral win. We don't know the popular vote is going to finish out, but we do know that he will be going back to the White House. And Tim Brithume will be a lot of changes because he will have been there once and will know what he wants to do.
You know, he often, for the fact that he had turnover in his first term, in his term as president, by the fact that he really know Washington and he was new to this realm that he had come to win the presidency in, and he promises us that now he wants to hire, now he kind of people he wants to have around him. A lot of people are saying that means a lot of very experienced people around Washington will be ruled. Maybe they will. But it's going to be very interesting to see the kind of people he reaches out to and reaches out for in the days and weeks ahead as he builds his administration.
We're joined by Kayleigh McEnany, Gowdy, and Pavlich. Kayleigh, you've been a part of the last administration. You've seen joy on all these people's faces. Think about the act and the all that this been through, and now there is the prospect of creating what you want to create in a second administration. Your thoughts, 30,000 feet of this win.
Indictments, 2 assassination attempts, an unlikely come from behind victory, and history is made tonight. This is a huge moment, particularly because this is a tectonic shift in party. All of this is true. We'll have Black voters, Latino voters, young voters coming in a way that we haven't seen the party bring in a very long time. That's due to former President, now soon to be current President Trump. And I just want to say this as we wait for him to come out. I remember having a conversation with Ivanka Trump in 2016 about his remarks. And before he went out to give those remarks, he had speech A and speech B. Speech A was a more boisterous Trumpian speech. Speech B was a symbol of unity. And he looked up, Ivanka said, saw the faces of crying Hillary voters. He ripped up the boisterous speech and said he wanted to heal the nation. And the first words he were to appreciate Hillary for her country, said now it is for America to bind wounds of division. And he said, we are a party of all races, creeds, and religions. That is more true tonight than it was 8 years ago. And I fully expect President Trump right now is maybe ripping up that more boisterous and preparing the country.
It's an amazing message.
Right. Oh. And we're going to see Trey got his thing on your show the other day about one of the things that you hope also is prepared this time. They've got a great transition team, and they're going to need it. And I hope that there are a lot of people who want it. And
yeah, I think his team is for job vetting potential candidates. And Kayleigh's point, I think he liberated Trump. He's never be on the ballot again. This is his last term. I think, Harold, he will surprise his detractors. I think he will be not anything like what his detractors have described him as being, liberated. If I'm wrong, you can hold me to that. But I think he will, a liberated Donald Trump is going to shock his detractors.
He has said that the assassination attempts had an impact on him. In many ways returned to the very rough and tumble style that we've seen in Donald Trump at the end of this. He will take the stage tonight as the next president of the United States, and he will not be able to run again. Yeah. And I think that is another liberating factor potentially for President Trump.
We'll never underestimate the power of unfinished business. This is a president who was caught lightning in a bottle twice, and the second time he now has a MAGA mandate. He'll have a Senate that he can use to push through his cabinet appointees who can work with him on legislation, who could potentially replace a number of justices on the Supreme Court.
Could build a wall.
He could build a wall. He has a working group in Washington, D.C. We'll see what happens with the House, but he always has been working on his transition, get the right people around him. He talks about the first time in the White House. So this is a mandate tonight for him. And I think he should get a lot of credit for doing the work on the ground into these states, pull these Senate candidates across the line.
What do you, the analysis is going to be a lot of time to digest all of this. We're focused now on what the president is going to say. What do you think the analysis will be in the Democratic Party and what went wrong there?
Well, I think it's going to be, agonizing. It's going to take a while for consensus to form about.
Aubrey, I know, I've read the book.
And it'll be growing at first. One can certainly imagine that, smart and shrewd political voices were heated, that there'd be some major changes in their approach in this. And you think of the issues set that they're going to run on this man that failed, you reconsider all of them. And it'll take a while. Like in friend Halp, who's been very astute this particular cycle, thinks there's going to be blood in the streets and people are going to be hysterical. No, but it could happen.
Dana?
I'm really looking forward to reading some of the story, probably with a lot of anonymous sources amongst Democrats with the recriminations, and it's going to be fast and furious, and you will have people saying that Joe Biden should have dropped out the day after, not dropped out, but said he was not running for re-election on the day after the midterm in 2022, and either endorsed her or said, let there be a primary, and Dr. Jill Biden, there will be thoughts about her, and I wonder how chilly that White House is going to be for the next 90 days as they try to figure it out.
And let me just say that as Vice President of the United States, Congress will certify results on January 6th.
A lot of irony. Harold, your thoughts?
Education, I think, very high passions in Democrats who were firmly Joe Biden, performed poorly during a debate in the party which Kamala Harris and genuinely, I think, built over time. And some of that excitement and a disdain for Donald Trump. But it's a moment that we can all grow from. If we don't, not in a selfish, partisan way, it won't progress. And I don't think you can fly and soar as a great country unless you have both wings working together. And President Trump, tonight, I'm going to be interested in that. I was reminded of your words, reminded of what you said as you shared it. I remember that story, and I hope and pray for the country tonight that President every right to be joyful, every right to celebrate. Will tone in any way, help him do all the things he campaign on it.
For Trump, Republican, and the Lincoln Project people, and Bill Kristol, and people like that who abandoned and ever believed in or opposed Donald Trump.
We'll get to never Trump enough and the hundreds of millions of dollars that Donald Trump is not a policy person. I don't remiss. Is talking about independent manufacturing. The economy, everybody is working. No new foreign wars. Getting out of the entanglements we currently have. Respecting and resourcing law enforcement, border patrol, military. And by the way, friends, we don't get those policies without that personality. What did we hear during the Republican primaries? I want Donald Trump's policies without his personalities. You strength, this resolve, and this softness, those policies without that. But I want to, it's on this phone, Abedin played at 2:30 a.m. on November 9th, 2020, and on the other line, Secretary Clinton to concede the race to Donald Trump. And I handed it to him, said to make sure Hillary, she did. She did. And President Trump was great. Luncheon, Capitol, Obama, I was there to see it myself. And then something changed. The Washington Post said, let's impeach him at noon, 2 minutes after he's inaugurated. Melania wrote about this in her book. So, Harold, I hear you. I hope everybody can unify. I got to tell you, my friend, I think it starts with your party and not mine.
Fair enough.
They had this guy in a courtroom. He's not an indoor cat. I get it. They have him, and they had him in a courtroom. Impeached. They have him And whether people think that was justified or not, now's a good time to respect the will of the people. Forget about us, the will of the people.
I agree. I'm just saying, be a gracious winner. Let's move the country forward. I agree, and I know you. That was my only point.
I heard a gracious winner today when I talked to him. I really did. He's known for a while. He was going to. I wrote a piece on FoxNews.com October 11th saying he's going to have a narrow landslide. I think he's felt that for a while, but he wanted to go and earn it.
And I even think the people around him have to be gracious. I think he will, but I know
that's a
over
different
knowledge
issue.
about
Yeah,
it. People around him can be gracious as
That's a
well.
different issue.
We can always hope. Once more, I just want to say how much money was spent on this election. $15.9 billion with a bill.
Wow.
B, if you spend $1,000 a day for 2,740 years, that would be $1 billion. It was times that. It's been spent on every race, presidency deal. $16 billion. And here we are.
What is it? Right to for every American? What? $50.
So it's about
$50.
President always had radio. You know, you go back to television, cable. This was, in some ways, a podcast experience of a campaign. And they're free to go on podcasts. And you wonder how much of that money really needed a lot of people. I think it's really interesting. Some people are talking about a lot in terms of the reach of these
the final where
were excellent.
They talked about making America great again, but then ending with the assassination attempt and that fist in the air, the iconic image, and the fight, fight, fight.
Absolutely.
Warrior
And
president.
it worked.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, toughest son of a gun we ever saw. And that was what we see in that ad. And I think, I think for whatever you think of the guy, you got to admire that.
Hey, Ricky.
I mean, there's the adversity
You're gonna get on.
faced, everything we've seen, other political figures going through all kinds of trouble.
Yeah.
A certain capacity what he's been put through. Maybe it's time for his enemies to stop it.
Not only that, but the energy that he has is truly amazing. It's the Energizer Bunny. Let's check in with Aisha Housley, speaking of the Energizer Bunny, at Trump headquarters in West Palm. Aisha, this has been a big night all night long. I'm sure it's really getting fever pitch now.
A big night, Brett and Martha, a long campaign for the president, for all of us, the press that have been following him around now. More than a year, the crowd went absolutely nuts when Fox News called it here, and people were hugging each other, they were high-fiving each other, people were on FaceTiming. I think they were just couldn't believe it that this happened tonight, and they didn't have to wait days and days and days. We are now awaiting the former president to take the podium. He is here in the building, as is his running mate, now Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, backstage. We were told they were going to come out as soon as the election was called. So now we're just asked for a 2-minute warning. I don't know if we're going to get one, but hopefully we will see him soon. And so I just want to add a little bit of perspective, just at Capitol Hill reporter that's been covering former president for a while. When I came to Congress 3 years ago, talked privately with many powerful Republicans who want to see the former president back in Washington and see the legal battle he went through, and Republicans having to stand up for him. He went through the process, as Kevin just said, he earned it, state by and the spring. Went to the nomination. This is the great comeback witness personally myself, and so I look forward to seeing success to the country here and to its supporters. Back to you.
Aisha, thank you. The Harris team is now texting to say Vice President speak tomorrow, and that will be the election. That's all we have from the Harris team, which is really strange. I mean, from PR perspective, Dan.
No, I also just think it's a shame because I remember when John to George W. Bush in 2004, and you work so hard, and I know that they're disappointed, but you should concede and let your opponent have their election night, and let everybody that's there at Trump, at Mar-a-Lago, where are they? They're in Palm Beach.
They're in West Palm, at the convention center.
At the convention center, like, let them have their moment without anyone. Like, I remember Andy Card had to come in and say, well, yes, we know we won, but we have to wait until John Kerry conceded, and then we all had to traipse back in morning and wait, and you don't. It's right.
There's not going to be a tonight, but she's not going to speak.
There's a public, and then nobody needs to hear from her. So if I were her,
Over with.
it's all the people already there.
Everybody was there, and it does feel like you want to collect the moment and do it the way that you used to.
Hope. They were holding hope that the blue will somehow come. It's the red wall.
90 minutes before that, they were told to go to bed.
I got that text.
90 minutes before all of Jen O'Malley Dillon, the Harris campaign person, said everyone can go to bed and come back tomorrow.
She didn't track her own supporters. It just the way it ended up being a very bad split screen. You probably couldn't see it in here, but they're filing out, and he's expanding his folks, and they're all excited for him. Look, I think that Kamala Harris was a sign of the time. But I think that Trump's a metaphor for the country. He says, surrender, fight, get back up. I think he's, that's what it is. The other thing I just say, maybe as a Catholic, maybe it's just as a Trump supporter, maybe it's just as a flawed human being. His life, rarely do we get a second chance as big as this one. And I have got to believe the man that I know and that Kayleigh worked with is going to work with a certain alacrity and energy to get this done very quickly. What he could do through executive work, he could do with the Congress, bringing in the governors. No one gets a second chance this big in their lives and just puts it on the shelf like it's a trophy or a gold star. He's going to use that as a platform for good and do some of these bad policies, and I think do even better. These celebrities, these athletes, he's got job creators and innovators. He's got Elon Musk and Dana White. He's got people who make stuff, who people say, wow, there's an American success story, and he's going to bring them aboard.
So Vice President has now encountered is known as the Van Buren curse. It's the failure of the Vice President to get to the presidency. Only two have done it, and that is Martin Van Buren in 1836 and George H.W. Bush in 1988. The question is what the Republican Party looks like now. And Kayleigh, it's a multiracial party, to your point. It's working class, and maybe it's the future. I mean, it's Elon Musk. It is Joe Rogan and podcasts. It is, there's an opportunity here on both parties to realign and change.
There are going to be a lot of conversations go on to that end. Who is the next standard bearer for president? Is it J.D. Vance? Is he the one to torch after legacy term with J.D. up? It's going to be a game. Kamala Harris, and they were saying $1,000 and no reason to doubt it was an ordinary round game. Podcast as much as real, authentic, viral moments like President Trump on the garbage truck or President Trump at McDonald's, these viral moments that really captured the attention of the nation. And what does the Republican Party look like going forward? It's a broad coalition. It's an exciting coalition. And I think if President Trump manifests that working agenda, no tax on tips, no limits on credit card interest rate, that's a working man's economic agenda. And if he makes that happen in 4 years, this party may look like this for quite some time.
I'm struck when you're talking about the authenticity part of this, because when I think about him with the French fries at McDonald's and standing up with blood on his face, fight, you can't fabricate. No, consultant can create those moments. Those are organic and they are authentic. And I think that is something that Kamala Harris fell really far short on in terms of the authenticity measure.
Yeah, if you had told me that a billionaire from New York would be able to connect with America, I would have questioned that. To my friend, the gentleman from Tennessee, autopsies are painful, especially when the patient's still alive. I wonder what the Democrat Party is going to go through next week, months. This was a loss that I don't think anyone saw coming, not to this magnitude. So what does the autopsy look like if you're a Democrat? It's painful, but you have to have one. How did you lose, and how did you lose this soundly?
The easiest way to do it for them would be to simply say, if Joe Biden clung clung to the job, clung to the nomination, and hidden the addition with a lot of help, they could have opened the planning process and gotten a more attractive nominee
But I don't know that
who would have
you
been
can
freer,
pass-
who would have been freer to walk away from Biden policies and would have had a better shot. I think it's the easiest, well, that's where they'll go, but that makes
I don't
sense.
think you can pass over an African-American female, which is a very loyal constituent for the Democrat Party. I don't see
Well,
how
if
they
he'd
could
had,
have passed
but if
over.
he'd got, but if he'd left the office and she'd run, she would have been put through a different process and would have had competition, and the whole thing would have been different.
Against her.
You know?
I mean, Harold, you have a Democratic Party that's pretty old. I mean, you have Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden.
You know, you got Andy Bashir, you got Josh Shapiro, you
But
got
those
Gretchen.
kind of Democrat, and that is not the Democrat that wins. Is it going to be in your party?
We nominated Bill Clinton and Barack Obama. We're not from
the old days.
the party, so I think we'll do that. Look, tonight, what happened this evening and what's happened over the last year has been described. There were those in this panel who didn't believe that this resurrection could have occurred. So if this happened, things are possible if you're willing to change and willing to have courage and determination. And whatever Democrats or anybody wants to say about this guy who's been elected our president, personify courage and determination and persistence. So I think, Trey, you were asking a serious question, and Britt gave a very serious answer. I think that's going to be part of the answer. And we've got to look long and hard about whether or not the way we campaign sometimes in identity politics at the end is the right way to do it. But before you get there, you got to get a purpose and a message. Along figuring these things as a nation, as a party, and we'll figure it out this time.
So the Carnage speech got a lot of attention at the inauguration. Do you think that
Oh, yeah.
this speech,
I was going way back.
we're actually told that the teleprompters have been removed from the stage, so we could be in for a long haul here. We don't know. But what do you think? You know, he's coming, but there may not be
I'm saying he goes off the teleprompter anyway, but he, you know, the other night at the Al Smith dinner, he was upset that there were teleprompters, you know, because he doesn't want to use them.
Right. So, Dana, what does this speech look like?
This one right now?
Yeah.
I think you, look, I don't know. He's one of the most unpredictable people, too. So I think that's why we're all here, and I'm wide awake, and I've been awake for almost 24 hours now. And I am curious to see. I think I wasn't just thinking about this speech. I'm thinking about the inauguration speech, Beer's Carnage speech. He has a wide range of the types of speeches that he can give. If you think even within a speech, there's range. If you think about the RNC convention, it started off with like, oh wow, yeah, and then after a while, it was like, wow, he's still talking. It was like so long, and it kind of got off script, and people thought, oh, he kind of lost opportunity, but he didn't. I think if you who take off work, drive somewhere in the middle of the night to get in line, to wait for hours, to stay at a rally for hours. And part of the things he has done as well is created this camaraderie amongst people so that you could go to a place where you're not afraid to wear your red MAGA hat and say, I'm not the crazy one. I'm not the only one who thinks the way that I do. I can actually have friends, and that doesn't mean that there should be outreach to the others. Believe and love thy neighbor. I love all of that, but he has created something special here. So I don't want him to take a victory lap tonight. I don't think this is necessarily the moment for unity, especially when she won't even concede him the night break.
And you were looking at the popular vote. He's still up and could finish up.
And part of it is because he did run up the totals in places I was looking at, even the rural counties in Pennsylvania. He was going to win them by significant double digits, but he won them that much more. I think running up the totals in Florida, which was a swing state not that long ago, over 1 million votes or so. Haley, right, your home state. And this is, look, I think that when the Democrats take a look at this candidacy, she had too much time, not enough time. She's just a flawed candidate. She doesn't speak well. She doesn't work hard. I'm not being mean or partisan. I don't know why the country would have rewarded this candidate with the big job. when she couldn't make the case, what she does as vice president that affects our lives in a positive way. She was given that opportunity. I personally like to thank the women of The View tonight.
Yeah.
For asking this question, for having her on. And so people they were her favor because they made her something she's not. Stop. They make him. He's not. Take that one word, that one line, take that, cherry pick this, the other. You forget the essence. Go back. Does everybody 5 years ago, Laurel and Yanny, or what color dress? You, Laurel, you're Yanny. You see a blue dress, I see a yellow dress. We were all looking at the same thing. That's the way Donald Trump is in this country. There are people who look exactly like the person, and they see two different faces. I think it's time that we try one. Look, who said it earlier? I'm a little worried about the reaction of the Democrats and the common people here. I'm very worried. I think there are a lot of unhinged people across the spectrum. We gave to how many common throughout. I want to hear the races and sexes. I saw sitting and watching her. And I'm very worried that we've not talked a lot about how violent people may be and angry because she lost. I'm afraid of that.
Right. I mean, I can just imagine thinking about The View, and a week or so ago, they were saying, you know, what is wrong with someone who would vote for him?
Michelle Obama said.
And Joe's Gordon, you know, we weren't raised like this. Who raised these people? So I can only imagine what tomorrow is going to look like.
You know, I will say when we talk about The View, you know, what comes to mind is we mentioned the carnage that President Trump gave at his inauguration. And my mind automatically went to the unity speech that Biden gave, and he mentioned unity a half dozen times. But think about what we got over 4 years. There was the garbage comment in isolation. There were all kinds of comments. Neanderthal was one of the words he used with COVID edicts. You know, that one thing. The country. Holding.
Actually, the person that we're trying to after justice system, the lady needs to wear black for a reason. We can stop this prosecution of our political enemies.
I mean, literally, his polls went
will
up.
be the Attorney General.
Absolutely.
We need a really solid Attorney General.
John Ratcliffe.
You can do it.
Sorry, John. Sorry, John. I apologize. Sorry.
There will be a lot of talk about cabinet members, Treasury Secretary, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense. You've got Tom Cotton, Mike Pompeo. You have.
Well, you also have a Republican bench. And sometimes, like you were saying, that the Democratic Party is quite old right now. There's not a great bench, although there are some, and especially. But when you take governors out of states, then you leave a hole, and then you have to build up the bench back up. But the Republican bench is pretty strong right now.
So you see Doug Burgum and Vivek Ramaswamy, Steve Wynn, his lovely wife Andrea. So people are former Britt would know where he is. Can we say tonight, though, that melting pot still works? That Hispanics, Black Americans, working class Americans, you know, standing up, asking what their government is going to do, asking them to see them and their concerns. that works. This is American democracy in our republic.
The process works. I think as we get a count the numbers and a coalition that President Trump won with this time, I think he won that will be a history book. President Bush, I think, Hispanic George Bush. And it looks like President, at least the preliminary numbers suggest that. But as much as we talk about the unconventional aspect of this was conventional also. People believed him. He resonated with voters. He resonated with rural communities, urban communities, suburban communities across the country. And I congratulate him tonight. I want him to win, but I congratulate him on his victory. And wish him the best for my country. And I can only hope that the concerns that are articulated by my dear friend Kellyanne, that they're not realized. I hope that my party and my friends, and for that matter, Republicans alike, that we're all able, once we get past the moment here, the 24 hours of excitement and joy and celebration, to understand that what we're really celebrating is the greatest experiment to have ever come to existence. 50 years of its own existence, 2006. So those are my thoughts, Brett.
I'm struck by the issue that of abortion because it was talked about so much, and it was presented as if you're a woman and you are not going to support her, then you hate all women. They said that husbands hateful towards their wives and the women in their lives if they didn't support this candidate. And I think it just goes to show that kind of manipulating, it doesn't win.
Narrowcasting us based on our gender. I think Kamala Harris was talking to us from the waist down. And I think Donald Trump was talking to us from the waist up as well. That's where my eyes, my ears, my heart, my brain, and my big mouth are. So, I mean, you got to talk to the woman in full. It's as if she doesn't know anything about the economy, or she doesn't care about what's going on in Ukraine or Israel or with Iran, or can't do math on her grocery bill. It's people care about things. We're not monolithic in life. We're not monolithic fingers. Something happened. They put these gin up and did that, and it backfired. Popular vote, and it backfired. The other thing is, if you've got 10 abortion ballot initiatives, you can vote your conscience on abortion, and you can vote separately or similarly for president. The presidential race was not a proxy for your position on abortion. By the way, somebody sent me the statistics. Over $500 million spent on ads about abortion. $500 million in this country out of the 16 billion Brett is talking about. 37 million for pro-lifers. The rest was the pro-choicers. I mean, it's just insane amount of money.
So we've spent a lot of time talking about markets tonight and with the betting markets. Trey, at this point, it's at about 66% that Republicans hold on to the House. As they're ticking down the possibilities, and they look at these coattails with not only the popular vote, but what could be and being up to be an electoral college landslide. He controls the Senate and House. He did at the beginning of 2016. The possibilities open to a lot of things.
Yeah, I was there in 2016, and we had everything but an agenda. That mistake will not be made this time. He will deal with the border. He will deal with tax is coming up. There is a plan being formulated by Mike Johnson right now, and John Thune or John Cornyn or whoever becomes the majority of we were surprised that he was surprised, but others were surprised. The other thing I would give you, Brett, when he won 2016, you recall what about Hillary Clinton. She's been through enough. There was a lot of pressure to prosecute her. He said she's enough. Democrats say enough is enough. Cases work in Georgia. Wait on these federal cases. They should be ended by Joe Biden. If you really want unity, then quit using lawfare to divide the country. Quit using the justice system to try to win political races.
We are still following these Senate races, and as we wait for the former president, By the way, there's Nigel Farage there talking in the crowd there. Britt, this is remarkable in that some of these races were not even suspected to be close, expected to be close. Mike Rogers, the long shot at Alyssa Slotkin in Michigan, good candidate, former chairman of the House Intelligence Committee. But Sam Brown was left essentially. He was not going to win.
He was not on anybody's list. Likely switch.
Not getting much money or attention.
No, but I think he's a competent candidate. Once again, we have.
Well, there's Sam Brown right there, 48.1 to 47.2, 80% in over Jackie Rosen.
It renews our understanding that candidate quality matters. In this cycle, Republicans, Senate races in particular, fielded some pretty darn good candidates that gave them a shot in states where Republicans often face an uphill battle. And the fact that it looks like it won't be just a squeaker, there might be a little margin there for Republicans, and the Senate is testament to that.
Let's see what Wisconsin is, guys. Poverty in Wisconsin. Standing by.
Where's Bill?
There's Newt Gingrich and Callista Gingrich. We're in there.
Where's Hammer?
Michael White there. All a big part, perhaps, in an administration. The former president had hats made 45 to 47.
Electoral vote, the data this evening, they give you some excitement, give you a sense of excitement that investors have. And I think this tonight, the tone, and just to be repetitive, like you said, Kayleigh mentioned this here and there. I hope it's what you. I hope it's a moment to let the country, because we've had enough of. We've had enough of enough. And I think whatever happened tonight, I was hopeful that we'd have a decisive win. And it appears that we're going to have a decisive win to give the president not only a chance to begin to develop and deliver on a mandate, but to be a process of healing, which I think is incredibly important and an indispensable part of our tradition.
Something tells me we may hear some Greenwood.
You think?
I mean, there we go.
Let's listen in to who will be the 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was the greatest political movement of all time in this country, and maybe because we're going to help our country heal. You know, our country needs help. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. In addition to having won the United States, North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, we are now in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But as much as you do, the networks did, whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. I was proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. A great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people, beyond the president, this group of people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. We're all by the MAGA movement. They help so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. The number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it's amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And we have some great senators and some great new senators. It also looks like we'll be keeping all of that House of Representatives. I think he's doing a terrific job. I want to also, beautiful wife, Melania, and First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country? Can you believe that? She's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks that's a good thing when but Dan, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect. Remarkable and beautiful. I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like this. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's still like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Words, sir.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you. Be a good choice. At the beginning, I knew it was about as good as of the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special to make it so we're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in. We have to let them have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie they sort of in the back, let me tell you. The ice thing, we call it the ice thing. Chris, come here. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not.
This was unexpected, but I just want to thank President Trump for this journey. It was a one hell of a candidate. He's a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, of course, even my boss, best.
Thank you. And thank you. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie, they're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket. I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was when it left. It was beautiful, shiny white. When it came, it did. It was 10,000 miles an hour. I said, "What happened, paint job? The paint." And it was like still, by the way, it looked smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I said, "Oh, Elon can do this." And I told her last night on the phone, at the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen, seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, "Oh, no." And I said, "Do me a favor, do you mind hold? I want to see this." I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. This space came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby and your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, "Elon, was that you?" He said, "It was." I said, "Who else can do it? Can Russia do it? Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. No." I said, "That's why we love it." You know, we had the Helene. North Carolina, devastated. The water was as big as we've ever seen. Water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. The people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a communication. So I called Elon. And I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that thing so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character, he's a special guy, he's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super. I want to thank some of the, we have up here to the U.S. Open champion. He's fantastic. Over slightly longer than me. It's a ball. Look at me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He U.S. Open. That's yeah. Dana White, who is he's a tough guy. So UFC, and do you mind if I use your? Nobody wanted to get because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped them out. I went and they said this is the roughest sport I've ever seen. But I began to like it, and he loved it. And nobody's done a better job in sports. And he's a very motivational kind of a guy. What he does, he gets these fighters, and they really go at it. And it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana to pick up because people love to hear from him.
Nobody deserves more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family. His family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard worker I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. They get it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
Amazing. I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, probably like no other. This was something special, and we're paying you back. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're going to turn it around. We're going to do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're going to do it in every way that will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people, and we can add names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And he's going to help make America healthy again. No, he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go do it. I just said, but Bobby, leave to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Shah. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. We have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young, old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, American, and it was beautiful. A historic uniting of all backgrounds, of the part common sense. We want borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars except ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 100 rallies from the 900, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. Now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position, but we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country, to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill the mission. The task before will be easy, but it will bring every ounce of peace. This is a great job. Like this is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People's coming to success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great this is. I will thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Donald J. Trump, the man who will be the 47th president of the United States in Beach at the convention center there. He said he's going to make it great again for all Americans. Said God spared his life for a reason in those 2 assassination attempts. He said he promises a big agenda. He together Bruce campaign to
either way.
been any concession. We don't have any word that has happened by her campaign that she's going to wait till tomorrow to respond to all of this, but no phone call.
So that's the way it works. And that's what the news in America is like. What else can I say? Oh, time to sleep. Time to sleep. How do I end this live? Connection is unstable. Wi-Fi again. Oh, let me see. Let's see. Time to sleep. Time to sleep, sleep, sleep. Leave studio. Yeah, well, I went to kill the thing. Stop streaming, or stop sharing. Okay. So, oh, I gotta go bathroom. I'll be back. Okay, so move stage, mute. How do I stop cam? Where's the ends? Let's try stop cam. Stop mic or cam. Okay. No, that doesn't do that. So how do I kill the thing? Okay, leave studio. How do you end the broadcast? This is stupid. And StreamYard. Right. Okay, that's the end. Click edit post. Where's the edit post? There is no post. What? Okay. Ah, there it is. There it is. Okay, end stream. Here we go.